going on, everybody? How y'all doing? Good evening. Good evening. Yes, we're doing it. It's a marathon. Y'all, we have so many videos to cover, and I've got time today, and we're going to cover them. There is a live going on with Paramount Tactical where he's talking with I think the ex-spouse of this Mitch Snow, whom I still want a DNA test on. And y'all, this is something else. So we have a lot to cover in this little mini marathon we're going to do. First things first, thank you all so much for tuning in. Make sure you guys hit that like button on your way in. And make sure you are subscribed to the Lady Luck Club. I appreciate all of you guys, especially the members, the supporters, the mods. I have the best mods on YouTube. Thank you all so much for all the support. And I appreciate all of you guys for helping us to meet our goals. For the 30,000 supporters, we are pushing towards 50 now. We are pushing towards 50,000 supporters, and I would like to help meet that goal by March 31st, which is my birthday. So that's my one thing that I just at this point just want to see the channel grow and this great content, be spread out to the masses, because sometimes people just need to see the truth. It comes down to that. If we can sit out here and push out fluff, it's time for, the finding of fact and law and evidence and documentation to reign supreme once again. And so that's what we're here to do. I did try to find the name change, the petition court documents on this Mitchell Snow. I haven't been able to find anything. I did come across, I think, 4 cases on trellis law, and they're all dealing with some sort of a protection order, which is crazy. So I am trying to still find, like I said, I will do my due diligence to go and find the actual petition for a name change. That's if he had a name change. We got to realize where we're getting information from. And we're getting this stuff from Candace, who's a pathological liar. So perhaps this person didn't have a name change and he was always Mitchell Snow. Who knows? Personally, I believe the fool that she had on her show is someone else entirely. Not that Mitchell Snow is not a real person. It's just hard to believe that he's the same guy, but whatever. I try my best to do my due diligence though with that. But I did come across 4 cases on trellis. And I was sitting here like, what the heck is going on? This guy's got all these protection orders against him. So I'm going to pull this up and you guys can see, what I'm seeing on trellis law. In the meantime, make sure you guys are hitting that like button as you come in. And we are going to check out Paramount, actually 2 of his videos. One he's literally live streaming for right now, and the other was the one he did, I think, on yesterday. So he debunked this guy, just in an epic fashion. He got his DD-214, something that people can get. I mean, it's insane. And so he showed that information. And I'm like, what? If you have a name change from a court, you got an order granting you the petition to change your name. That's even more reason as to why it would not make sense. It just further proves why it would be absolutely asinine to have a driver's license with the name Michael Snow on it. Because now you have an order from the court granting you the opportunity to change your name legally. So that means that you could take this order and go to the DMV or the Department of Driver Services and actually get your driver's license in your legal name that a court has granted you the opportunity to change. So why in the world would the driver's license still reflect Michael Snow and not Mitchell Snow? Because this is common sense. That means he could go and use this new legal name to get a house, to rent an apartment, to buy a car, to get credit cards, to get whole bank accounts, everything with his new legal name because a court has granted him the approval to be able to change his name. So why would he need to have anything with anyone else's name on it? Why would his VA cards not have his new legal name on it? If you got a court order, because that's what you would have to have, a court order. You got a court order granting you permission to change your legal name, then that would automatically allow him to be able to change his legal name on all his legal documents, including identification. So it still doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. And it doesn't even explain why those IDs had everything redacted on it. Like stuff has to make common sense, and that doesn't make any common sense. So once again, this is what we are, and you got this Mitchell Snow walking around here talking about I'm hiding out. Yeah, because that would be dumb to sit here and post up photos of you and a child and you're hiding out. So I'm going to show you all this, what I saw and came across on Trellis. Let me see here. Because this is something else. And I know that Paramount must be, I think he's interviewing an ex-wife or an ex-girlfriend. Something to that extent. What's going on, everybody? Let me get some comments in right quick before we get started, because I'm already hopping in on it. Y'all, I came in on one today. In the meantime, I'll pull this up so you all can see this. Let me make sure that is big and I am small. Matter of fact, there you go. That way you guys can see the full screen of all these cases so far. It's 5 of them for the state of Washington, which is where it was confirmed that this Mitchell Snow resided. So you have, the Superior Court of the Benton County in Washington, for a matter regarding domestic violence. I mean, this is right here, you all. From Judge Bruce Spanner, Snow v. Snow. You got a Mitchell Harrison Snow v. Candace Graysick. That's another domestic violence case, Franklin County, Washington. That led to a dismissal. The first case here is relief denied. So there was some sort of judgment relief he was seeking. It was not denied. And I'm just assuming he's the, let me see here. He's the petitioner. Hold on, let me see. Here are the parties here. All right, the petitioner is Lene Snow, and he was the respondent, and there was some relief that was denied. Yeah, this going back to 2017. Order for protection renewal reissued. Y'all see that here. I mean, he's just had protection orders granted against him. This is so crazy. This guy, Candace had this clown on her show. And she didn't just do a Google search to see if he had any cases out here. Like, that's so reckless. It's so reckless. Domestic violence. He's got like 5 cases where they are primarily domestic violence. You can't make this up. So here's this Mitchell Harrison Snow versus Candace Graysick. We're going to check out each one. I just want you all to see all of these being domestic violence family, domestic violence family, domestic violence. All 5 are domestic violence cases. It makes no, this starts from 2013. You got a 2023 in here from May, a June 2023, May 2023 again. This is a 2016 at the top. This is insane. This is insane. Oh my God. How y'all doing? I appreciate you all for tuning in. What's going on, Blanco? Every time Candace says she's talking about the little voices in her head. Did y'all see the thumbnail? Candace, you clown. You and your legion. You can't make this up. You have no idea what personality you're dealing with day by day. Yeah, because Candace, your husband, Boys Club said himself, he has no idea what personality he's gonna get. And he feels like he's married to multiple women. It's a weird thing to say, but whatever. Whatever floats your boat. This is what we are. So one of Candace's personalities failed to read. One of them failed to read because you can't make this stuff up. It's madness. Candace, this guy's got 5 cases. Well, they all resulted in some form of a protection order. Domestic violence. It's so crazy. What's going on? No reply. How you doing, honey? Mama's looking for those the petition order itself. As you can see, these are the cases I've come across so far. But I have been looking for any petition for a name change. And I would assume it would either be in the Superior Court of like Benton or Franklin County here in Washington. Maybe Benton County, because there are more of these than Franklin. So I'm gonna look at the specific courthouses after the live to see if I can find anything directly with these 2 courthouses. So it would be the Superior Court, either Benton County in the state of Washington or Franklin County. Because the Superior Court or the District Court would be the proper venue that would, process those types of petitions for a name change. It's insane. It's so crazy. Hey, Wyoming gal, how you doing? Shout out to my mods. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Make sure you guys hit the like button. And I appreciate all of you all for just hanging out with me. We're having a marathon today. We're doing it. The name change happened when he got married to his current wife. He took his wife's last name. So Harrison is his surname. So he didn't do a petition for a name change separately. He just took on her last name. Is that what I'm understanding? So was he ever Harry Myers? Because I don't think he was. Because he would have to have an actual name change to change his first name, like to change his first and last names that are completely different. Otherwise, we should expect to see Harry Myers Snow, right? I'm gonna still try to find something because this is insane. So he got his wife's last name. Okay, I'm very proud of myself. I knew from research he took his wife's last name, Snow. Okay, cool. That's awesome. I just feel like getting that type of validation. No reply. I live in the Pacific Northwest. His license does say Mitch. His military stuff says Harry. So what did so Candace just lied when she typed that dumb document, which is not even a real police report. What Candace typed up that was not a real police report. She's typed it up in a Word document and put Michael. That's a hell of a damn typo, Candace. You clown. You can't make this up. How did she botch that bad? From Mitchell to Michael. Because reasons. You can't make this up. It says on the thing that now if the police report itself says Michael as well, then that's a problem. And then he's sitting here talking about, all you got to do is give them a driver's license and proof of insurance. God knows what. I'm assuming car. And then the reason why you're there. When I guess that's just not how that works because he got kicked off. When you get kicked off a base, the last thing I want to do is take advice from somebody about how to get on a military base when they got kicked off that military base. I can't trust anything you talking about. Candace redacted those IDs on her own. Yeah, and did a horrible job because she just used paint. Candace. Oh, girl. Next time, just put little black pieces of tape over the card or something. What you did was you used this edit, like a paint thing, and you realized if someone could, they could just reverse that. Because she's not smart enough to know how to redact. There's a certain feature you can use to redact where it will actually redact it properly in Adobe. But because she did these images, She just edited it and it's like she just painted over it. Yeah, you can have that removed. Candace, it's because I have a lot more integrity. That's why I don't post up the full cards without the redactions. It's the only reason why. You can't make this stuff up. Oh, Candace. You're an idiot. You can't make this up. Oh, dear Lord. Candace created this whole Mitchell Snow thing to place Erica Kirk at Fort Huachuca. This is the whole purpose of the story, is nothing else. Exactly. Brian Harper and Erica. And now she's blaming Erica. Oh, if you all are believing her alibi, if you all have seen her Twitter post, that's what's happening here. Candace, you're a coward. All you had to do was go face her in Phoenix 2 weeks ago. You could have had a face-to-face one-on-one on national television. That way, everything you wanted to ask her and say to her, you could have said it to her damn face. And then we wouldn't be sitting here seeing you do this in slow motion. Because who saw this coming? I did. Did any of you see this coming where she was going to inevitably blame Erica Kirk? Put a 1 in the chat if you saw that coming. Because I saw it coming. I was just like, I don't know why she's taking the time with it. I saw it coming where Candace Owens will get to a point where she's now going to blame Erica Kirk. If you were paying attention for 5 minutes, hopefully you saw that coming. Put a 1 in the chat if you saw that coming. Put a 2 in the chat if you was like, nah, that went over my head. 3 in the chat if you like, Lady Luck, why you ask me this stupid ass question? We saw this stuff coming. We saw it coming. Candace, you're not fooling anybody. You're just taking your time to get to this. It's very cowardly of you to sit here and to try to blame Erica Kirk, knowing that that's what you were trying to get to all along. And you tried to do it through someone who's got 5 cases in at least 2 different courts dealing with domestic violence because of reasons. This was your credible source. This had to be the most lame attempt to try to get someone to say something you want to say on your own. She could have just said this by herself. She didn't need this clown. All she did was bring in someone else to complicate all of this, to muddy the waters, to be distracting, just so she could say something she always wanted to say. She always wanted to blame Erica Kirk. But, I'm not going to... Erica Kirk has not lied about anything. So why would I... She never said where she was on that day, other than her saying she was at the hospital with her mother, which could be verified with her being on camera at the hospital with her mother. The day Charlie Kirk was shot, Erica Kirk was accompanying her mother for a doctor's appointment because her mother has an ailment. Erica Kirk and her mother would have been captured on the camera going into the hospital, walking in the halls of the hospital, getting on elevators. There are cameras throughout the hospital. If for nothing else, Candace could just get the outside, the external camera footage of her walking through the main doors of that hospital with her mother. Probably even in the parking deck. So there's nowhere they can go in that hospital and not be captured on a camera. Once again, video evidence rules supreme. And Candace doesn't even bother to start with that. And yet she's talking about, an alibi. Erica Kirk doesn't need an alibi. It's simply get video footage of her being at the hospital with her mother. The end. Whether she wants to believe it or not is irrelevant, because Candace doesn't believe anything that doesn't fit her dumb moot point. She's not proving a damn thing. She's just blowing hot air. Candace, who pulled the trigger on the gun? Because what's stopping us from assuming that Mitchell Snow did it? I'm just saying. We can all go there. We can all sit here and say someone with a rich history of domestic violence, having protection orders granted against him left and right. Yeah, it's mighty funny how he lives in the state of Washington, but somehow went to this military base and then flew to Utah. That's what he said on her show. Why the hell would he need to go to the state of Utah again? You know, he didn't recognize anybody but Charlie Kirk from TPUSA. Why would he need to go to Utah again? Candace, why would Mitchell Snow say that he flew to Utah? He lives in Washington. I'm confused. He's out here getting all kinds of protection orders granted against him. You can't make this stuff up. An ex-wife and an ex-girlfriend. Ooh, child. Oh, he's interviewing the son? Yeah, we're gonna check that out. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. Because I was gonna. Yeah, it's 5 cases, lawyer. What's going on, lawyer? I'm sorry, I didn't get the chance to say hello. Candace is his ex. Candace is his ex-wife. Snow v. Snow is him and his current wife. Wow, so he's getting divorced from the current wife. Good grief. Let's see the Snow v. Snow. No, let me go back. That's the 2016 case. Hold on, let's go down to. Oh yeah, it's the more recent cases are with Candace Graysick. You said that's his ex-wife? Candace Graysick lives in Oregon and works for a nonprofit. She's not too far. Okay. Candace is the ex-wife. Snow v. Snow and him is his current wife. So here's the thing. He's got, y'all see this here? He's got this case from June 19, 2013 with Snow v. Snow. And then this from June 28, 2016 with Snow v. Snow. And then there's this Mitchell Harrison Snow, Candace Graysick from 2023. And then an Aaron Michelle Massey. Who is that his son? Aaron Michelle Macy, who is this? This is from June 2023. Another civil protection order. Aaron Michelle Macy is the petitioner. CPO order for protection was done on August 10th of 2023. Yes, the order for protection from civil harassment. So who's the Aaron? Who's the Aaron kid? Hey, Satiric, how you doing? Hey everyone, I'm back. Good to see you. Shout out to my moms. Thank you so much for tuning in. She doesn't know, but she knows, you know? Too funny. Why didn't Candace ask Erica where she was on the 8th if she had a 4.5-hour meeting with her a few weeks ago? Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, no reply. All the time in the world to be able to sit down and ask Erica questions. She could have done it on national television for everybody to see. But she was too scared and too much of a coward to do it even then. And then she turns around and has a 4.5-hour meeting with her in private. You know, I was hoping that somebody would have recorded it. I mean, if anything, let that be the time you go and record something, Candace. You can't make this up. No recording of that we know of. Preferably they recorded, but that we know of. And yeah, that whole time you didn't ask her what she was on September 8th, 9th, and the 10th. Let's just cover all 3 days, shall we? Like, it's so crazy. Didn't bitch say to Candace Owens that he went home and told his wife about Erica's eyes? How can he have a wife when he's still married to Lene? That's what I'm wondering. Because y'all see these cases here. This is one of the more recent ones against someone named Aaron Michelle Mason. Is that his son? I know he has a son. How many more kids does he have? Anybody know? We're gonna check out the interview in a second that was done today. And then Candace Graysick. So this is an ex. This is another domestic violence. And she had an attorney. Kevin Lee Holt was an attorney. So that was a CPO order for protection on August 10th, 2023. That was done from a hearing. This is crazy. See, I see here. I can't click on this, but order for protection here was granted August 10th, 2023 from this motion hearing. And I'm assuming this was probably done virtual. This is insane. This dude's got more protection orders than anything else. But yet, Candace is raising money for this clown. She's raising money for this clown. And for what again? Because he's the one getting protection orders granted against him. Like courts are having to protect other people from him. And she's raising money for his so-called legal troubles. Yeah, it's insane. This is insane. Been a rough week after Bundy took some time off to collect myself. Hope you are well and had a lovely Christmas. Yes, I was. You all right? Did you have a great Christmas? I hope all of you guys had a great Christmas. And we got New Year's coming up. So enjoy the holidays. Spend time with your family. Sometimes you got to take a break, Satiric. I understand. Sometimes it must be done. I know I didn't do a live on the 24th, 25th until that night. So I, had to take a break, spend time with the kids, did all these great things. So Christmas was just a blessed week I had with the boys. Was able to go out, get in a couple Christmas shows with them, Christmas events. We had a good time. Kids enjoyed it. It's so good to see you guys. Let's see here. Can you say lawsuits incoming on Cantifa? Exactly. I think he had 2 kids from his first wife, Linda. He married Linda in 90 and divorced her in 94. Yeah, I wish I could see all the cases with him. Let me see if I just put his name up here. If I do Mitchell Snow, will it give me more? Okay, we got 2 more added on. So, let's see. There's a Mitchell H. Snow versus Gretchen M. Minch Schroeder. Who is that? Personal injury. This is a tort. So you guys see here, this is from 2012. And it led to a dismissal. So Mitch H. Snow versus Gretchen M. Minch Schroeder. And then you have a Gretchen Marie Minch. Why would Harry Lawrence Myers? Oh, is that his actual name? Harry Lawrence Myers? Oh man, how is he in hiding again? Gretchen Marie Minch. Is that the first one? Yeah, this is something else. Connor Lewis. Okay, that's some. I don't want to say that. Hold on. I see 2 attorneys. A guardian ad litem was assigned. So yeah, this was involving custody and everything. This goes back to 2014, 2015. Y'all, this is something else. Uncontested resolution, judgment, order, decree filed for divorce. And this was last refreshed. This case was last refreshed November 30th, 2022 in Pierce County, Washington. So that's the first name he had is Harry Lawrence Myers. He's not good at hiding at all. You can't make this up. If that is his first wife's name and you see the other parties over here, you have a defendant here, garnishee defendant, you have a minor listed attorney and a gal. If that's the minor, then that's him too. Oh my goodness. You can't make this up. This guy is a serial abuser. He was married to Gretchen in 95. I looked on Ancestry.com and found marriage info. So he's not hiding at all. How is he hiding? Y'all, this is his original first name, Harry Lawrence Myers. How the hell is that hiding? This is the thing. This is the wife here. Gretchen Marie Minch. This is crazy. So that's his full first name before he changed it to what we all know now to be Mitchell Harrison Snow. What's the point of even changing it if we can find you? We can find his dumb ass. What kind of nonsense? This is not hiding at all. That was a name he changed his name to. Yeah, but he's not hiding. He's supposed to be hiding now. You can't make this up. Susan Q says, "What's going on? How you doing, Susan Q? He doesn't pay child support. All the gifts and go money should go to his kids. Exactly. Yo, the stuff that he's putting his kids through, especially the son, putting up photos of the son, trying to weaponize the kid to get, sympathy and all of that. Man, that's just horrible. It's horrible. And I know this is like this is public information, but I'm trying my best not to say the kid's name out loud like that, just because he's a kid. But if this is the same child's name here, then how is he hiding? We see his first full name. We see his name. He changed his name to. It's so dumb. I don't think he changed his name because of anything dealing with the military. Seems like he changed his name to escape all these damn protection orders and to hide from child support. Because, if he's not trying to pay it, that would make sense. No, he's trying to hide from child support. Y'all, you can't make this stuff up. So his name is Harry Lawrence Myers. And then he changed it to Mitchell Harrison. And then when he got married, he took on the wife's last name, Snow. And here we are. Now, this is madness. And yet, he changed his name, was still posting up photos of himself and his son, who has this name. Here you go. Where the last name matches the name he changed his name from. They have the same last name of Myers. Well, the son has the same last name. But you changed your name from that. So why would you publish anything dealing with your child that would connect you to your previous name? Like, this is so ridiculous. That's how idiotic this fool is. I'm not going to change my name and still go out and do podcasts. I'm not going to post up photos of my children. It's just a lot of things I wouldn't damn do. This is insane. And this is the thing. Candace, you failed to vet simple tips coming in your tip line, which is why we're going to keep torturing your ass with it. But this right here, this man was weaponizing his child and hiding and running from child support and protection orders. And you didn't even look into this? You didn't do a Google search of his name? I just looked him up online. We just found this case just now, putting in Mitchell Snow on Trailer's Law. And look what we got. His fourth former name. You can't make this up, man. This is so ridiculous. Oh, my God. I think Linda was the first wife and Gretchen was the second. Seems like it. I should be gossiping, but I'm applauded how disgusting this guy is. Yes. Why is this her go-to? This is the guy that's supposed to piece everything together with no camera footage evidence. Because military bases are riddled with cameras. He got kicked off this military base, by the way. And Candace couldn't produce the actual report. No, she just typed some BS up. And then put Michael Snow. Oh, good God. Candace, only you can do something so dumb because no one else wants to waste brain power to think this low and remedial. You can't. This is insane, y'all. So you all see here, oh my goodness, all the cases he's got under his former name and new name because reasons. I mean, he's not hiding out very well. If he's hiding out because the military is protecting him, like he was under some form of a witness protection, you wouldn't be able to see any of this stuff. You just wouldn't. No, this guy is just running from personal issues in his life where he doesn't want to be held accountable. And this is why it's so sloppy. That's why you still see his actual real name in court docs. This is nuts. It goes to show how Candy ass is impulsive with her so-called tips. Her credibility is in the toilet. Yeah, I flushed her credibility like months ago. You can't make this up, y'all. Okay, let's get to this, y'all, because we got the court documents now, so you all can see a better, more full picture, and it will make sense on, who we're covering here, or who we're about to check out. That Paramount is interviewing. So I haven't seen. I saw he was live, and I haven't seen all of the live stream. So I'll be watching it with you all. So we're gonna check this out, and we're just starting
from having,
because I don't want to miss anything here.
Harry Meyer saga.
And I know he's still live, but we're doing a marathon. So thank y'all so much for tuning in. We're gonna go ahead and just start from the beginning. I see his chat still going, and we'll go from there. And you guys, listen, put a one in the chat where you can see and hear. This is an eye-opening experience. I'm really curious to see what Candace is gonna say in her show. Her clown ass. Candace, you're a clown. All right, let's get to it. Put in the one in the chat where you can see it here.
And every time I've talked to so many,
hold on,
we got up here. Sheila Graham, I want to say hi to you, even though, well, anyways. Dom C303, she is a member. Thank you. Who we got? Let's go out up here. Lynette Panther, many, many more. All right. So, folks.
Hey, Tamimi. What's going on?
Thank you for tuning in today. We got a interesting show. We have a couple of Mitch's victims, and I think it's really important that you hear their story directly from them. And we're continuing this Mitchell Snow, Harry Meyer saga. And every time I've talked to so many of his ex-wives, people he's been in relationships with, and every time that you talk to these people, it is so much craziness individually of what's going on. It's hard to keep up with. And then you start talking to the next one and the next one and the next one. And there's just a clear pattern of what's going on. And a couple of things that I want to make sure that we understand on this show is, first and foremost, the entire testimony that he is giving, number one, on its face is just nonsense. And we don't really have we don't need to debunk his testimony. What I will say is that his entire testimony rides on his credibility, and that's really important. With that being said, what really should be taking place is that we should be provided proof that any of these things actually happened. If you want to say that Brian Harpole was there, then give us some proof that Brian Harpole was there. If you want to say that Erica Kirk was there, give us some proof that Erica Kirk was here. It is not on the people that are being accused to provide proof of their innocence. That's not how this works. That's not how it's supposed to work, and it's ridiculous on its face. But with that being said, Candace decided to bring this person on who is a serial woman abuser, who is a serial manipulator, who has victimized children, has victimized people time and time and time again. And the pattern is clear. And there's court records that document all this stuff. And, it's just unbelievable that she didn't do a better job vetting this person. We shouldn't even be here to begin with, because that's what should have been done. It was on her to vet this person. We shouldn't have to be here debunking his story or challenging his credibility. But I think since we are here, this is the situation that we've been given. That's what we have to do. And I think it's really important for all the people out there defending him that you hear directly from his victims. And that's what we're going to do today. So without further ado, I want to go ahead and welcome Candace Graychick and Aaron Massey. So ladies, thank you for having the courage to come on. Thank you for sharing your story with us, and welcome to the show.
Thank you for having us.
You're welcome. One of the things that I want to do before we get into kind of introducing exactly who you are, your relationship, both of your relationships with Mitchell Snow, is there is a podcast out there, and I want to go ahead and play this, and we will kind of hear what's being said about you guys and some other information. And folks, if you want to watch this entire podcast, I'll put a link for it down in the description below. And I do want to say I already see some super chats going on. What we'll do like normal is we will kind of conduct this like a normal podcast, and we will definitely we'll prioritize the super chats, and then we will also try to get as many live questions and comments in as possible. As always, we definitely encourage disagreement. I'm all about that, but we're not going to deal with ad hominems. If you're just going to talk smack over in the chat, you're not contributing to the conversation. If you're here to ask questions, if you're here to challenge me, here to ask questions of these ladies that have been victimized by Mitchell Snow, we'll accommodate all those things, but we're just not going to let you troll the chat. Not going to happen. All right, so let's go ahead and throw this.
Apparently, these two women and the in-home care that I had after one of my surgeries, that in-home care was also the care for Aaron Massey's mother. So they knew her, and when they put her in my house also, they used her as a spy. They used her to get Candace in my house. And then Aaron Massey came along with that. And they all started this whole thing. And I guess the whole plan was they were going to get paid by mom to frame me for the infections and stuff like that mom had been causing him for years. But somewhere in that process, these two women thought that they could make more money by having both me and mom thrown in jail, take custody of my son. Through custody of him, they felt that they could obtain ownership of my home and be able to get the $350,000 equity that I built up in it now.
So the money thereafter is obviously, like you just stated, the home eventually, if they get their way, which we pray they won't. But what amount of money are all of them, if they're all working together, what's the true incentive? What's really going on here? Is it, these might be a little direct questions, but is it money? Is it to keep, doing certain things to your son? What is holding all this, the glue that's keeping all these people working together? Like, what's the end goal of this? Just to ruin your life?
We've added Miss Lovett's statement to it. Miss Lovett got to know these women too and became a target of them. Yeah, sir. You ask a really good question. It's a question I've asked also. Like, who has the energy to do all of this stuff? It's just nuts. But these two women they're grifters. They've done it to countless men before me. They've done it to multiple men after me. We've got court records. This is what they do. They get men thrown in jail. And then their grift is, once they got them thrown in jail like they did with me, on the very day that my bail hearing raised my bail, that they knew I was innocent, it's really strange. You have the prosecutor with the Deputy Murillo involved, sending Murillo to pull guard for these two women to break and enter into my home, to plant evidence on my computer and ransack my belongings, and tear up any records that I have. And they photographed themselves doing it. And they provided it to the court. It's bizarre. So they basically, what they do is they get men thrown in jail on false charges. And while they're in jail, they break into the guy's house and steal everything he has.
Jesus.
Yep.
And then they get protective orders and run off, which the stipulations of those orders that they get, they know just what to say, so that if you try to investigate them or go after them or have them served, you're actually in violation of the protective order. So basically, it's like a perfect crime.
But it also takes the networking of the judge. So everyone must be in on the take, apparently, in order for this to keep, for this to work. Would you say?
Well, yeah, and that's where it becomes really obvious in these hearings. That's why we have so many transcripts, because the evidence don't add up. They're pursuing all these charges against me that they have no evidence for. They're coming after, even today, they're still trying to pursue or make some case that I'm an international assassin, a spy, a gun runner. They're calling in the ATF, the FBI, the NSA, the Department of Homeland Security, trying to make all these reports and then referring to their own reports to try and substantiate their own allegations.
All right. So he's an international gun runner. He's a spy. They're calling on DHS, the FBI, all these things. And by the way, everybody, if you go watch that entire podcast, the whole thing is predicated on the idea that everybody in this town.
Okay. So the idea that you have to involve the judge as well is absolutely stupid. That judge is not going to risk their job, their credibility, or anything over some child support. It's not going to happen. And the fact that the protection orders were actually granted shows that there was sufficient evidence with two different women to have protection orders granted in their favor against the same clown idiot that can't even be consistent as to whether he wants to remain anonymous and live underground because, name change, cartels, Mexicans, all these things is happening, versus just be out here and try to garner sympathy for 10 good years of his life. He's been at this since 2012, 2013. He's paying the price of his actions. This is why you don't put your hands on women or anyone for that matter, and then put them in a position to have to go and seek a protection order against you in a court of law. Here's the thing. They won. We've seen the cases. They had their orders granted. They had their petitions granted. It didn't take a rocket scientist to see this. It's a matter of reading, Candace, because reading is fundamental. So no matter what he's whining and crying about, it's irrelevant. These protection orders go back to 2013. So why would the judge care about whatever little child support he may have been ordered to pay? And even if there's alimony included, it's still not worth this judge losing their entire career over. So the judge is just doing what the law says. You're ordered to pay child support. You don't have any physical custody. You're sitting here going after people. They're asking for protection orders, and we're going to grant it if there's sufficient evidence to justify the TPO or the PPO. It can end up being a permanent protection order. And I have heard cases and looked at other situations where judges denied the request for a TPO. So both happens. It just depends on the severity of the probable cause, the evidence that you have. Will you get scheduled a hearing? Did you follow court rules? Were they served? If they show up and they were served properly, he had the opportunity to go in and defend himself. There were hearings attached to those cases. It wasn't just, they filed it to the court and the court said, okay, and that was it. No, you have an opportunity to go in and have due process and get a hearing. And in the trial hearing is where he comes in and he explains to the court why a protection order should not be granted against him and why the allegations are false. He was given due process. So what the hell is he whining about? It's so crazy. He had the chance to go to court and defend himself in a trial hearing for those protection orders, for those petitions for protection orders. If the protection order was still granted and it was even converted to a PPO, it is because he could not prove his case. Bottom line, it's as simple as that. Candace didn't even try to look this stuff up. This is what she's got 4 kids. She doesn't have to deal with any of this stuff. Candace doesn't have to worry about dragging boys club to court for child support. Probably be taking her. But she doesn't have to, she's not caught up in this situation. She's not getting divorced that we know of. She's not sitting here being dragged to court, having to drag somebody to court to get child support out of them or to request for protection orders. She would never, ever be able to empathize with any of this that's going on right now. Never. This is absolute madness. For whatever reason, they had a chance to go to court, period. And he still had these protection orders granted against him. The judge found the evidence presented from the petitioners to be credible to warrant them. If he was ordered to pay child support, he had the chance to go and defend himself to try to petition for custody. He's had due process, and he still did not get what he wanted from court. It is absolutely insane. This is coming from the same man, though, that said he saw Erica Kirk and Brian Harpool on a military base while he presented an ID, a driver's license, that had Michael Snow on it and not Mitchell. where he produced 0 camera footage from all the cameras that's installed in the military base that was kicked off for being suspicious, having a suspicious bag, having to have a building and a vehicle cleared out because of him. Just walking around looking like an idiot. Did he ever even get the documentations he was supposed to be there for? You can't make this up. S5 says trying to explain the credibility of an eyewitness, and it's important, just goes over their head. Exactly. Yeah, listen, the candy asses, they come into our chat at their own peril. They know I'm not studying. They're going to sit here and throw tantrums and say whatever. It means nothing to me. I care less what a candy ass cult member or a bot thinks. I don't. So they're just gonna have their tantrums. They'll get it out. One thing Candace cannot do is show evidence of anything. She can't even produce a police report from the military station on base. It's just so insane. But yet you got Paramount Tactical that was able to get the man's DD-214, but Candace couldn't produce it. I mean, it's madness. Why couldn't she just produce his DD-214? We already know his name. Now we see his full initial name, Harry Lawrence Myers. Oh, Lord. He's not hiding. He's not hiding. It's so insane. It's cool, Susie Q. What's going on? Let's see. Did Mitch ever get on the base? He said he was wandering around, but he did. How did he get through the gate with the backpack? That part is just, I'm not inclined to really believe much of what he said. He said he was lost looking for the CID building, but yet he was in the military. He's supposed to be familiar with this base. He would know that where that building is, and yet he got lost looking for it. After he referred to other, brothers and sisters in arms as military people, and he was in the army. I mean, he just, the way he expresses the vernacular he uses, and having been in the military, this is how you refer to other people who are in the military as military people. There's a lot of things he says and does that doesn't add up to someone that's even been in the military. But, I just want a DNA test done on this guy, because it makes no sense. A lot of stuff that he said and does, it makes no sense. It doesn't line up to anything. And it's ridiculous. And now he's sitting here crying and whining about having to pay child support. Yeah, that happens. It's so crazy. Must have a DOD identification. Mitch has that weird, creepy vibe. How anyone could like him is mind-boggling. It is. And you have 2 women now that are, attesting to their experience having dealt with him. There's no conspiracy here. He just has more than one person saying the same thing about him. Everybody can't be lying. While his one incredible ass just lying like hell. He's the one that lacks credibility, but somehow everybody's expected to believe him. No, we don't owe him that. He saw somebody on base. Why didn't he take a photo? Why didn't he record? Why didn't he get the video camera footage? The police came out. That's body camera footage. Why we don't have that? Going back to September 8th, 9th, probably would be able to still get that footage if the police were wearing body cameras. Why didn't Candace do a foyer to get the police body camera footage? These are things that make no sense to me. Body camera footage, military base surveillance camera footage. I mean, cameras everywhere. If regular police from the county came in and collected his ass, that's body camera footage and police dash cam footage. Substantial concrete evidence. It's just out the window when it comes to Candace. None at all. Insane. Let's get back to it.
Town is on the take from Lene and other people, and she's paying all these judges and all these other things. And then, by the way, she's paying 2 professional grifters that wait until, he gets thrown in jail, and then they break into his home. Now, Candace, let's go ahead and bring you in on this. He said he basically doesn't know who you guys are, that you're just paid grifters, you made some allegations, and then you broke into his home. So fill the audience in on your relationship with Mitch at the time that he's saying that you broke into his home and stole all his stuff and then ran off, I guess.
So Mitch and I lived together for 18 months. It was our home. Okay. I had a domestic violence protection order issued. And because of that, I was able to go and collect my personal belongings that were in that property.
He failed to leave that kind of important, he failed to mention that kind of important detail. That seems odd to me.
Well, absolutely. And we were, engaged for about 6 months. He proposed to me on my birthday, Veterans Day. And you'll see in the court records and the text messages that he even tried to manipulate me after I had left the relationship with a larger rank because he got another credit card. He's full of crap. He's a manipulative, coercive liar. He's been abusing women for a long time, but for me specifically, he gave me a TBI. I have in text messages, him admitting to punching me in the face the night he gave me a TBI. Okay. And December 4th of 22. It's just, he's a horrible serial abusive person.
For everybody that isn't aware, that didn't watch Nate's podcast yesterday, he provided all the documentation with Candace. What I wanted to try to do was, we have all the documentation, we can share all that stuff, but I wanted to just hear her story. The documentation is there, text messages, court cases, and currently right now he is on a domestic violence charge with you and a protection order against you and Aaron, which we will get to in just a few minutes. But he admitted to in text messages with you that he punched you in the face. You said, "Hey, you punched me in the face." And he said, "Yeah, I did. I'm sorry." So these are all documented. This isn't just hearsay. This isn't, a scorned woman coming on here and claiming something. This is, number one, it is a crime. It's been prosecuted. It's been adjudicated. We have evidence of all these things. And this is just one of many victims. And by the way, we're going to have Lene on, his wife, current wife, essentially. That they've been going through divorce for, how long have they been going through divorce now? Almost 10 years?
2016. So yeah.
She's going to come on, going to talk about the abuses and the allegations from him, by the way, against her and vice versa. But we will have her on Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern time. But go ahead and continue, Candace.
Sure. So I met Mitch on December 31st of 22. And I was a nutritional director. I was living in Oregon, not Washington. He had spun the story of his ex-wife was abusing their son, that his son was dealing with an eating disorder, that it was all her fault, that, he was a victim of abusive women. And he really played into that with me. I had worked for a school district at that time, and hearing that the child's being abused, he sent me videos of the child. He was just a really sweet kid. It's hard to understand that whole situation. And it's a form of manipulation. But my heart went out to the kid and to him in that situation at that point in time. And then we got into the relationship rather quickly, moved in very quickly. Relocated, got a new job, and then he needed a car, and he needed a new transmission, and he needed certain bills paid for, and then he needed me to pay for his lawyer, to take his ex-wife to court. He needed me and my reputation to fight his battles because he couldn't do it himself. And, I didn't feel comfortable doing it. It wasn't my place. He was still married to Lene. It's, and the constant threat. If you don't do it, well, then get out of my house. I need to find another woman that was going to do this for me. Well, that's not the right thing to do.
Who that sound like? Umar, you Oompa Loompa, come to the front of the room. That sounds like a Umar to me. You got this grown ass man expecting this woman to sit here who he was not even able to legally marry, because she just said he's been trying to get a divorce since 2016 from Lene Snow. And he proposed to her in 2022. Why the hell is it taking so long to get divorced again? He would not be able to marry anybody. Hey, Francisca, how you doing, honey? Shout out to you. This sounds just like Umar Johnson. He would not be able to marry this woman if he's still legally married to Lene Snow. It's funny how in both scenarios you have a woman named Lene involved. You got a Lene Stacks with Umar, and you have a Lene Snow with Mitchell Snow. But he would not have been able to marry this young lady here. And he wanted her to pay his attorney's fees, pay for his vehicle, pay for parts and repairs to a vehicle. Let's speak to the attorney's fees by itself. You're talking about what, $300 to $400 an hour for a basic minimal family law attorney. And there's a child involved, at least one. So that would make the actual divorce that much more difficult if they're going to sit here and go back and forth over custody matters. It's madness. And you want someone else to pay your attorney's fees? Hell no. Hell no. But watch how much money he raises from Candace, dumbass, and then still does not pay his attorney's fees with that, or child support or alimony or anything else. You think he's concerned about his kid? He didn't even talk about his son when that fool was on her show. Child didn't even barely come up. But he's too busy sitting here talking about he saw Erica Kirk and a Brian Harple at a military base. But no evidence to actually prove that they were there with him. None. Not even a ping from her cell phone or Brian Harper's cell phone. Nothing. Or some sort of representative who was in Washington, D.C. at the same time. Somehow is mysteriously on this military base. No evidence, no video footage at all to prove any of that crap. But this same clown, this fool, wanted a grown woman to pay his attorney's fees to take his ex-wife to court, future ex-wife, because he's still married legally, to try to get a divorce after 6 years of this case sitting in a court of law. It's it's disgusting. He's not even being a real man and stepping up to his own responsibilities. And people are sitting here saying, oh, well, you know, he's hiding out. He's just that. No, he's a deadbeat. He's an idiot who landed on the show of another moron, lied about seeing people on military bases, didn't say anything about his kid. Which, to completely be honest, he should not be weaponizing anything going on with this child. He definitely should not be lying about this child being abused. That child grows up and resents his ass and doesn't want to have anything to do with him. Then what? Now you've risked having your own relationship with your kids because you're out here trying to get sympathy points, expecting other women to pay your damn bills and to take care of you. You can't make this up. He's no different than an Umar Johnson, the Oompa Loompa. I mean, if the guy says anything about opening up a school, he'll be just like, they'll be twins. You can't make this up. This is disgusting. Oh my good Lord. We are interested in the unemployment rate. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for the update. I didn't see anything like that. Sorry. Stolen valor is against the law in Arizona. Yes, it is. But and funny thing is, he went to the state of Utah, didn't he? I could have sworn I heard him say on Candace show that he took a flight to Utah. It's like, why the hell are you going there? I'm gonna have to go back to it because I think he said that. Y'all know I'm good with being able to pick out. There's stuff like that just kind of lingers because it stands out to me as a red flag. Like, this guy lives in the state of Washington. Why is he flying to Utah in general? What the hell is in Utah for him? So I do believe he said that. I'm gonna have to go back to that episode and snip it. It's so crazy. Mitch has been on at least 3 podcasts selling stories, all lies. Now he is Candace's start witness. And the candy asses can't even see how this is a problem. Of course not. You know, they're in an alternate reality where Scooby-Doo is a unicorn. And Barney the dinosaur is their grandmother. Like, you can't make this up. I expect them to stay in La La Land. That's where they are. This grown man wanted this woman to pay his attorney's fees. I would be so insulted. Do you know how costly attorney's fees can be? That's more than a mortgage or rent payment. Yeah, it's more to buy a car, depending on how long these attorney's fees have been racking up. The audacity. And all of this because he didn't want to pay child support.
And
Child.
I was constantly living in fear from this man that liked to drink a lot, break in through the door while I was sleeping at night, either sexually assault me and beat me and laugh about it, or the night of the TBI, I had locked myself away. I had put an armoire in front of our master door, okay? He went and found tools to break the door open, laughing on the other side, telling me 44 different ways he was going to kill me, bury my body in the desert where no one could find it, and who was going to help him do it. And then he broke the door down, started strangling me, hitting me in the face, picked me up, and slammed the back of my head into the ground.
You gotta be kidding me.
I don't know how long.
Girl, woo, child. He gave her a traumatic brain injury. You can't make this stuff up. And the cowardice in him. Just like you, Candace, you're a coward. You brought another cowardly fool on your show with zero credibility. You didn't vet a damn thing. You didn't even make sure that the name was reflected accurately on a driver's license to match Mitchell Snow. And this piece of punk ass did all of this, and for what? Will you get someone that's willing to make that type of threat? They're willing to just take somebody's life and bury them like they don't exist, like no one else loves them, like she don't have family. You're talking about somebody very dangerous. And this is what Candace is putting forth on her platform. That Mitch, that garbage, that soulless miscreant from hell is what she's putting on her platform and presenting to people like anyone owes her or him a damn thing. This is crazy.
How long I was out for. It was a while because he was no longer in the room when I came to. I started looking for my phone, and then I ended up passing out later on that night. You know, this is just the type of person you're dealing with. Is he won't stop. He won't leave you alone once he's had you. He thinks we're all out to get him or some type of conspiracy theory. Reality check. You're not that important to me. I have other things in my life going on that are way more important. You know, what I want people to know is that he has a need to create a narrative for every single person to manipulate and coerce you for whatever he's doing in his life, whatever his goal is at that moment in time. You know, he's a con artist.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. So during this entire relationship, was he working? Like, where was the source of income coming from?
He was not working. I was working. I was working at Hanford. I did contract management. And so, you know, he had me paying his car insurance. He had me paying the utilities for the property. He had me paying the mortgage at times.
Wow.
And taking him out to restaurants, paying for the vehicles. I paid for everything. I paid for the attorneys. I just, it's financially draining and exhausting.
So you're going to work every day, and
Right.
what does he do?
He doesn't do anything. At the time, he had a
no, he goes on shows and grifts. And so far, he's raised how much over there on that Gibson Go thing? What's the amount on that? Can anyone give me a number? Updated number, please. I closed out that box. What's the updated number? Because so far, Candace, you've helped this asshole raise over $145,000 so far, or $144,000. $144,000. She's trying to get him to $250,000. And she's helped him raise that amount of money. Not that she's giving him any money, though, but helped him raise this money. 140-ish. You can't make this up. It's ridiculous. $140,000+. You think he's gonna pay her this money back for all the attorney's fees she's paid? For all the time she paid the mortgage, his car insurance, repairs on his vehicle? He's a deadbeat. He's a con artist. It's so crazy. Attorney's fees are very costly. Even if she said that's all she paid, that's a lot of money. You're talking about thousands of dollars. And if he's got attorneys where they're charging per hour, easily $300 to $400 an hour, you can think how much they can rack up, $5,000 worth of billable hours. That's only 10 hours of work. That would be over the course of maybe 2 good days. $5,000 easy. It's disgusting. He's a freaking deadbeat.
A home care aide that came into the house and did some cleaning for him, or drove him around and took him to different places so he could talk to people. He's likes to be the center of any type of attention. He had a parrot he would take out with him just to go talk to people.
That's obvious.
He played video games a lot, different types of game systems on Xbox. He didn't sleep at night. He used to take my car and take my phone while I was asleep, and he would go stalk his ex-wife, and he'd videotape himself doing so, creating a narrative, and then bring it home and upload it on a computer.
What?
He was talking to a bunch of women on Facebook, and ex-girlfriends or local women in general, just spinning different stories at them, telling them all a different thing to try to get money, to try to get, in their pants, so to speak. That's what he did. He does nothing. He has not worked in forever. He's living off of women's financials. And at that,
what does he have any source of income?
Deadbeat. What a deadbeat.
he does. Okay. At the time that I met him, he was 90% disabled veteran with unemployability. So he wasn't, according to the VA, able to work anymore. So they allowed him to be employable. While we were together, he got it up to 100%. And I want to say, when you're 100% veteran, okay, with service-connected disabilities, you get a card and you have access to go to MWR, the commissary, the exchange on any military base. You're allowed to do those things.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm allowed to do those things. I'm a veteran. It just, the layers of lies that he's talking about and telling people, I trust the system, okay, the process, okay. If the court says that I have a 12-year domestic violence protection order, and he's not supposed to be harassing me, talking ill of me, Why is he being allowed to do what he's doing?
Right.
Why is he going on podcast?
Why is Candace even able to have her video still posted up YouTube? Because they damn sure wouldn't let me do no nonsense like this. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Is it Satoya? Good to see you. Yeah, I'm seeing some new people up in here. Hey, Cher, how you doing? How's the baby? Yeah, thank y'all so much for tuning in. Hit that like button. Y'all see the candy asses, boy. They're going to throw some tantrums. Who cares? They come in here for the banter anyway. But let them throw their tantrum. Yeah, they get outrageous, then you can remove a comment, put them on timeout. But for the most part, they're just throwing tantrums. They'll be fine. They'll get the hell over it. I appreciate all of you all for tuning in. Thank you all so much. Let's see here. Oh my God. I've been smooching on the new grandbaby. I know you have. She's so sweet. Beautiful baby. Lily says, I'm glad to see the spotlight on Candace nonsense. Yeah, exactly. It's so crazy. Internet gossip says Candace is just the views multiple personalities on steroids. Candace, we don't know what we're getting day by day either, George. Which is why George should have already told his wife to stop, be quiet, or shut up. Pick one, or say all three. George, why don't you ask her to make you a sandwich? That'll occupy her time for a while, and make it like a complicated sandwich. Something where she would have to like put some effort into it, because this is out of control. She's got a deadbeat coming on her show who beats women and have protection orders granted against them. Because think about this. All the stuff she's saying are injuries and stuff incurred. She can go to the hospital and get medical records. The difference is she doesn't owe the candy ass cult members and the bots the privilege of seeing her medical records. But I can imagine this stuff was shown to the judge in court. At least photos of these injuries. This is where we are. Where the candy ass cult members and the bots will believe any and everything Candace says. Even if she says, hey, y'all, hell just froze over today. Did y'all know that? And then they'll be all over Twitter X. Yes, Candace said hell froze over today. Because that's their Lord and Savior. We're not here to convince them. Let them think whatever they want to think. If they want to believe that hell has frozen over because Candace Owens said so, I'm not here to convince them of that. Too much energy on that. They're not worth that. What we're going to do is still put out the truth. And for those who do want to know what the truth is, I leave it up to you all to take what you want out of it. But I pulled up the Trellis Law website where all these court cases where she's talking about, where she's one of the petitioners in it, and was granted a protection order for domestic violence. So no one owes them evidence on any of this. When Candace refuses to show us evidence of someone being on a military base that would have been recorded on a damn camera. Simple things she could post up as evidence she doesn't do. Unredacted cards, or at least a card where you can at least see the name, because we all know his name. We know both names now. So we should not see a redacted card without seeing at the very least the name field, because we all know the name. It's not a secret. His names are all over court documents. It's not a secret. Harry Lawrence Myers, Mitchell Harrison Snow. His names is not a secret. So why is that redacted on these ID cards? Simple things like that are common sense to the average person. Of course, they will never be able to explain that. It's crazy. Candace got to be, listen, Candace getting a lot out of this. It's the ultimate grift. It's her content. Her being able to keep up this nonsense and this buffoonery is bringing her millions of views. And then when we debunk it, she responds back. This is what she likes, the back and forth banter. It's the back and forth banter. But you ask her and the candy asses, where's the video evidence from the military base or the police body camera footage to show any evidence that Erica Kirk was on campus on a military base along with Brian Harpool or this representative that doesn't even live in Arizona, that doesn't represent Arizona. He represents Nevada. Where's the video footage to prove that? Because they would have been captured on a camera somewhere on that military base. They can't competently produce that evidence, simple evidence. They lack the competency to do that. That's why I'm not studying anything they say. Because the Candace cult members are cult members. You know, they're just going to believe whatever their cult leader tells. They won't challenge her or anything. It's so crazy. I'm behind. Do you see your grandbabies? Be respectful to the host and in the chat, please, people. Thank you, Francisca. My moms will not be asking cult members and bots to be respectful again. So you have the authority to remove them and time them out. Because just as much as they think they can understand First Amendment free speech, we also have the right to not read their BS. Yeah, we're not forced to read that garbage. So if you got to boot them, boot them. So this is the one warning shot. There you go. Thank you so much, friend. Want everybody to be able to converse up in here. You got to be able to even render the concept of an IQ test. When Candace Owens herself said she doesn't know the difference between the letter N and the number 9. That lets me know that she does not read well. She doesn't read well. She's not an investigator. She's an impersonator. And that's a felony. So if you're confirming that, then don't get upset when she gets investigated for impersonating an investigator. She's not licensed or certified to do any of that. And she doesn't even research well and look up definitions of terms. And it's funny because I'm not even playing a Candace video. Because, you know, bots don't compute what video is being played here. Because it still renders out these dumb questions like, are you even watching your shows? And we'll be reacting to a show and a dumb bot will ask that dumb question. Bot's not even computing what we're watching. Yes, and I'm going to continue to debunk her because I can do that. That's how I rock it here. Can't make this up. All right, let's get back to it, y'all. Hear more about this deadbeat Mitchell Snow.
Podcast.
That they're
why is he reaching out to reporters? Why is he slandering me? And why is he getting away with it?
Exactly.
Why are people supporting him?
Candace
is it because they don't know? Is it because they don't do the research? It's easy to look up and, you know, Google his current name, Mitchell Harrison Snow, and know that he's harming women. He laughs about it. He likes to do it.
Jesus.
Let's talk a little bit about, so, you know, one of the things that kind of is the genesis of his story with Candace Owens. He talks about being on the border in, 1990, and he's down there and he helps discover this big drug bust in tunnel. I talked to his wife that was his ex-wife that was his wife during that time period. She knew nothing about that. He actually has an award write-up. I think he was down there with border support. He does have an award write-up, but what it doesn't talk about, and it would be the fact that he actually assisted in a large drug bust. From there, he said that, the cartels were chasing him. He had a 35-year NDA, which is not a thing. And that he was in witness protection. Can you confirm or deny any of those things? Have you heard anything about that? Did he talk about those things? Like any information on that?
He has never talked about that stuff to me when we were in that relationship. Gotcha. I don't remember hearing any NDA. It was just complaints about his ex-wife, Lene, and the fact that he was still going through the divorce. There was no talk about an NDA, which is, not logical when you're sitting there on podcasts, when you're out in the public, when you're talking to senators and congressmen, trying to manipulate them to do what you want them to do, or judges. He is the one that asked me for money so that he could go drive around in the middle of the night and get biker gangs to kill a Superior Court judge, Shay Brown, myself once I left, and Aaron Massey. He is the one that did that. He was waiting for my compensation from the VA as a chunk of change to do that.
Now, both after talking to Lene, talking to you, talking to other ex-wives, he seemed to be extremely consumed with, number one, getting custody of his child, but also kind of destroying Lene. Talk a little bit about some of the things that he would do with that.
So I want to mention the fact that
I don't want to gloss over what she just said here.
asked me for money so that he could go drive around in the middle of the night and get biker gangs to kill a Superior Court judge, Shay Brown.
Wait, what? Did y'all hear that? He tried to get a Superior Court judge murdered. You can't make this up. A Superior Court, a judge murdered? Why is his ass not in jail? What the heck?
Myself once I left, and Aaron Massey. He is the one that did that. He was waiting for my compensation from the VA as a chunk of change to do that.
To put out a hit on her, a judge and another person? You can't make the audacity. He wanted her to pay for her own murder. And a hit out on a judge. The F is going on.
Congressmen trying to manipulate them to do what you want them to do, or judges. He is the one that asked me for money so that he could go drive around in the middle of the night and get biker gangs to kill a Superior Court judge, Shay Brown, myself once I left, and Aaron Massey. He is the one that did that.
Yeah, Aaron Massey, her, and the judge. And use her money to facilitate her own hit. A judge, you can't make this up. What is going on? This got to be in prison. Oh my God. This guy, Mr. What's going on, Mr. B? How you doing, honey? This guy has no warrants. Anyone do a background check on Mitch and all known aliases? Oh, we found the court case with his previous name, Mitchell Lawrence Myers. Yeah, another domestic violence case. Right on Trellis Law in the beginning. So just rewind to the beginning. You'll see that information. We pulled up originally 5 cases. And then when I put in Mitchell Snow, it pulled up 2 additional cases, one of which actually showed first, middle, last name of his original name. He didn't change his name because he's trying to hide out from the military. No, he changed it because of all these protection orders and because he's a con artist and because he's trying to run from child support. I don't know how he think changing his name is going to do anything, but it's not, because people know how he looks. Because he's not hiding out. This is insane. Oh my God. All right. Oh yeah. We pulled up some cases of that, court cases. This is madness. Candace doesn't care to check her sources. She just runs with each froster. She's a con artist herself. Candace, you're a con artist, girl. Birds of a feather flock to damn together. Candace and this dude are con artists. It's madness. All of this because Candace doesn't want to face the music dealing with the Macron lawsuit and going out and disparaging, the other person, especially if you're talking about any domestic dispute. That's kind of standard language. So you don't go out and disparage the other, especially on a huge podcaster's channel or a show like Candace Owens, because that could lead to defamation. especially when you're making provable false statements. And he knows that he's lying. He repetitiously lies about this stuff. And it's funny how that stuff didn't work in the court of law. And he didn't have just one judge over his cases. He said at least 3. We saw 3 different judges assigned to his cases. At least 3 different ones. So this judge he's trying to go after is not the only judge he's had preside over a case. Let me show y'all this. Here's just one here with Erin Michelle Massey here. Y'all see this judge? Blaine G. Gibson. That's not the same judge as Cherie Brown. So if he starts going after judges, he's going to have to go after all the judges. And that is extraordinarily dangerous. This case is from June. That was filed on June 9th, 2023. Not even the same judge. So what he's going to do? Get mad every time a judge rules against him? The hell is wrong with him? He's a demon. This dude is a demon spawn. You're not going to be able to go after every single judge that issues a ruling against you. Attempted murder is illegal, and it's just evil and heinous. Evil and heinous. What a coward he is. All for what? All for what? He's not stopping a damn thing in the court of law. Nothing. Madness.
He was waiting for my
You can't
compensation
make this
from
up.
the VA as a chunk of change to do that.
Now, both after talking to Lene, talking to you, talking to
Boy, this is crazy.
other ex-wives, he seemed to be extremely consumed
Ooh, child.
with, number one, getting custody of his child, but also kind of destroying Lene. Talk a little bit about some of the things that he would do with that.
So I want to mention the fact that in that podcast with Kat Espinoza, he brought up the whole mortgage situation on his house. Okay. He tried to manipulate a woman working for a mortgage company and get into a personal relationship with her in order for her to give him the title to that house while going through the divorce with Lene. This man wants money. He wants property. He wants the child so that he can get child support so that he doesn't have to keep paying her child support. Okay.
Right. That's
He
it.
just wants money and control.
Now, he's
And the house,
Goodness,
the house is
dangerous.
marital property. So Lene owned the house before she ever even met or married Mitch. That was her home after grad school.
Yeah, she
Jeez.
purchased the home in Pasco. During their marriage, he wanted a second property. She bought a larger, more expensive home, about $700,000, and 6
Wow.
bedroom. They moved into that house. Okay, they were planning on renting out the Pasco home that he's currently living in. But with all the domestic violence that was happening, they ended up, going through domestic violence issues, splitting up. She had to sell that property,
Big house.
the big house. And in the process of all of that, she's living in a very small apartment now. And he got the Pasco home.
And the court split the big house money to pay
Attorney
debt.
fees.
Yeah, attorney fees and court debt. Yeah. So like that money went nowhere. There was nothing left.
And during his marriage with Lene, was he ever working or anything like that?
No.
So
As
it
far
was-
as I know, he was a stay-at-home dad from what he told me.
Yeah.
Like he would brag about the fact that he got to stay home with Nate all the time.
Gotcha. And she was the sole source of income outside of his
Mhm.
outside of his disability.
Yes.
Yes.
In several podcasts, he talks about or provides allegations against Lene of both abuse
Oh
and
my
physical
God.
abuse and starving their son Nathan. You were kind of front and center with all of this. Did you see anything that would substantiate that? Do you feel like that was true? What's your thoughts or what did you see regarding those issues?
So Lene and her son, okay, are very quiet, shy, isolated kind of people. Okay, I want to say that.
So introverted.
Yeah, they're introverted. I kind of think it's due to lack of trust with others because of Mitch, is what I want to say. While I was in the relationship with Mitch, there were times I would wake up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom.
Y'all see this comment? Yeah, Candace can start dating Mitch since her husband is gay. Joe Ramos. Dear Lord. Candace has some affinity for dudes who are abusers. You know, like Andrew Tate. This is like hearing another version of an Andrew Tate. These are the people she goes out her way to defend, and her deplorable cult members all seem to be in cahoots with that. They defend nasty, disgusting abusers who belong in prison, like an Andrew Tate and a Mitchell Snow. But then they sit here and cry and whine like brats when they don't get what they want in the court. This is absolutely disgusting what I'm hearing. This guy has given this woman a TBI and actually plotted and planned to take out and assassinate a judge and 2 other individuals. And that would solve nothing because he'd go to prison for the rest of his life. So for some reason, Mitchell Snow would rather be in prison, having taken the lives of 3 people, as opposed to just focus on his child and pay child support. He would rather have another woman just paying his bills while he's stalking his still legally married wife. No one sees how asinine that is. This is absolute madness.
The bathroom and find him in his son's room. Not letting him sleep, just yammering and telling him old stories while he's drunk. Okay. I can say that I don't believe that there was any abuse from Lene.
Coercion.
There are, in my opinion, records, well, in court's opinion as well, there's documented records that he coerced Nathan Snow. Well, sorry, his son. He coerced his son into every type of communication, saying his mother did this to him. His mother touches him while he's asleep, things of that nature. He had him completely convinced that his mom did those things.
And there was like an intense, deep investigation by a detective. And when they got Nate into the same room with the detective and a social worker or psychologist, I forget what she was exactly, but when they got Nate by himself, he was like, oh, yeah, my mom does these things to me. But they were like, have you seen her do it? Do you know she's doing it? And he was like, no, I'm asleep. And then it led on into his dad told him so.
Right.
What?
Right.
Like, it's written on a report from the detective. And whenever Mitch says, oh, the detective's in cahoots and stuff, he just disagrees with the report. But I mean, it's not my place to talk a whole lot about Nate and Lene, sure. But I do know that, there's been a lot of therapy with a third party just to be able to, just for Nate to be able to function and process everything that he was put through.
Yeah. Mitch used to take my vehicle and take my phone. He would leave his phone at the house because he considered that some kind of app on the phone that shows you exactly where you've been. Metadata was the way in order to communicate that he was not stalking his ex-wife, Lene, that he was not every single night going to her house, okay? Or that he did not take his son out on drives, just the 2 of them in the middle of nowhere, and coerce his son for hours at a time, which he did every single night.
So he was on a regular basis throughout the week.
He tortured this poor kid.
So right now, and by the way, for context, when you're talking about this, Mitch has a protective order against him, and basically,
well, Nate has a protection order against Mitch, and then Lene has a protection order against Mitch. And this stuff here that Candace is talking about, we knew that he was like going on drives with Nathan. We knew that he was doing going out he'd say he'd go out and be right back. Like, he wouldn't specify like where he was going, because I hung out with Candace with my kids and stuff, and my kids played with Nate. Like, they're close to the same age. And we didn't realize like how far in depth it went until
down the rabbit hole.
And like how far down the rabbit hole it went until after we were moving, until the time frame that we were moving Candace out, and we went in and she was going to go delete all her stuff off their shared computer. And he had a lot of stuff like recently uploaded the day he got arrested. Like he knew he was getting arrested. He knew this stuff was happening. He was dumping his cell phone. He was dumping everything onto the computer and just getting rid of evidence per se, that way he couldn't get caught. Because if you get rid of it, it doesn't exist, right? Whenever you go to jail and you have your phone and you just restarted it, I mean, it's not there.
Yeah,
So
no,
that's when we found out all this was going. So like while she was there, she wasn't
recorded himself
yeah.
doing and saying what he said to his son and his son's reaction.
So he was
So if he
taking
could-
he
so-
was going on these drives. He's recording him coercing his son
Mhm.
Wow.
on his phone.
secretly.
Okay.
And we found
But
out about it when we were going through the computer. So we were just like, screw this. We called Pasco, and Pasco PD did say it was a shared family computer, and Candace had every right to it, as Mitch did. And since her Hanford stuff was on it, whatever. So she was like, well, I still need a computer for work. So that's the computer she ended up taking whenever she was moving out of the house. So it's like, she didn't.
And he secretly recorded himself coercing the child. This child is going to resent him so much. He tortured this kid. You want to talk about a psychological, manipulation here? Candace, you moron. This is what this is. This man out coercing his son to say and do certain things so that the son would be able to still be subjected to all of this abuse if he were to ever have custody of the son. This is evil at its finest. It's evil. You can't make this up. It's so evil. Candace, if you don't see anything wrong with this, you're a soulless miscreant from hell, girl. You're a demon. You cannot think that it's okay for this grown-ass man to sit here and manipulate, psychologically manipulate, and coerce this child to say and think things that aren't happening just so he can have power, control, and custody and avoid child support at the expense of this child's mental state. You're taking away his childhood. You're robbing him of any good memories he could have with you. Can you imagine how exhausting that could have been to this child mentally and emotionally? Go out with your dad on drives where he's doing nothing but trying to force you to believe in some alternate reality where all of these things are happening to you from your own mother, the woman that gave birth to this baby. And for what? So he can avoid child support. It's disgusting. Candace is a dumb demon. It's just worse to the worst.
She didn't steal anything.
Poor kids.
She didn't say,
She
like,
lived there. Like she lived
yeah,
there.
she lived there. Like it was shared family.
Oh my God.
Like he's spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, or not hundreds of thousands, let's be real. Like tens of thousands of dollars, in the time frame that she's with him, of her money on just bogus nonsense. Like, I mean, the Jeep he's driving around, it was bought in her name. The loan has her name attached to it. Like he has credit cards with her name attached to it. Like he has debt that he created with her name attached to it that she spent the past 2.5 years paying off, and he still has half the stuff. I mean, she didn't even take everything she owned.
And he's the one claiming that you're a professional grifter, that he doesn't even know who you are. You just get him thrown in jail and then come break into the house and take the stuff.
Yeah.
That's a pretty wild ride. So all of this evidence is
There's
now
no
on the
evidence
computer.
on that.
Was that evidence turned over to any prosecutors, any detectives? Like what happened?
We were told by the law enforcement officer when we called them to turn it off, not to turn it back on until law enforcement took it, because it can tamper with whatever. So we have left it off since the day it was removed out of the house. So that way chain of custody and evidence is maintained. So they can
Right.
take it into a room, do their thing, and go from there. And at this point in time, with as much as it is being thrown around at this point, we kind of hope, we welcome the feds to come knocking on our door at this point. We don't care. We've not done anything. And Mitch has turned this into a situation where he's reported us and others to the FBI. He has it's wild.
But the FBI did not look into him making a threat to take the life of a judge, a superior court judge. You can't make this up.
crazy what he's done. And it's not us not leaving him alone. It's literally him not leaving us alone
Right.
2.5 years later.
Oh my God.
It's insane.
Ooh, child.
It's really crazy. We're like, she's living in another state and I'm living across the state of Washington,
Yep.
far away from him. And he just doesn't know when enough's enough. Like he's got a whole little posse of people that he's wrapped up into this.
So
And now the
let's-
dumbest coat.
let's
on
kind of
earth.
switch gears just a little bit, Aaron. Let's talk about how you fit into all this and why you have a protective order against him as well, because you both currently still have protective orders.
Mhm.
And he did spend some time in jail. What did he spend? He spent about 150 days in jail from what I gathered, right?
5 months,
Roughly, yeah, roughly like 4 to 5 months. He was there for the threats to kill. Later was dismissed based on the fact that, you know, we never had any in writing. We never said we did, but it ended up being a situation to where we were able to regurgitate essentially like what he was doing and saying. And because there wasn't physical evidence of any of it, and they didn't want the hard drive and they didn't want the computer to like prove everything else that was going on and, you know, all the stuff they would need, they were pretty much like, well, we're going to dismiss the case itself, but if he does anything in the future, this can still come back, is how they explained it. So I don't know if it's like with prejudice, without prejudice, how it works out like that, but basically that's what it was. So how I fit into it is Mitch and I met pre-COVID. We were friends. He was big in the veteran community. He was like buddy with like political figures in Benton County area and Franklin County area, whether it be sheriffs or, you know, representatives for local areas or senators or congressmen. Like it didn't matter. He was like, he had a way with people. He has a way of getting people to believe his BS. That is where our friendship started. Our friendship was a little bit on and off. I never wanted to date him. He was getting like too cozy at times, and I kind of just like pushed it off a little bit, separated us, you know, friends wise, and then would let him come back in life type thing as needed and kind of go from there. We did, like, our kids are close to the same age. So like Nate and Mason did play together. They didn't play together a lot, but they were friends. They knew each other and they did play video games, Roblox, things like that. And Mitch was the type of person that he just had a way with people. So 2023, the beginning, which was the absolute downfall of our friendship, the beginning of it, he had me serve his wife, Lene, court documents that he filed. I mean, like, it was like a stack, like a plethora of documents. So I went to her house. I served her as a process server. I wrote up the declaration, took the photos as evidence, timestamp that I was there. And I actually got a hold of her to arrange the service. She just didn't answer the door at first because she thought it was Mitch trying to break in, because apparently he's done that a lot. So I was like, this is nuts. So she took the documents from me willingly. She apologized for not answering. You know, I wrote up the declaration, wrote up everything of the events of, you know, her attempt of ignoring the stuff and then finally getting a hold of me and getting a hold of the paperwork. So that was that. And then Mitch hired me, and Candace was paying for this the entire time. Mitch hired me to, he wrote up documents and stuff and asked me as a process server if I would go file the documents in court and get them served. As a process server in Washington, I can do that. I can go I have filing fees in Washington state. Every process server has them. We don't represent people. We don't write up the documents for you. Like, if you jack it up and the clerk gives it back, we will charge you the fee, bring them back to you and be like, the notes are on there from the clerk, and then move on from there. And we will go that route. Sorry. So we, the dog barks at everybody. So we were in a situation to where that was happening. So Mitch had called the clerks, called the courts, and told them that I was representing them and that I was the one that was doing the things that were, you know, like writing up the documents and all this stuff. That's not true at all. Like, I did not ever put my words on any of his paperwork. Like, nothing, my thoughts and opinions were not written on his paperwork at all. It was always his own words, his own stuff. And him and Candace, like, whatever documents and stuff they filed is what they filed. I went off on Mitch whenever I came out of the court, because while I was in court, my mentor's wife was actually in there with me. I did get chewed out by a judge. He came out and said his clerks told him that I was Mitch's attorney. And that's not anything I ever said. So after that encounter, and he told me to take the paperwork back, the judge said, take the paperwork back to Mitch and tell him to bring it in and do this. So I left. I immediately started texting Mitch, which is where those text messages that I sent you came from, and his responses back. And he was like, oh, I just told him that you were filing and you were assisting. And I was like, dude, it makes it sound like I'm your attorney. Like, I'm not legally representing you. Like, that's real jail time. Like, that's something stupid. So I was like, you cannot do this to a person. So he and I went back and forth. I ended the friendship. And at that moment, I believe it was the next day, took the giant stack of paperwork that he had me file back to his home. I put a rock on it. Him and Candace had a home security system. So there is a whole video of me taking that documentation, dropping it off on his house. And
you would think he would look this stuff up before he has someone file court documents on his behalf. When you're a pro se litigant, it is your sole responsibility to file whatever documents, exhibits, motions, pleadings to the court yourself. You cannot have someone just do it for you unless you are disabled and they are there with you to aid in that, and they have to sign something stating that they did this on your behalf because of your disabilities. There has to be something on file with the court even for that, because otherwise the court is going to assume that you're their actual attorney. And when something is dismissed and you're able to refile the matter, it is dismissed without prejudice. Dismissed with prejudice, you cannot refile the same matter to the court. So it was dismissed without prejudice, and if anything would have happened, they could go back. But that goes to show the judge will chew you out if you step out of line, especially if you're violating court orders or you're violating court rules or the law itself. Why couldn't he just take his ass up there to do this, to file those court documents? I don't understand. Yeah, this is so crazy. So oh my God, let's get some comments in. Yeah, the Candace watch parties are good. Jay Witt does them every time. LLC does them every couple of days. Usually we do 2 episodes back to back. Absolutely. Yeah, because if I can't get them in every day, I'll do at least 2 at a time and knock them out till we're all caught up. But yeah, plus my show is a lot later than my brother Jay Witt podcast. But like, yeah, we do it because I'm here to debunk her. Candace, where's the evidence at all to prove someone else put the trigger on the gun? That's what she was supposed to be looking into. We're nowhere near this because Candace has created this debacle for herself. Going from planes to now this military base thing. She does this stuff and she rebels in it. So when she lies like hell, yes, people should debunk her. People should do that. Especially when you're walking around talking about Christ as King. The Bible speaks to providing correction, reprove, rebuke. Candace claims to be a Christian. Who knows what she is now? I call her a soulless miscreant. But it is biblically based to provide correction. So to say we shouldn't be saying anything to contradict her, I'm not buying that BS. Nope. You don't like it? Goodbye. That's what we're going to do. Her, Umar, and anyone else is walking around here conning people out of money, deceiving people, misleading people, being completely contradictory and hypocritical, and flat out lying. They deserve to be debunked. Because you may have people who genuinely are just watching, they're trying to keep up with all this nonsense she's throwing out here in the wind. Because she still can't say who pulled the trigger. And she doesn't want to admit that it's Tyler Robinson. Okay, well, tell us who the person is that pulled the trigger. All of this, and leading to nothing. Just like those planes led to nothing. She said she would be posting court documents on her website. Where the hell are those court documents at? It's so crazy. We're here to do that. We're here to debunk her. Do I want her to get this type of attention like this? No, we don't. But we're going to debunk her. We're going to rebuke and correct, because that's what we're going to do. Journalism has been around for decades, centuries even. And it allows people to understand what's going on around them. And when something is being put out there that is misinformation, you have people that are going to come along And they're going to debunk the BS and the nonsense and the lies. And some of us are just bold enough to do it. And I'm going to do it, along with any and everyone else that's going to help debunk Candace for as long as she's breathing God's air. You don't have to watch. This is your choice. I say it proudly. He also didn't mention Erica until he did her interview. Very shady. Exactly. There was one in Idaho. This popped up on my algorithm, so I just subscribe and liked. I will like watch parties, and I'm willing to hear everybody's thoughts. Okay, cool. Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. We got a Candace Copeland up in there. George, we know your team, Candace. You have to tell me that you do realize I know who you are. You have to tell me that every time you come in here. Congratulations. Say. All right, it depends on your state. Okay. Susie Q exactly Candace told his story before she met with Erica. Then she got bashed by her chat. Mitch comes in and names Erica. Yeah. With no evidence still. It's so crazy. Because Candace, there are cameras all over the base. You can't make this up. Yeah, that's not shady at all. He's a con artist. How you doing, honey? Hopefully everybody's doing well. That's reasonable. That's what I do to Candace has just made this thing so big, added so many people, it's gotten out of control. Yeah, she's lost the narrative a long time ago. Going on about the planes and stuff, and then recycling that theory again. I told you all she's gonna recycle her conspiracy theories. Then she recycled the whole autopsy and the bullet thing again. Like she just recycles this stuff. This whole Mitch thing was just a whole new. It's like a whole new strand in her parallel universe. Created a whole new timeline of events that are irrelevant. Unless Mitch pulled the trigger on the gun, what significance should he have in this scenario? Candace, did Mitchell Snow pull the trigger on the gun? Because we're just asking questions. And we're going to start saying these things until you provide evidence otherwise to show the contrary. What was Mitchell Snow on the day of September 10th when Charlie Kirk was shot? Because he claimed he was in Utah. What was he doing there? It's not like this guy was supportive of TPUSA the whole time. So why would he go to the state of Utah? He claims he couldn't point out anybody at TPUSA except Charlie Kirk, but somehow he knows how the head of security and Erica Kirk looks. But he himself claimed he couldn't point out anybody at TPUSA except Charlie. But then he flies to Utah. Why did he do that again? You got somebody that was in the military. Let's add this up, y'all. Somebody that was in the military. Someone that is able to use a weapon. Someone that is out of his mind and crazy as hell. I mean, batshit crazy right now. And I'm being honest, you're going to have to forgive the profanity a little bit. Because he weaponized his son and he tortured his son mentally and emotionally and psychologically. And that poor child did not deserve that. So excuse the profanity because I'm irked by the idea that this man drove around for hours with his son in the car, forcing him to repeat and believe things about his own mother that weren't even true. Not even caring about the effects that this would have on the child. So Mitchell Snow, who falsely claimed with no evidence that he saw someone on a base, 2 people, 3 people on a base, along with other military people, as he put it. And then he flies his happy ass to the state of Utah. Why? Why would he do that? And he's got protection orders issued against him. Going through a divorce, has made threats to take the lives of 3 people, one of which is a Superior Court judge. Candace, you don't think we are going to ask if Mitchell Snow pulled the trigger on the gun? Because he just came out of nowhere, remember? You don't think we're going to ask that now? Now you have a plausible person that could fit this profile. Whether he was able to run up and down a building or not, let's say he was positioned somewhere else. He has training abilities with weapons, so he claimed. He served in the military. He seems to be so willing to go along with a lie, it makes no sense. For years, he's got protection orders, domestic violence charges filed against him. He's been dragged to court. He's getting more divorces, have claims about, putting his hands on women. And then he goes to the state of Utah. And for what? After being kicked off of a military base for a suspicious backpack. Candace, are you trying to tell us that Mitchell Snow possibly is an alternative shooter? Because he definitely has a lot of check boxes that check off here. We could check off a lot of tick marks. Oh, we can. We can check off a lot of tick marks with him. So I'm wondering, we can play the game. Look, two can play this game. Is Mitchell Snow a possible alternative shooter? Why would he go to Utah? He lives in Washington. The hell he doing in the state of Utah? After trying to poorly lie about seeing Erica Kirk and Brian Harple and some random representative on a military base. Why? Yeah, we can play this game too, Candace. We can all go there. And forget that he was captured on camera trying to get on a military base and got kicked off. He got removed from the military base for being suspicious, walking around, can't find a so-called building, and claims he just accidentally walked into some high-profile meeting. Because reasons. Candace, we could do this as well. Let's all do this. So maybe, perhaps, I theorize Mitch Snow fits a profile that could make him a possible second shooter. Or have him involved in some plot and scheme to take out Charlie Kirk. Candace Owens just so happened to, of all people on earth, have this fool on her show. Yeah, okay, Candace. We can all do this.
And him coming out like he's like some guru with Candace's cell phone at that. Has his phone in hand at first, goes inside, shuts the door, trades phones with Candace, comes back out with her phone, and is videotaping me getting into my car and driving away like I was doing something wrong. So, I mean, it's crazy. And I didn't even know that until after Candace moved out and all this other stuff, which was like 3-4 weeks later.
Yeah.
Like, I get phone calls from Mitch asking where Candace is. And I'm like, why does everybody come back to me? Like, this is nuts. Like, I'm not even friends with y'all anymore.
Yeah.
What led to the protective order against him from you?
So I ended up filing the protection order once I found out that from Candace that he was attempting to hire people to murder me. And I had good reason to believe it because he had sent me messages of Shay, go away. And then text messages after hearings where she had ruled in Lene's favor, not his, where orally he had told me that he wanted to literally get rid of the entire courthouse and the judges, where orally he had told me like every woman on the face of the planet was out to get him. Like, just like crazy things. And most of the time he was drunk. So I pushed it off as like, he's just drunk, a sober person wouldn't believe this. But it was becoming more of a reality than it was just a drunk thing. And then when you played that clip, I did want to address a couple of things that were in there. I kind of took like 3 little pages of notes. He, in the clip that you played, he talks about how his caregiver was my mom's caregiver. My mom can provide that part of her record. She's already got it printed out because it's been brought up enough to where we printed it out.
Mm-hmm.
My mom has never had an in-home caregiver until literally last year, like 2024. This all happened in 2023. So 2024 is my mom's first caregiver ever in the history of ever. And she came in and did some stuff, and it was nobody that was associated with Mitch Snow at all.
Sure.
So we never had a home caregiver in our house. And Mitch's caregiver is somebody that, well, he went through 3 or 4 of them. And so in the time frame I knew him, he had like 3 or 4 caregivers because they would all quit because of his drinking and them cleaning up messes and like all kinds of stuff. Because I walked in and had to help a couple of times, like to have his caregivers clean up after him. And then Candace, like she said, she was a director for like in a school district in Oregon for several years. And I lived here. Candace and I never knew each other. There was no like passing. Candace lived like 6 hours from here. Like, I have better things to do with my life. Mitch introduced us like 6 months into their relationship. And I was actually at a Republican party meeting here in Benton County whenever that happened. And then money, Lene works not a low paying job, but like a basic average paying job.
Sure.
And right now she doesn't have extra funds to pay anyone off. Like that's insane. So we're still trying to figure out who, where, who, how, when, where, why on that one. And then Katrina Lovett, Mitch brought up, she started her retaliatory behavior the day that I filed a restraining order against her, and then did this podcast and this news article as a whistleblower with him after permanent or 1 year, not permanent order, but a mutual restraining order was put in place between her and I because clearly she and I couldn't get along. So her answer to that was to retaliate and do the Cat podcast and interview, because even in the podcast with Cat, not this clip, but additional clips, like Mitch does say that he never put Candace and I into the debacle of things in his mind until Katrina Lovett came along. So there's a lot of stuff that was just like false in it. And, she's still working with him. I have a declaration from her recently that because I'm renewing my order, and she's like, oh, the relationship doesn't matter. But FYI, Mitch and I went to the FBI and reported all this stuff. And like I said, we welcome that.
At some point in that podcast, Mitch claims that Lene stole, I don't know, something like $300,000 or something like that from him. Is there any truth to that? Anything that
it's like $400,000, and I think I'm supposed to have it under my mattress. Like, I think that's how it is. No, there's no truth to that. Like Mitch, I mean, even if you did the math on what he gets for his disability and stuff, and like input and output annually, right? Like right. It doesn't add up. It just your daily expenses and stuff. Like it doesn't even add up on him even having that money to begin with. And then we have no idea where that is unless he's talking about the money from the house. But if that's the case, there's court orders from my understanding. I don't have those orders, but I do know there's court orders from what Lene's told me that divvied that money up and the money's gone. Like the money went into a trust and paid off lawyers and everything. Like she never even had access to that because it got locked up by the courts.
Now, Candace, you were obviously with him during some of this period of time. Did you ever see him have access to that amount of money or any indication that he had that amount of money or anything like that?
No, I mean, the only money that really is between him and Lene is in the equity in the home he's living in. And that's what he was trying to manipulate the lady that worked for the mortgage company to get access to the title. Because without the divorce being finalized, he doesn't have access to those funds. So he tried to manipulate court documents and records and send them to her to get the title company to give him access to it. As a veteran, you get $3,800 on average a month, depending upon dependents, right? Or local things.
He tried to manipulate court documents. Y'all, if it's not him trying to take out a judge, this dude is very dangerous. It makes you wonder if he has something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Candace, you were obviously with him during some of this period of time. Did you ever see him have access to that amount of money or any indication that he had that amount of money or anything like that?
No, I mean, the only money that really is between him and Lene is in the equity in the home he's living in. And that's what he was trying to manipulate the lady that worked for the mortgage company to get access to the title. Because without the divorce being finalized, he doesn't have access to those funds. So he tried to manipulate court documents and records and send them to her to get the title company to give him access to it.
And he should have been sanctioned for trying to forge court documents and held in contempt. I don't understand. Why is he not in prison? Oh, Lord have mercy. This dude is just... Candace went and found the worst of the worst of the worst. You can't make this stuff up, man. You cannot make this stuff up. And all of this in what? She still can't tell us who an alternative shooter is. I'm starting to believe more and more that it could be Mitch Snow. I mean, nothing is really stopping us from believing this clown who's willing to forge court documents, make threats against judges, along with 2 other women, has at least 3 protection orders granted against him, has been in divorce, what? Sounds like twice. He's burning bridges left and right. I mean, it's like Candace. She's burning every single bridge. And now people are questioning as to whether she was involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. Not for money, but for vengeance and being vindictive. Because this is madness. Why would she entertain this fool and bring him on her show? And she didn't even bother to Google his name and see at least one court case dealing with a protection order. At least one. She said she had court documents to post on her website. Has anybody seen those court documents? Because I'm looking for it. I'm waiting on these court documents to be posted up. You can't make this up. This is such a mess. That's why I took Gary over a week to put it all together. Yeah. What are the court documents on Candace's website that she said she will post up? Mighty funny how she's still, tweeting out nonsense, but she hasn't gotten those court documents up on her website. Where are those documents at? Because I've been looking. Anybody seen them? If you do, let me know. She said that there was court documents that he gave to her. She was going to post up on her website. And she can't even do that, competently or well. You can't make this up. Exactly how does he get by with this stuff? Maybe because it's Washington State. Who knows? Threatening a judge is going to get you some jail time either way. Definitely an investigation. I mean, the idea that he's going to just take out one judge that is such one case when there are other judges that have touched other cases involving him where he lost like hell. So what, he's going to just think he's going to keep taking out judges because they're not rendering the ruling he wants? Just the idea that he will say that and do this to 2 other women is despicable. What if the judge is a man? And, I don't foresee Mitch Snow being one where he's, going to stand his ground when it comes to a man. He sounds very cowardly. That's sometimes men who abuse women, they never step to a man the same way. They treat women like this because they think women are inferior to them and weaker. But when it comes to them stepping up to a man, they cower and they sit down somewhere. It's so gross. It is about Miss Snow and her star witness. I can prove it. I want the court docs. I want the court documents on her website. She said she will post them up. I'm still waiting. Let's see. All his dirty work is coming out to the public. Exactly. I'm way behind. I'll look up Miss Snow. Oh, yeah. It's a lot of court cases against him. Plus his whole full first name that he allegedly changed because cartels or something, which had nothing to do with it, because why would you have any of that out available to the public? Harry Lawrence Myers. You can't make this up. Thank you, Gary, for your hard work. I know, right? That's the question I have with all of Candace people. How did this guy make it on her live? Yeah, don't she have a team to vet? Candace, you don't vet nothing, girl. We know that, heifer. You vet nothing. Candace doesn't vet a darn thing. This heifer barely reads. This is coming from the same person that has not read an indictment. And she's raising money for him. Someone who abuses women, who has threatened to take the life of a judge. She is raising money for him. That psychologically manipulated his own child. Raised money for him. Still raising it. Insane. She's still collecting money for this scammer. Yes. You're being delivered courier via Egyptian plane number 5. She never usually does interviews on her live, and this is the guy that makes it on. Exactly. Thank you. The basic common sense question here. Shout out to you, Dan. Exactly. This is the guy that made it past everybody else with her whole team that's supposed to be so restrictive and so thorough, and they research and metadata and all these things she can't point out, but yet she can't get, camera footage from a military base or the military police camera body footage. She can't get any of that, though. There would be camera footage of Mitch being kicked off of a military base, too. All of that would have been caught on cameras, several cameras. But doesn't even put forth the court documents she said she would. And yet this guy made it to her show. You can't make this stuff up. Hey, Diane, Washington State Antifa. Washington State doesn't take crime seriously, just saying. Obviously, they don't. You get to threaten to take the life of a judge and bury people in the desert, and it did nothing to him. He's allowed to fly into other states. He went to Utah and can't say why. Candace, did you and Mitch have something to do with Charlie Kirk assassination? I'm just asking a question. We're just asking questions. You can't make this up. The fundraiser is still up, y'all. Juju said eventually they started exposing themselves because they became sloppy. It's just so crazy how he made it on her show. Maybe Candace is the one trying to draw attention elsewhere. I'm so confused. I feel like it. Last I heard, it was at 140,000-ish. Yeah, I think it's well over 141,000. Maybe 142. It's insane. Candace is has saying everyone is against her, saying that her post Israel, France. Oh God. Yeah, the expo she posted up where she named off countries and whole people. And then she added Alex Jones to it, I guess. Saying everybody's versus her. This is what she wants, to sow discord, chaos, and confusion. The enemy comes to steal, kill, and destroy. Apparently, Candace Owens felt like she needed to help the devil out. So that's all I see her doing here. The chaos and the confusion, the discord, allowing someone so evil and vile and perverse to come on your show and then lie about seeing people on a military base with cameras everywhere. And then say you vetted everything. No one needs to go behind you, as if people are going to sit here and just listen to you and take that and run with it. No, we're not your coat, girl. We're not your coat, heifer. We don't owe you anything. You can't make this up. This man said he was going to take the life of a judge.
As a veteran, you get $3,800 on average a month, depending upon dependents, right? Or local things. So you're talking, no more than $50,000 annually.
Jeez.
And
before her, he had bills because he was single for a while. I mean, like, he was paying his own bills for a little bit. It's like, I personally never saw him buy exuberant things. Like, he had a boat that was broke for years in his yard. Like, I mean, you would think if you had that much money, you would fix your boat, you would do these things like so you can utilize them. Not, I have no idea where like these funds, come from. And it like,
go ahead.
I was going to say, and then, so we never stole anything from him. We never took any money. We never did anything. We moved out in a SUV. We moved Candace out in an SUV and a tiny open trailer, like the size of the SUV attached to the SUV. Like, we had small trailer, small, SUV, and loaded up the both of them, strapped everything down with a tarp and took off. That was it. Like, that was the end. We had one bedroom's worth of stuff in it. Some stuff from around the house that Candace moved up from Oregon.
my personal
Her personal items.
We left a lot of furniture
Yeah.
out. I just
Her like
And during
storage
that-
room was teeny tiny.
And during that whole time, during that relationship, Candace, you're basically covering all the bills. Sounds like you bought a vehicle, for at least one vehicle for him.
Yeah, he had an old Hummer. He had me replace the transmission for that. That was $8,000. And then he had me buy a vehicle for him. I actually bought it from a friend that I worked with because she had a lot of vehicles she was selling.
That wasn't really for him. That was more or less for her as a second vehicle to run around in while the Hummer was getting fixed.
Yeah. So when I left him, he had that vehicle that was in my name towed, impounded.
Yeah.
It started raking up debt, okay, that I ended up having to pay about $3,000. It's just, he does things to hurt you more, even after you're gone. Like, he never stops. It was one thing after the other with him. I want to say, you know, so I filed my DVPO and it was awarded. The day after he filed his in a different county, okay, he broke his own nose and went to the ER.
Yeah, he was sending pictures and videos to Candace before he broke his nose, and then of his nose not broken because he's videotaping himself with Nate. And then like a couple of days later, he breaks his nose and then goes to the ER and everything else. And it's like, okay, dude. And he says that she broke it. And it's like, how did she break your nose if the day she left, you're sending her videos and photos of you and Nate begging for her to come back and your nose isn't broken? Like,
Well,
he didn't think those things through.
If the guy is willing to self-harm so easily just to paint a narrative, you don't put that past the idea concept. Don't put it past him that he would not easily harm someone else. Who is just on average willing to break their nose? Let's be honest about this. Who would be so quick and so willing to break their own nose? Just because reasons. Thank you so much. Yeah, hit that like button coming in. I'm very sus of Candace too. Candace, did you have anything to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination? This is for Candace Owens. Just so we don't get it confused with the other Candace that's in this interview. Because you can't make this stuff up. This man is willing to self-harm and self-mutilate. Breaking your own nose, that's going to leave some residuals behind, scar tissue, create a deviated septum. He probably snores. Who knows? And somehow we're not supposed to believe him when he says that he's wanting to take out a judge or two innocent women because reasons. This is absolutely disturbing. The man is willing to break his own nose to lie about someone injuring him like a coward. Not that he's accusing a man of knocking his ass out. No, he wants to lie and say a woman did it. But never mind the TBI he calls her. Never mind his physical abuse and the fact that they have to have protection orders granted against him. But he's willing to break his own nose just to try to get even with a female hitting him, being able to break his nose. Not that I got into a bar fight, we were drunk, guy knocked me out, things happen. He can't even go with something more logical. This is absolutely ridiculous. What the heck? Man, this takes a special, what you say, special kind of evil, Yuck 2.0. What's going on, Yuck 2.0? This is a special kind of evil here. This guy is mentally insane. He should be in a mental asylum, just a psych ward. He should be admitted against his own will. He's willing to take out judges, to take out two other women because he's mad at them. And then he's willing to self-harm and mutilate, to break his own nose, just so he can say this female punched me in the nose and broke my nose. What do you mean? How tall is this guy? How much he weighs again? Of all the narratives, you want to sit here and look like the biggest punk on earth just to lie and say a woman broke your nose and not some dude in a bar? Something that would be a lot more plausible. You can't make this stuff up. What a coward he is. He's a coward. Oh my God.
There's a story that he tells on that podcast where he says that Lene lures him into the house. She already had the garage set up as a prison. It's basically like a scene out of Misery. Sounds like. And then uses the hammer to break his thumbs, to break his feet, to bash him over the head, locks him in there. She conveniently left the hammer inside the garage, I guess, so he could break himself out. Do you mind, like, how, she basically
I know there's a police report somewhere in existence because I've read it, and he essentially like was assaulting her, chasing her. He got mad at her, used a hammer on her car, something to that effect. She had a Mustang, a nice one. And he used the hammer on the car in the police report. Then he got into his vehicle and drove away. She did lock herself inside the house. I do know that's a thing because that's what she tells the police. She's called 911 too. The cops went and got him down the road because he didn't even stay at the house. He drove down the road, and his hands weren't broken in the report. Like, nothing was wrong with him in the report, from my understanding. And he started like telling this crazy story then. But there's in regards to that.
He also alleges that she ripped his arm out of socket. Do you mind if I ask it, if you want to give me like a general of how big is Lene?
She's small. She's like 5 foot.
She's 5'2".
She's like 5'2" and like maybe 80 pounds, 90 pounds. Like, she's not a big woman.
She's not a big girl.
Yeah.
She's not like a black belt in jiu-jitsu or anything like that you're aware of.
No.
All right. Yeah.
Hold on. Hey, if you can pause for 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. Hold on 1 second. My audio is cutting out right now. I'm sorry. Say that one more time for me. Folks, and by the way, we do have Mitch's son. He's waiting down below patiently. We'll get him up there.
God.
I don't know.
You brought in the son? Oh, wow. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I need to do a quick refresh. I don't know. Maybe everybody's audio is skipping when I try to come over to StreamYard to see you all's comments. Let me do a refresh right quick. Hang tight. Okay. Sorry about that. I had to refresh. Okay, let's get back to this. So he's saying, well, they're saying that the lady is 5'2". How big and tall is Mitchell Snow? Because, we never saw that in the military police report where we should have seen that information. Because Candace doesn't know how to lie like hell. I mean, she lies like hell, but she doesn't know how to actually at least make sure information is consistent. So it's how big and tall was he? The military police report should have had his height, weight, hair color, eye color, other, noticeable traits or factors, body marks on him. I pulled up the actual military police report based on the U.S. Army regulations. And it has those fields where you fill out all of the basic information about the offender. So when they kicked Mitch's ass off that military base, information such as his height, his weight, hair color, eye color, if he has any tattoos or visible marks or scars or anything like that, that can be seen with the naked eye, of course. All of that should have been notated on the police report, just like any other police report. You give a description of the offender. And the fact that he didn't go to jail after the ruckus he caused on a military base is concerning even the more. Because I'm like, why didn't he go to jail? How much does he weigh? Does anybody know? Somebody said he's 5'8". How much does he weigh? Because he's sitting here talking about somebody that's 5'2", broke his nose in a punch. Not a grown man, you know, because he got drunk at a bar or something. Something that just would be a lot more plausible. No, this grown-ass man wants to decry a woman broke his nose. Like he can really go tit for tat with the so-called abuse stuff. And has no evidence to prove it. How did he break his own nose? I'm curious to know how he did that. Why would he want to inflict that pain on himself? This man craves pain and misery and suffering. He's like 100 pounds overweight. How much does he weigh? He enjoys people being in pain and misery and suffering and torturing his kid. Psychologically, mentally, emotionally manipulating his son. They're trying to lie on his mother to say that, oh, he's you know, she's abusing him. She's starving him. She's doing all these things with no evidence. When the kid had to go around and say this is what he was doing. You can't make this stuff up. He is 250 pounds roughly for 5'8". Hey, Catherine. Yeah, man, that's a big guy. So she could say she hit him. The thing is, well, even if she did, let's think about this. Let's say he's 5'8" and he's a solid 200. We saw how you know big he looked in Candace show. So how do you allow someone 5'2", maybe 100 good pounds, to swing and actually break your nose? You're 5'8" and you're 200, and he's solid. I want to know what type of pressure and force did he have to exert upon himself to break his own nose? Because you're talking about DNA being able to, like skin to skin contact like that. She gonna leave some DNA behind. So there's no way you can say someone broke my nose and punched me, and you don't have what looks like any evidence on you to prove someone else made contact with you, physical contact with you. And what would be her reasoning again, aside from you kicking in her door? Like if you break into her house, yeah, she should have the ability and the right to defend her home. You know, because we believe in the right to defend and bear arms. I guess depending on the situation now. Is that how it's going with the candy ass cult members? He breaks into her house, she wouldn't have the right to defend herself, but he could just randomly break his nose and claim that she did it. And that should be sufficient with no evidence. You can't make this stuff up. If he's 250 pounds and he's 5'8", good grief. Yeah, you can't make this up. See from Liar where Jim Carrey beats himself up in the bathroom. Exactly. Jim Carrey is like, what, 6'1"? He's probably a solid 175, 180. And his, like, in that movie. He might be heavier, lighter now. Who knows? He's pretty tall, pretty big. And look what he had to do to break his nose and beat himself up for a movie. Not that it literally happened, but it's just the energy it would take to really have to do that. This guy broke his nose. And for what? To be able to say my ex-wife did this. Of all things. This grown man can cry about his wife, 5'2", 100 pounds, breaking his nose. What a coward. That's some cowardly nonsense. This is ridiculous. I think Mitch is 5'10", close to 200 pounds. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's called DNA evidence. You make skin to skin contact, you're gonna have some remnants. Either they're gonna have some skin cells under your fingernails, something's gonna happen. You split somebody's nose and you break skin and then they're bleeding and all that stuff, their blood gonna be on you. Something's gonna happen. You'll leave some DNA behind somewhere. Because that's how that works. Because science. You can't make this up. Oh, child. But he wants to be able to lie and say, oh, she broke my nose. So he broke his own nose. He broke his own nose just so he could say a woman 5'2", 100 pounds that he could easily take out broke his nose somehow in a punch. Ugh. As if she want to be around him. You would think he would record all of that. You would think he would just have his camera showing every time he goes around her. He would be recording. He should be at a point because, you know, he claims to be scared of these women where he does not go around them. And if he has to go anywhere near someone that even knows these women because he's got protection orders now, he should always be recording. He should be wearing a body camera himself. But this is what he's willing to go through to sit here and to give this appearance. Somebody's doing something to him. It's absolutely ridiculous. He shouldn't even be within her vicinity to even try to make that accusation. Why isn't he recording everything that goes on around him if he claims to be scared of these women? You know, because cowards, no, what a clown he is.
It looks like we have it froze on Candace and Aaron's feed. I don't know what's going on with that.
No,
I want to get to Paramount Tactical memberships. Thank you for becoming a member, folks. Like, by the way, the pushback all started here. Thank you for the bravery and the hard work. As Christians, we stand up for the truth and others against those who abuse and subvert. Praying for you ladies. All right, let's bring them back on stage here. Can you guys hear me?
So the cartel.
Sorry, I had like 3 calls in a row. I can. Can you hear me? Yeah, I was like 3 calls in a row. I got to answer this real fast.
Fair enough. Nope. Brittany Crosby, thank you for becoming a member, folks. Like, share, subscribe, all those things. If you would like to become a member, you want to support the channel, the link is down in the description below. We appreciate the support for that. Nice shirt, Gary. Ladies, apologies for y'all having to speak out publicly about this. I admire y'all's courage. And
somebody leaving some DNA behind.
Oh, I almost missed this one. Gifted 10 Paramount Tactical memberships. Thank you, Domsey. We appreciate that.
Nice.
Gary is a true seeker because he's an honorable man. FYI, the trolls and bots.
Yeah,
I'm not worried about them at all. We're gonna get those. It is what it is. It just means we're over the target, folks. We're just over the target. That's what's going on here. Look, again, the importance of this and why this is so relevant is because of the fact that the only thing that we have is testimony from Mr. Harry Myers, Mitchell Snow. Let's talk about that real quick because I'm sure you guys have some, especially you, Candace. I'm sure you both know the story behind
Harry Lawrence
his claim is that he changed his name from Harry Myers to Mitchell Snow because he was in witness protection program. As I understand it, he changed his name to Mitchell Snow in 2010 when he married Lene Snow. Can you give us any background information on that?
That's literally the truth. His birth certificate name is the Harry Lawrence Myers. He's from Western Washington, from my understanding, and he changed his name because he thought it was a cool last name, from what he told me, to Mitchell Harrison Snow. And then the backstory he gives on that, and the reason he changed it is because his dad was a horrible person. He used to beat him when he was a kid, things of that nature. Like, he doesn't give a reason.
But he passes down this abuse. You know, the situation where the abused becomes the abuser. So now he passes this abuse on to multiple women and his child, because mental and emotional abuse, psychological abuse, is still abuse. He tortured this kid and drove around with this kid for hours, making him think and believe that his mother was abusing him and wanting him to reiterate that nonsense, as opposed to just spending time with your kid. And when you go to court, let your child do the talking. They had a guardian ad litem. They go from there. Kids don't want to be separated from either parent. But that type of manipulation and gaslighting, that psychological abuse is not good for any child. You should not have to force them to think or say something to get custody. Just be the best parent you can be, and then the child will help decide what they want to do. More than likely, the child is still going to want to see both parents. But if you're abusive and you're manipulative and you're gaslighting your own minor child just so you can get custody, they're not going to want to live with you. They're not even going to want to be around you because they deserve a good childhood. They deserve to have happy memories with you, not that BS. That is so evil. I don't expect the candy asses to actually understand why it is evil to be psychologically abusive towards a minor child. I just don't. Because they don't have feelings or a soul or anything. They care nothing but nothing except whatever Candace Owens tells them to do. She tells them how to feel. That's why you see these weird ass comments in the chat.
And outside of that. But I mean, if you're hiding from somebody for 35 years from the cartel, why would you wait 20 years before you change your name? Like, and why would you do it on publicly in a marriage? Like it's traceable. Like the cartel, they have smart people. We all know this. Like we've all been around the block a time or two. Like if they want to find you, they're going to find you.
Yeah, folks, there is a system in place, and you can research this information. That if you're in witness protection, how they come up with, how they change your name, how they disappear you. All right, and public records is not.
And
how that
he's
works.
not going to be on court records.
There is nothing that corroborates that story. Which, again, besides what these ladies are telling you, we've had other people testify. We're going to have Lene on next week. His son is about to come on here. The fact is that what we have is a serial, and this guy just lies and makes things up. And it's when you talk to one of these victims, like you're just overwhelmed with the information that they throw at you, and it just happens time and time and time again. It's just crazy story after crazy story after crazy story, and somehow Mitchell is always the victim. He's always the victim. Everybody's out to get him, and he's always kind of woe is me. Every video that you see, including Candace's video, it's like, I'm just been victimized, and I've never seen anything like it.
It's all a giant smear campaign. He has no real evidence. If you look at his evidence in the Cat Espinda stuff, like it's a receipt from a joint checking account where Lene withdrew money to pay bills, and she has the receipts for the bills she paid. It's like a smear campaign on myself, Candace Graysick, and other people with only words. Like, I mean, a glorious, like huge 5-hour story. Words. Like there's no physical evidence. The only physical evidence that exists is literally the physical evidence we have of the things he did and said to us and against us. Like that's it. We have everything. And it's like he suddenly says I'm some master like hacker and stuff in that podcast. Dude, I barely keep up with my own nonsense as a process server. Like I can't, no. I started a cybersecurity degree and then I quit because I decided that was way too much for my brain. Like there are some people that are meant for it and some people that aren't. Like I am not that person.
I couldn't get her mic to work.
I couldn't get my mic to work, my laptop today, and
how do you... Prior to this, we had technical difficulties.
My cell phone right now, my Google Pixel, because Pixel's got it figured out. And like, as far as putting people in jail and stuff, Candace and I do not make a hobby out of putting people in jail. I've never put someone in jail to my knowledge. Like, have I had bad things happen to me? Yes, of course, 100%. Is this the platform to talk on it? Nope. Because there's still things that could be charged to other people. And this is not the time or place. I'm not going to put people on, my people that are like, I guess, like perpetrators on a public platform like this, because it's not me. Like, I would really love to forget the fact that, Mitchell Snow and his little posse exist. Like, I just would like to forget their names. I would like to stop hearing my name. I would like to stop, getting phone calls. Like the Cat thing, I got death threats. We had death threats on the podcast itself, written in writing, like kill us all and bury us in the desert. I mean, like, who doesn't?
I'm going to remind you once again, I don't give a damn about how Candace feels. I really don't. Why would she entertain this nonsense? Like, he doesn't care about defaming these people, by the way. I don't owe Candace a damn thing. Do not come over here and insult me in my chat and say anything along the lines as if I owe her something. I owe her nothing. I don't care how she feels. I already made it clear I don't really care how the candy ass cult members feel either way. That's why I let you all vent it out in the chat. But don't expect the rest of us to fall for her BS because you're falling for it. That's on you. You don't get to force us to feel in, thinking, and take in or come to any conclusions, no more than we're trying to convince you of anything. I'm not here to persuade you to think any differently than when the way you're going to think. That's not important to me at all. How you think means nothing to me. I could care less. If people want to believe her, they can. That includes you and anyone else that believes her. We're not here for that. But it doesn't stop me from putting my foot on her neck. If you don't like it, have a good day. But you're not stopping nothing over here either. You don't run this. They keep forgetting that. Funny how they can regulate this platform. No, you don't get to do that. Especially when you're using terms like hate and, anger and all this stuff. Terms that you're not defining. This isn't hate. She's wrong. And she puts this fool on her show. And somehow this still does not tell us who pulled the trigger on the gun. Now I'm asking if he did. Now I'm asking if Candace Owens has something to do with it. And if she was aware. I've never seen anybody go out their way to try to defend themselves on something where people are scared to say the hard part out loud. The deeper this hole gets with Candace Owens, the more and more I start to question whether or not she was involved with Charlie Kirk's assassination. Because who in the hell cares about a Mitchell Snow? We don't care that this person exists. She brought him into the limelight. And since he wants to come into the limelight, then guess what? This is why jealousy and envy doesn't work well. Because when you think you're wishing good upon yourself from someone else's life, you got to take the bad that comes with it. That's one of the things about this whole thing with him coming out is people are going to try to find out who the hell he is, especially when he's making clear allegations with no evidence that he saw someone on a military base, knowing that there are cameras everywhere, and he couldn't even show footage or a photo. And yet, the Candy Ass cult members refused to grow a spine and asked Candace Owens to post evidence. Evidence, not some clown on her show saying things. Post the evidence. Video footage from the military base of him seeing these people on the base. Start with that. She could have gotten that. People are willing to violate HIPAA privacy laws and send her screenshots of things from hospital records. But she couldn't post the actual military police report. His DD-214, a court document, because he came out, his name is not under seal. It's not he changed his name to keep himself protected from some cartel. No. We just saw court documents with his former name on it. That's public information. That's even more proof. That's not how you go into hiding with the military. Under some witness protection. But because they refuse to look up those simple processes on how that goes and educate themselves on basic information, they want to sit around here and question everybody else on things they can just Google and read. Because here in the Lady Luck Club, reading is fundamental. If I can find a court document, a case with Harry Lawrence Myers in it, that is proof he's not hiding no damn where. And for whatever reason, he changed his name, but it certainly was not under a witness protection. Because the process to that is nowhere near what he's done. But if you're well versed on that, how process works, you would understand why I'm saying that. Those court documents would be under seal. They would not be available for just any person in the public to Google and just see this stuff. That's common sense. Once again, I'm not here to convince the candy ass cult members of a damn thing. But you won't persuade me or anyone else with a brain that chooses to think for themselves and read information on any of your nonsense either. You see how that works? Two ways on that. He was not under any witness protection. He just changed his damn name for whatever reason. And if we could see court documents with both names on it, he's not in hiding. More of a reason why these cards that Candace posted up should not have been redacted, at least with the name field. I'm not saying to put out his date of birth or anything like that, but why was his name covered up? The cards were fake. It's not hard to see. He didn't want his name to be shown on some ID cards when we can see his name on court documents. Make that make sense? Name on court documents, but not these ID cards she posted. Explain it. It's so crazy. It's absolutely bonkers to me. He's got protection orders coming in from at least 3 different women so far. And at this rate, I don't know how he's not in jail for threatening to take the life of a judge. And I don't see this person being one where he will stop. If he took someone's life, he would keep going. That's the heinous, vile, disgusting, evil part about this. He wouldn't stop taking someone's life if he started. More of a reason why I'm asking, what the hell was he doing in the state of Utah? Is he possibly the alternative shooter here? Candace, Owens, you trying to tell us something about Mitch Snow? Because otherwise, why do we care that he exists? we really, like, he came on her show. She brought this fool on her show, and now she's raising money for him. So, to the candy ass cult members in the box, I am going to keep asking if he had anything to do with this, as well as Candace Owens, if she had anything to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination, because we're just asking questions, and we all get to do that, right? You know, because free speech doesn't work one way, and Candace Owens is not my Lord and Savior. I could care less about how she feels or what she thinks. But when she lies, I'm going to debunk it. Can't make this up. It's absolutely disgusting. Let's get back.
Says this stuff. Like, this is not normal. And they were inciting people to still be harmful and cruel, you know, in that podcast with the people responding. Like, it's not okay. We're real people. We have children. We have families. Like, it's just not okay.
I want to say one thing. You know, Mitch Snow has his dining room is literally a gym. Okay, he has weights that he uses. He can lift up to 250 pounds. I've seen him bench it before. Wow. Why he's trying to say that he can't carry a woman when he picked me up and slammed me on the back of my head on the floor. He is physically capable of doing so many things. He is not in that way disabled.
Yeah. Right. He's technically disabled. So, you know, I don't want to get in that. Look, what is it that you want people to know? Because I know that you, and we had a long discussion about this. Look, people are going to come after you. They're going to attack your credibility. When your credibility is not in question, what's in question is Mitch Snow's. And we have court documents after court documents after court documents. We have abused woman after abused woman. We have children, which we're getting ready to talk to one of them. As I understand it, he has what, 4 children? 4. There's 4 that we know of. And I don't know, so far I haven't talked to one person that has received child support at all. Yeah. Of any significance. There's nothing. There's like Linda has 1, Cameron, I think. And then Gretchen has 2, a boy and a girl. And then Lene has 1. Yeah. So he's never paid child support. The only child support that I've talked to one person said that it was the state paying child support, and then also garnished his wages one time, which he had the audacity after The state of Washington found an account
Exactly.
with money
You don't
in it,
live in Utah.
a joint account with another woman that he was mooching off of, and grifting. The state took some money, garnished those wages, and gave it to the mother. And he actually called her up and demanded that money back. So that's what we're dealing with. So why this is relevant, folks, for all of you folks that want to live in denial, is when we have somebody that's making up a story out of whole cloth and claims to be a credible eyewitness, when we know that he has a huge, long track record, multiple times over, of lying, being a pathological liar, coming up with stories time and time again.
Yeah, them yeast infections, Candace Owens, must be getting your brain. That brain rot is real, y'all.
And I even experienced that. As he's talking to me, he's telling me things that I know are true, and then suddenly, he takes this left turn off into crazy town. He's feeding me a story that I know wasn't true, which was the climbing incident, by the way. And the reason I know this, so just so you guys know, is I'm talking to him a couple of days ago, and on the phone with him for over 2.5 hours. He claims that he was on a climbing team. He was a Green Beret, but he claims he was on a climbing team and fell 80 feet and broke every bone in his body just about. And then he was medically discharged. All right. If you were in service related and you broke the amount of bones that he claims, you would have a immediate.
Because there are people who just need to be understanding of the difference between a lie and the truth. That's it. Yeah, freedom of press, free speech, free expression. We get to do this.
Medical retirement. Almost immediately.
Yeah.
He never
100%.
received medical retirement. He never received a medical retirement. And on top of that, the other thing is he's claimed multiple times in documents and on video that he's medically retired.
Exactly, Karen.
That is a lie as well.
Yeah.
He's also claimed to be a Special Forces medic. He wasn't. He was an 18 Charlie, which is a Special Forces engineer. I don't know why he would, but again, all the stories that I've heard from time and time again from different people is that he lies needlessly, like just making things up. And I don't, because the truth isn't great enough for him, isn't acceptable for him. But that is well known among pathological liars. And I think he is one. And that's why we have this story. And what makes this story even worse is because there is zero chance that a conventional forces, joint task force, border patrol, southern border, would be involved in a clandestine operation to assassinate a U.S. citizen on U.S. soil. It is a bonker story to begin with. And the fact that he is...
I'm glad you said that, Catherine. Her lies are causing people to catch death threats. People are being doxxed, harassed, defamed, bullied on social media because Candace Owens is spreading dumb lies with no evidence. It's actually causing people harm and danger. Erica Kirk has already been getting death threats, but now she's getting death threats and kidnapping threats against her and two small minor children that aren't even 4 years old. They're not even school-age kids yet. Yeah, do they not deserve to live in peace and just be left alone? You have people that literally want to see harm done to these two babies. I'm so glad you said there's a consequence for the lies. And it's causing people to be put in harm's way. And if you don't understand that, that's fine. But that's why we continue to debunk her. Kidnapping threats and death threats. So if you don't like Erica, leave her alone. But why encourage her to get more death threats and kidnapping threats, not just against her, but two small minor children? She's still their mother. Whether you like it or not is irrelevant because you don't have to pay her bills or take care of her kids. This is why I can debunk Candace Owens and feel very good about it. I don't have to take care of Candace, and she don't take care of me. I don't have to raise her children. She doesn't raise mine. That's it. For the sake of truth, we do this. I'm going to keep doing it. And the bots and the candy ass cult members can keep asking. You know, at some point, I still don't care. They can keep asking, but we're going to keep doing it. Because just as much as you guys, the cult members and the bots that want to support her, the bots are just spreading disinformation. It's what they do. But for real human beings that want to support everything that Candace Owens says with no evidence and not even ask her for it and demand it, because why not grow a spine and ask her to post up the surveillance camera footage from the military base? At least be bold enough to push back on this and say, you need to post up some evidence with this so that we can go out and prove your, Lady Luck Club wrong. Hey, whatever. I dared her several times to file an FBI complaint when she was alleging that there was an assassination attempt against her life. Because she wanted to shift this whole narrative about Charlie Kirk's assassination and invoke herself into it to make it seem like now all of this is happening to her with no evidence. She never once posted the FBI text message. She never once filed a formal FBI complaint. Because you will get confirmation of submission at the least if you did it the right way. But because the cult members don't read either, they don't understand how that process works either. That's a Google search. Has she gone through the steps? She would be able to say, you guys, I did a complaint today on the FBI. Here's how it looks. This is what you do. This is the information you put in. Here's how many attachments you can post up with it. And then at the end, it gives you this confirmation of submission. And here it is. I did a screenshot so you all can see this. Not one time did she even go through the actual steps to do that. But yet she claimed that the French were trying to assassinate her. Who does that? Who makes that type of accusation but won't even file a formal FBI complaint? Candace Owens. The simpleton that refuses to read an indictment. Go figure. Yeah, we're going to keep debunking her. She's saying all these things happen and she won't even file a complaint herself. People are out to get her. Payments being made for her assassination. But she wouldn't get the actual emails of this paper trail. The payments herself, as she claimed someone called her and said they saw, but they couldn't send print screenshots of that and email it to her. Once again, the cult members don't demand any evidence from her. They just believe what she says. Cult leader says jump. They say, ha, master. And then they do it. She dictates how they all feel. The bots are being bots. Bots are going to come through here and spread disinformation. It's what they do. That's why, that's little stuff, nonsense like that. It is what it is. It's buffoonery. Because that's their goal. They do that on YouTube. The bots are all over there on Twitter X. You got all these commentary accounts coming up on Twitter X, just parroting her narrative, trying to keep her painted in this positive limelight. Candace knows she has bots. That girl is, and she's well versed with social media to know that she has bots. Because when she thought everybody was coming after her and attacking her for growing soft, I guess, and not getting more conspiratorial, she called it a bot. She knows she has bots. But when it comes down to all these bots in everybody else's live streams and watching YouTube videos, all of a sudden, they're supporters and they're trying to shut us up. Who is we? Gary, I want you to keep talking so you can keep giving evidence when somebody wants to file a defamation lawsuit against you, Candace. I keep saying that. I don't want her to shut up. Keep talking, Candace. The more you talk, the more I get to debunk, the more evidence you give other petitioners that are thinking about suing you. Don't cry about it when you get hit with a lawsuit. Just take it like a champion, girl. Keep on talking. Chabu.
The Green Beret. He knows that's not even a credible story, but yet he gets on Candace Owens' show and tells this ridiculous story. And then he expects us all to believe it. And then instead of us expecting any sort of proof of any of his allegations, of proof of Brian Harpole being there, proof of an actual meeting that's being planned to assassinate Charlie Kirk, or proof of Erica Kirk being there, we're in this upside down world where they expect these people, they throw these accusations at them and then blackmail them into proving their innocence. That's not how this works. It's not. Ladies, I'm going to bring his son on just a moment. And is there anything else?
Wow, we're going to talk to the son.
You would like to share with the people out there about your experience with Mitch, other things that you want people to know and understand about Mitch as it relates to the story or your story?
Hey, Scar. He's evil. and he will stop at nothing. So I expect to have to extend my 12-year restraining order. Like, it really sucks to see that, but here we are 2.5 years into this, and it's just,
You know, we don't do blasphemy in my chat. Do not compare Candace Owens, a mere mortal, to Jesus Christ. You see that? You block it. I refuse to allow blasphemy to flow in my chat. We're not even going to insult Jesus Christ, who died on the cross, by even thinking to compare Candace Owens to that. No.
he's relentless and without any real evidence. And like, he has these restraining orders and stuff. And even though with
He's over
Lene,
that.
like, I'd like to say one thing, you know, he keeps griping about the fact that he's not seeing his kid. A restraining order doesn't define visitation. Visitation is a separate order altogether. And the judge who recently reissued his restraining order between him and his son told him that, like, if you want visitation, you need to file that documentation separately, because there are ground rules for visitation with your child when your child has a restraining order against you. And instead of doing that, which takes no money at all, just file the documents in court, do what the judge tells you to do, take your meds, go to a therapist, stop drinking, do your drug test, do your alcohol test. He chooses not to do that stuff. And instead, he chooses to attack all of us.
Wait a second.
and
Real
do.
quick. Let me interrupt you. So part of the restraining order requirements is that he's supposed to be taking drug tests and alcohol.
No. If he wanted the visitation with his son, the judge told him that he could file for visitation separately, because the restraining order didn't stop him from filing for visitation.
Gotcha.
It just stopped him from having uncontrolled access to his son.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
But he could, the judge told him to file for visitation separately. And he just didn't do it. It's been 2.5 years. He didn't do it the first time. He didn't do it the second time.
Because he doesn't care. You have to file for visitation. That's in family court. That matter is specifically handled in family court. So why didn't he just file the petition for visitation and get parenting time? You can't make this stuff up. So he's not even going out of his way to get parenting time and visitation.
Time earlier this year, you know, after the new order was, you know, reinstated, Lene has to go to court every single year to renew the order between her son and him. And she has to show there's no substantial change. Like, this is not a substantial change on the good for him. Like, he keeps complaining about this stuff, you know, not seeing his kid and not, you know, doing all this stuff, but he does nothing to actually like see his kid. He does nothing to make things better. He does nothing to leave me alone, leave Candace alone, leave any of the other victims alone. Like, if he would leave us alone for a good 12, 24 months, he could file for orders to be dropped for a substantial change, you know, in whatever thing, saying like, hey, I'm not bothering people. Hey, I'm not doing this. But he just keeps this never ending cycle going. Like, he doesn't want to leave us alone. He wants the attention. He wants the fraud, the money, you know, and he's being investigated by Pascal Washington for stolen valor, like the wire fraud, for fraudulent, was it the charitable fraud, like all that stuff with this $140,000 that he's got now. Candace Owens says that money's for him, his son, and his wife. Well, his wife is Lene Snow. His son is Nathan Snow. Like, the 2/3 of that goes to them.
Yeah. There's two things going on with that. Number one, that money needs to go to his victims, for sure.
Right.
And I think.
Wait a minute. So Candace said the money that is being raised is for him and his wife and children? Does she not realize he's still legally married to her? You can't make this up, Candace. You don't know this man's still legally married? This is proof that you don't vet anybody, girl. You don't vet nothing, heifer. This heifer doesn't vet a thing. She didn't know that Mitchell Snow was still married to Lene Snow legally, because he can only be legally married to one woman. She didn't know this. So she wants 2/3 of the money to go to his wife and the child, to the son. He's got 4 kids. I'd rather the money just go to child support. What the heck is going on? You can't make this up.
You know, the right thing for Candace to do would be to match that. And you know, she has drugged because she failed to vet this guy in any real way whatsoever, which would have been easy to do. I mean, I Googled his name one time and it pulled up multiple of these records, of these court records, showing that he has multiple charges for protecting orders, domestic violence. Takes 30 seconds. And she didn't do it. And it's because she wanted this story so bad and she prayed for it. And it was divine intervention that was given to her. It was the first email that she opened up. And now she has this grand conspiracy that the U.S. military was planning the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And strangely, that's not even what's alleged. He walks into a building, he sees Brian Hartpole, he sees, you know, some lieutenant colonels, and then the night before he saw Erica Kirk, allegedly. With zero proof of any of this stuff, by the way. But that's enough for her to say, hey, there's no way that anything else could possibly happen other than the U.S. government come out and admit that they're involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That's what she opened up that entire story with, and it's bonkers to me.
It's wild. Like, it's insane. And I mean, I watch and listen to Candace Owens, and I was just like baffled whenever I saw Mitch's face there. I was like, oh God, here we go again. Like, what's going to happen this time? You know, because it's a 6-month difference between Candace Finda and then this. And I was expecting the accent and everything to still be there. And then suddenly he's like, GQ cleaned up. And I was like, what happened? I thought he had this permanent brain injury that caused this accent. And now it's just like gone. Like, what?
The content stuff. Candace, do you have anything else that you'd like people to know?
Well,
did y'all notice that he did have an accent in earlier videos, and now, you know, in the one with that fool that was on Candace's show, no accent at all. It just, the way he spoke, his vernacular didn't even make sense. He referred to people on the base as military people, and he's a veteran of the Army. And he refers to other fellow military personnel as military people, not brothers or sisters in arms, none of that. Because I caught that when he first said it, and shout out to one of Ahmad's many, who clarified how they refer to each other in the Army, the nicknames they have for each other. He just said military people. Who talks like that? This man, there's just so much, just so off and so weird.
You know, all the women out there, and
Well,
including Amy, who he's currently with, you know, I do expect someday for her to come forward. I do think she's being abused right now.
Wow.
And I'd like to tell all the women, please stay away. You know, he's not worth your life. He's not worth it. He's not worth the loss of you.
You'll become one of us, and he will never stop. Like, we're going on 3 years, a few months away from 3 years of this relentless badgering from him.
Yeah, hopefully the world can see him for what he is. And then again, I think the real important thing, and what is so courageous about what you guys are doing, coming forward and have to put this all this information and relive all this stuff and do it publicly, is hopefully prevent future victims. That's what it's all about. And again, I just want to thank you both for coming on. I know we just scratched the surface just on the phone. We talked about so much more. And, you know, again, thank you for your courage. Thank you for coming on. We appreciate you both very much. So,
yeah. And if you've got all the evidence, so if people drive you too crazy, you can do a whole episode of just evidence alone and not even call anybody. So feel free to do it.
Well, and you all have my
have
number.
a
If there's anything I
nickname
can do
for
for
each
you,
other.
you let me know. And we appreciate you guys.
Thank you for having us. And thank you for getting the truth on this, because this is the first time in 3 years that anyone's cared. So outside of issuing the orders, you know, but it's, it matters.
There's a lot of people out there that care. And so just know that there's a lot of people supporting you guys. People are going to hate on you. There's no doubt about it. I know
they're going to hate on, but we're still going to try to live our quiet lives. Like, I mean, like you said, you couldn't find me on Facebook.
It's easy.
No, I couldn't.
So,
All right,
and then you had the wrong number. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Ladies, we appreciate you coming on. Thank you. I want you guys to have a great day. And like I said, if you need anything from me,
you too. All right. Thanks.
Talk to you later.
All right. Later.
The sun.
All right.
Oh man.
Let me introduce you guys, or I'm gonna have him introduce himself. I'm not sure if he wants to use his real name. He's been waiting backstage gracefully and patiently. Yeah. So welcome to the show. Let's tell everybody who you are, and we're gonna go from there.
I'm Cameron Dowler. I went by Myers for less than a year of my life when I very first started. My mom is Linda Dowler. She was with Harry for a very short amount of time. And in that very short amount of time, while she was still a medic in the U.S. Army, she left him because he was complete deadbeat. No child support, no real interest in pursuing a real relationship of any kind. Kind of left her out to dry, to the point where he had disciplinary action taken against him through the Army, because they kind of take that seriously. My contact with him has been extremely limited. I could have pursued something, but everything I knew about him from stories, from letters, and my mom has a box of letters from him that is just like story after story after story, and it's all fiction. It's not even believable. And she'll admit that now.
Well, Cameron, you're also a veteran. Tell everybody a little bit about, before we get off into that, tell everybody a little bit about yourself and your military career. And
yeah. Okay. I was in for a short amount of time, just shy of 6 years, and I've been deployed. I've served with 10th Group, went to Afghanistan, been stationed in Germany, stationed at Fort Carson, Gordon, Benning. And even during that short time, I'm not Special Forces, I'm not Ranger, none of that. I've worked with those guys. I know them well. They would not like him, to say the least. There's something that you learn when working with those guys very quickly, and it's trust your gut intuition. You can know when somebody's like trying to sell you a story, or when they're trying to take advantage of your sympathy. That is Harry Myers to a T.
Now, even when you were young and you know, they were recently separated or divorced, and I've talked to your mother, and she's told me some pretty wild stories. And then I also talked to his second wife, Gretchen, who, you know, we were talking a little bit about you. I was like, hey, you know, what do you know about his previous wife and his son? And apparently to her, he claimed all throughout their relationship that you were not his son. Did he ever pursue any sort of relationship with you?
Yes.
How did that?
He would call. Most of the time, it's through calling or trying to get in touch through a third person. But at that point, like I was already adopted by my father.
And how old were you at this point?
I was under the age of 3.
Gotcha.
So I've never looked at Harry or, you know, this like fraudulent, like weird Mitch Snow alias that he's got and said, oh yeah, that's my dad. No, not once. So I don't have any sort of like emotional.
Yeah, this is a son. One of his sons. There's like, this guy's a deadbeat. He opens up with this. He just said flat out. I mean, you know, this is something else when your own kids come flat out and just call you a deadbeat within the first 1 minute and 30 seconds of conversation. He's like, I've never looked at this guy as my dad. He's like a con artist, Harry Mitch guy. Man, this speaks volumes. For the son to come out and say, yeah, he's a deadbeat. This is crazy. Oh my goodness. This is what Candace should have done before platforming Mitch Snow. Vet him for credibility. Exactly. Did you hear him? He served with the 10th. Is that where Mitch got that from? You know what? I'm so glad you asked the CC. You guys know I keep saying this fool that was on Candace's show. To me, it just it's hard to believe he was in the military. It's hard to believe he was in the military. I just, you know, all the bells are ringing on that guy. But I am right now, I'm just going to go with the evidence says. But it's just, it seems like he's picking up someone else's life and he's repeating that. This is a man who does not want to pay child support, who has protection orders granted against him, that is willing to self-harm in order to lie and say someone clocked him. A 5'2" woman that's on maybe 100 pounds. This is what we're dealing with. And his son opens this up. Yeah, he's a deadbeat. This is crazy. She couldn't even take 5 minutes to Google his name and see that neither of his names were under seal or reflected him in hiding or under some witness protection. None of that. His entire story is horseshit. And it seems like he's giving someone else's story. Like he's trying to live someone else's life. And he's just a con artist. I just don't sense anything genuine about this Mitch Harrison person. It sounds like stolen valor. Exactly, Virginia. Stolen valor wouldn't surprise anyone at this point. Exactly. It just sounds like stolen valor. There's nothing that he says or does that gives me indication to believe that he was ever in the military, especially when his ID cards that he sent over to Candace Owens was reflective of a dependent. Didn't he say his mother was in the army as a medic? Maybe I missed that part. Let me go back just a tad bit. Because, he came right into this full force. It's so crazy. I'm just happy he got a real dad and was protected from Mitch. Yeah. And that wackadoo she had on her show. Exactly. And the kid seems like a really good guy. She isn't a journalist in any way, shape, or form. Not at all. Not at all. She doesn't even ask questions that need to be asked. And yet, she's still walking around here after saying that she was committing her life and obsessing over the death of Charlie Kirk to finding out who pulled the trigger on the gun, because that's what it comes down to. And we're no closer to that 4 months later than we were on September 11th. Because Candace Owens can't even ask questions to ensure that she's vetting someone on her show. Unless we're to believe that Mitchell Snow pulled the trigger on the gun, what use does he, what is his purpose again? He's absolutely useless to this narrative.
About his previous wife and his son, and apparently to her, he claimed all throughout their relationship that you were not his son.
Let me go back, son.
And she'll admit that now.
So
To use
Hold
his
on.
real name, he's been waiting
That's fine.
backstage gracefully and patiently. Yeah, so welcome to the show. Let's tell everybody who you are, and we're gonna go from there.
I'm Cameron Dowler. I went by Myers for less than a year of my life when I very first started. My mom is Linda Dowler. She was with Harry for a very short amount of time.
Okay,
And in
so
that very short amount of time, while she was still a medic in the U.S. Army, she left him because he was...
he said while she was still a medic in the U.S. Army. So Mitchell Snow could just be a dependent. Since several of you in the military verified those ID cards to be dependent cards, he could literally have just been a dependent himself. And I'm not saying, because I think he has a DD-214. I'm saying it sounds like stolen valor, where he is claiming to have been someone else, claiming to have been this army, personnel. His mother was in the army as a medic. So why would Mitchell Snow have dependent military ID cards? That's for a dependent. Why would he have that? It's so crazy. It's that as opposed to his own military ID cards as a veteran. Yeah, his stuff is not adding up.
deadbeat. No child support, no real interest in pursuing a real relationship of any kind. Kind of left her out to dry, to the point where he had disciplinary action taken against him through the Army, because they kind of take that seriously. My contact with him has been extremely limited. I could have pursued something, but everything I knew about him from stories, from letters, and oh man, my mom has a box of letters from him that is just like story after story after story, and it's all fiction. It's not even believable. And she'll admit that now.
Well, Cameron, you're also a veteran. Tell everybody a little bit about, before we get off into that, tell everybody a little bit about yourself and your military career. And yeah.
Okay. I was in for a short amount of time, just shy of 6 years, and I've been deployed. I've served with 10th Group, went to Afghanistan, been stationed in Germany, stationed at Fort Carson, Gordon, Benning. And even during that short time, I'm not Special Forces, I'm not Ranger, none of that. I've worked with those guys. I know them well. They would not like him, to say the least. There's something that you learn when working with those guys very quickly, and it's trust your gut, intuition. You can know when somebody's like trying to sell you a story, or when they're trying to take advantage of your sympathy. That is Harry Myers to a T.
Now, even when you were young and you know, they were recently separated or divorced, and I've talked to your mother and she's told me some pretty wild stories. And then I also talked to his second wife, Gretchen, who, you know, we were talking a little bit about you. I was like, hey, you know, what do you know about his previous wife and his son? And apparently to her, he claimed all throughout their relationship that you were not his son. Did he ever pursue any sort of relationship with you?
Yes.
How did that? Where did that
He would call. Most of the time, it's through calling or trying to get in touch through a third person. But at that point, like I was already adopted by my father.
And how old were you at this point?
I was under the age of 3.
Gotcha.
So I've never looked at Harry or, you know, this like fraudulent, like weird Mitch Snow alias that he's got and said,
Yeah,
oh,
he
yeah,
called
that's
him
my
a
dad. No,
fraud.
not once. So I don't have any sort of like emotional investment of any kind with this man.
His own son said fraudulent, referring to this dude. And even if he doesn't have any attachments, it's just the fact that this man could have had a relationship with his own son. And he didn't seem to go out of his way to do that either. He's got 4 kids that I'm sure has been verified with DNA tests. Because you would have to be you would have to go through a paternity test if you are ordered to pay child support in court. They would do the legitimization process. So part of that includes a DNA test. So at the very least, he's had the opportunity to spend time with his own 4 kids he procreated and made. And yet you have one that doesn't even is calling him fraudulent. Because he is. Mitchell Snow is a fraud. He's a fraud.
And he tried to get in touch with me through an ex-wife, my current wife at the time when I was in the service early on. Tried to tell her a bunch of stories about how he's gonna like hook us all up. He was a millionaire and he just had to keep his money hidden, and that he had some places out by the Hood River that we should all move in together when I get out of the service or something like that. I just remember being on the phone while stationed in Germany, just kind of looking at the phone like, no, what? I don't want that. Why is he talking to you? Block him. Get rid of him.
Andrew, I'm going to let you believe whatever you want to believe. Perhaps you missed my speech earlier where I said that I'm not here to persuade anybody from what they want to believe. But you will not do that here in the Lady Luck Club and persuading us to believe anything any differently than what we believe. See how that works? I think there's a silly question. Why don't you tell Candace to post up those court documents she said she would post up? Let's start with that. How about the code and the bots? Put some pressure on Candace Owens to actually post up evidence when she says she's going to post it up. We're waiting for those court documents to be posted to her website. When are you going to make that happen?
On Facebook. Don't talk to this dude. He's a creep.
So when you were younger, before you were adopted, or even maybe afterwards, like, was there ever visitation? Was he ever coming to spend time with you?
No.
Was he ever doing any of these types of things?
I have no memories of him ever being physically in my presence.
Gotcha.
Wow.
0. I've seen some pictures of him every once in a while. I've heard things from my uncle, my grandma, his own mother, my grandmother, wants absolutely nothing to do with him. If he fell off the earth.
He never said that his dad wasn't there. We all know he got kicked off the military base. The problem is he can't prove that Erica Kirk was there. So you're bringing up a moot point. It's irrelevant. I'm not saying his dad was not there. Said I don't believe his dad having been in the military, but that's not the same thing as saying that the father was not on the military base. He was kicked off of it. I'm still waiting on surveillance camera footage, though, to prove anything. But I never said he wasn't there. I said he has not presented any evidence to prove that Erica Kirk and Brian Harpool were there. Because why would he not just pull out his phone and take a photo? How would he know who these people are when he said in that same interview that he could not recognize anyone at TPUSA except Charlie Kirk. Why aren't the bots scanning her actual videos so they can see what she's saying and what's being said? Especially from that dumbass interview she did. I'm not even going to call it an interview. It was a squabble. So Mitch Snow and Candace Owens had a squabble, like two chicken heads on her show, where she failed to vet this clown. I never said he wasn't there. I said he has not proven she was there. And that's simple. It's called surveillance footage videos. Military police showed up. They're wearing body cameras. They've got dash cams in their vehicles. Why didn't Candace do a FOIA request to get that footage? You know, because if you read a little bit, you'll know that this is simple evidence that you can acquire. That military police report, why didn't she just post that up as opposed to try to type up some nonsense where she called him Michael Snow? You know, because the name doesn't match.
And vanished, or
It
was
makes
just
sense.
written out of existence.
This
Should be
don't
out
know
here for it.
where hers is gonna go.
It says a lot when even a mother's love has its limits.
Yeah.
When somebody is just so willfully untreated and mentally ill that nobody wants to be around them. And it's a pattern. Like, you can see it everywhere you look. Like, if I were to go in, I doubt anybody knows him.
Didn't have to beg for that money. They sit the
If I were to somehow track down the units that he's been in, find the guys who were in those units, and maybe if some of them had gone, green to gold to stay officers so they didn't have to retire, those guys, if they exist, would probably not want to talk about Harry Myers at all. They would probably be wondering, he's not trying to contact
Don't
me.
lie on me about what I said.
And that was my word. Like, my mom, she was like, I don't know what's going on, but we're getting calls about Harry. And I just remember hearing my mom say it when we were going over for Christmas. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, just let him do it.
Now, I asked Candace and Aaron about this. Around the time that you were born is when he was claiming that he was on the run from the cartel. He was in witness protection. Had you ever heard any of the stories like that? Does your mother share?
No, he was in trouble for completely neglecting child support payments.
Gotcha. Okay. So do you know why he changed his name?
Probably because he has a bunch of kids with other people since then that he doesn't have contact with, and probably hasn't paid a single penny of child support willingly.
Wow.
I feel like it feels silly. It's like somebody telling you that a local drunk scam artist down at the a gas station is claiming he saw aliens abduct the president. Like, his stories, all of it, it's beyond just being wild and stupid to the point of, like,
now,
I mean, I understand why the conversation needs to happen, but at the same time, I'm just like, he just wants attention. There's no point in giving him any of this. Like,
yeah.
Now, you're a veteran, and I don't know. Have you watched his claims on Candace Owens? Do you know what he's talking about?
I watched some of them very briefly. I can only stomach so much of that bullshit. They're not going to let him go into anywhere, ops center or anything like that. On any post, not Huachuca, not Carson, not nowhere, not in the States, not abroad. They're going to make him go through the same center that everybody goes through to get his ID, get it renewed if he doesn't have it to that point. They're going to let him go to the commissary. They're going to let him go to the PX, maybe some of the other amenities on the post, but he doesn't have a secret security clearance.
Or if he does walk into the Joint Task Force staff duty, he might end up detained and outside getting the canines called on him as per this report, which, again, I don't even know if this report is real or not. There's so much craziness going on with this report. It's not a plate number.
They called me on September 9th, asking me if I knew anything about a Mitch Snow and telling me that I was listed as his number one emergency contact. And I just remember sitting there for like a minute, like, I don't know Mitch Snow. I don't know why I'd be on somebody's emergency contact list. Like,
but you weren't even aware of his name change, or you just forgot about it, or like you just weren't aware.
Wow.
I don't, like I said, like I really like, it's just one of those, I just don't.
I think he changed his name to avoid child support. Now I'm getting the feeling that he changed his name to avoid child support. Because I guess in his world, if my name is different, they can't come after me under this new name and garnish my wages, or, if he's getting disability. I just, you claim to have been in the military and yet you're ordered to pay child support and you don't want to pay it. You know how insulting that is. If you're getting VA disability or VA payment, you can have that money garnished. They factor in VA disability payments into child support calculations. That's a federal law. So it doesn't matter what state you're in. They're going to take the money out your VA payments if you're ordered to pay child support and you're behind in arrears. They're going to take it out your check. How you claim to be somebody upstanding and upright and you don't want to pay child support? Just let it come out of your check. He changed his name. And this, he's saying he didn't even know. Hey, man, because we all know he didn't change it because of some witness protection. Because the other name is available to the public too, on court documents. So we all know he didn't change it for no witness protection. That's a damn lie from them pit of hell. He and Candace Owens need to return that lie to sender. So other than the legal issues, why else would he want to change it? Something with his dad, something. While he decides to be a deadbeat dad himself. You can't make this
Think about the guy, really.
So you were called by, I guess, military police on September 9th. And what time was
crazy.
that? Let's see. Bear with me just a second here. I might be a little fast.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. I know you were waiting backstage for a long time, so we appreciate your patience. While you're looking that up, what I'll do is I'll cover a couple of these super chats. We got Love and Jesus 77. Everybody that gave to Mitch was scammed. Request a refund immediately. I couldn't agree more. And thank you for that very generous super chat.
Yeah, they should be getting their money back.
Candace Owens initially said that she'll connect Mitch to another podcaster for a live, but then a few days later, she hosted him. One would wish she'd do a basic background check before hosting him. So curious. Yeah, especially with such a big story. I mean, when you have such a big story and the entire story is riding on the credibility of the person conveying it, you'd think you'd want to do a background check on them. That would be the common sense thing to do. Candace Allen 4681, thank you for your service, all your warriors. And Cameron, thank you for your service too, buddy. We appreciate it. One of the things I told your mother this. It's a shame how things turned out to some extent, but I think it sounds like you got a great dad.
I do.
Had a great life, and it all worked out for the best, so that you could grow up and be the man that you are today. And
him not being a part of my life is probably one of the best things that could have ever happened.
I couldn't agree more. God always had a plan.
So I looked it up. September 9th, it was around 12:30 that they called.
12:30, and what time zone are you on?
I'm in Pacific Standard Time.
Okay, so that would have been Pacific Standard Time too. Because Arizona in September is basically on Pacific Standard Time because they do not recognize daylight savings. So 12:30. Did they give you any other information when they had him detained and they call you? Did they tell you?
They wanted to know if I knew anyone else that was on his emergency contact list.
Okay.
They wanted to know if any of the information on them was correct or anything like that. And I told him basically, like, I have no idea.
Sure.
I haven't talked to any of his other kids. I haven't spoken to his ex-wives or the people that he's abused and been around. I've been blissfully not having to deal with his issues.
I don't know. Is there anything else that you want people to know about him, or I don't know,
to not trust him? Don't. It's all stories. His father had some sort of like degenerative mental disorder that was like, part of that was the pathological liar sort of thing. I don't know what he claims his reasons are for stopping talking to his dad. nobody else in my family or that's like connected to him through some sort of familial bond, whether active or not, estranged or not, wants any contact with him. They don't really want to be contacted about him. My grandmother, my uncle, they want absolutely nothing to do with him. They don't want to be poked about it, called, mentioned, brought up in conversation by him or other people. Like,
well, I have talked to his 2 other adult children, and they said the exact same thing. They're younger than you, but they said the exact same thing. That's the exact same story that I heard from them. Like, we don't want anything to do with this guy. And,
Wow.
He's a grifter.
So you have maintained
I
a
heard
relationship
that.
with the Myers side of the family. Sounds.
He's a grifter. You can't make this up. He is a grifter. You know, we can all see that, but it's crazy. And then he goes on another grifter's podcast. Candace, did you have something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination?
Like with your grandmother, with your uncle, but not your father.
Correct.
Your
They don't
biological
want
father.
anything to do with him.
And has your grandmother given any reason as to why, or your uncle?
She says he always wants money. He's always being manipulative. He's always stories, taking advantage of people's sympathies.
Thank you.
That he's violent. He's not trustworthy. She wants absolutely nothing to do with him. Every time he's brought up in conversation, she will very adamantly state that she does not want to talk about it.
Wow.
Does not want to ruin the conversation by talking about him. Wants nothing to do with him.
To grip this bit.
I talked to my uncle very briefly after that phone call for the first time in years, or really ever as an adult. And it wasn't even really about Harry. I just wanted to make sure that my grandma was all right, and if anything happened to her, that we would still stay in contact. He comes up as an afterthought.
Gotcha.
And
I mean, he lives in another world. He's got his little kooky drama that he lives in, and it's not mentally healthy. I mean, it may not be tested or anything like that, but for those people out there that are struggling with mental illness of some kind, if you feel like you have to tell a bunch of stories to have an interesting life, I recommend getting therapy, seeing people that will help you, and then maybe, not directly worsening the problem. I know that can be challenging, but I also don't want to give him the benefit of the doubt in that regard either, because there's just so much that doesn't add up with anything. You can't trust anything about him. It's all a fabrication. For what purpose? I don't know. Attention, but
grifting. Listen, he's got a Go Save Me here. Over $141,000. Yo, this is so crazy. He's saying flat out 3 of the 4 children that he's reached out to, one of which is right here, do not want anything to do with the guy. And Candace could not find that out. And she's got over 5.7 million subs over there. Candace, because your bots and your candy ass cult members tell me every day exactly how much you have in money and subs and views and likes and clicks. Because that's what you do this for. And you and your team could not get just basic vetting done. Talk to other people that know him. Because it wouldn't fit in your moot point. And look what happens when this dude is being debunked by his own kids. He said, don't trust anything about him. You can't make this up. This is priceless.
I mean, you'll know someone by the fruits of their work, their labor, who they are, what they do, not by what they say. If we were going by what he says, then he would have a very large network of other veterans, friends, and family that would probably willingly be around him, because it takes a certain caliber of man and just person in general to be able to accomplish some of these claims that he says he's done, and there's none of it. I have doubts as to any of his time in service being portrayed accurately.
Yeah, I mean, so far, all the service related documents that we have, I mean,
wow,
he was in special.
Listen, I welcome that 18-minute video footage. I've been one championing of all the people out here debunking Candace Owens. I am constantly asking for evidence. I want her to post up that 18-minute video footage Why wouldn't she just post it up? She could upload that video separately on her channel. You know, and Candace, you will get a lot of views on that as well. 18 minutes, it'll probably get a whole lot more views than her show because it's shorter. You know, people have, you know, ADHD and all. Why wouldn't she just upload it? Candace could have done that. She's been on Twitter all week, all weekend, running her mouth. She could have easily posted that 18-minute video footage, along with text messages and proof of transactions going through Club de Sant and all these other things that we've been asking her to post up as evidence. We welcome that here. We welcome it. I want her to post it up. Please encourage her to do it. I want her to post it. I don't understand why she wouldn't. Just like I don't understand why she posted up 3 cards, one blurred and the other 2 redacted to the point where you don't even see a name. And didn't think that anyone would find out that his former name is not because he's in hiding. Like it, I mean, just simple stuff being used to debunk her. And he's an evil, soulless clown. Like, she's a fool for letting him on her show. Candace, this is all your fault. You brought this clown into the spotlight, this Mitchell Snow person.
Operations. It was a very short time.
I don't want her
and
to
things
post
seemed
the
to go downhill very quickly after that. But I can understand
Give,
your
sing, go. Okay.
skepticism there, because I was too. I mean, this is not even talking to this guy and finally having him send me his DD-214. I've never talked to another Green Beret like this guy. I've never seen another Green Beret.
I'm surprised you stayed on the phone with him for 2 hours. I'm going to be real honest with you, Fred. That sounds like torture.
It was interesting, to say the least. Well, listen, Cameron, like I said, man, I appreciate you coming on. I think your story is important. And I think people need to wake up and realize what's going on with this story and really the broader picture of what's going on with the Charlie Kirk assassination, and just wake up and understand that, you know, evidence is what dictates truth. If something happened, if something's true, then there's evidence for it. And we shouldn't be forcing, you know, people that are being accused to prove their innocence. That's just, just not how things are supposed to work here in the United States. Not how
especially not in such a tragic situation. Don't let a con artist take over a very real tragedy for his own benefit.
Yeah,
there are real victims out there, his own victims as well as Charlie Kirk and his family. They don't need any of this. Not at all. Not from Candace. Not from him. Especially not from him. Don't let him take this as his own thing where he's victimized once more. He's not a victim.
Exactly.
He's just a con artist.
Oh.
Well, I couldn't sum it up any better than that. Is there anything else you want people to know?
He's not a victim. He's just a con artist. Let me tell you something. I believe this kid all day over Mitchell Snow. Yeah, it's the same guy that said he had a lawsuit going against the government. Mitchell Snow. He had a lawsuit going against the government. The only thing I could find with Mitchell Snow on it as a petitioner and against any government agency was the Department of the Interior. Where are the other court documents? Candace Owens said she would post up on her website. See, here's the thing. When you post up evidence, it's because you know the evidence proves and supports your allegations to be true. That's how that works. Her saying there's an 18-minute video showing God knows what would be evidence to support what allegation. I welcome her to that. I challenged her to do it. I said, I dare you to post the court documents up. She said she would post up some court documents. Where are they? Because this is a court document here. This is a court document. Here you go, 2023-1196. Petition for review of the Merit Systems Protection Board in number DC-0752-22-0107-I-1. Order. The petitioner, having failed to file an appendix required by Federal Circuit Rule 30A within the time permitted by the rules, it is ordered that the petition for review be, and the same hereby, is dismissed for failure to prosecute in accordance with the rules. This is the only thing I found dealing with Mitchell Snow and the government. Where's her court document? Game on, Candace. Your move. See, here's a proper challenge here. You want to post up some receipts? Post it up. Because receipts. Helpful. Receipts. Now post yours up, Candace. Whatever court documents that clown gave you, post it. You posted up everything else, Candace Owens, but not court documents. Post it up. Game on. Helpful. I challenge her to do it.
That's everything. Just, trust but verify.
I agree. Well, listen, Cameron, we really appreciate you coming on. And again, thank you for your service. Thank you for being the man that you are and willing to come on and share your story. I think it's important. And you have my phone number. If there's anything I can ever do for you, feel free to reach out anytime. Be glad to.
All right. Well, Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
You as well, man. Hope you guys had a great Christmas.
Absolutely.
All right, man, have a great day. Thank you.
Y'all, this is something else.
All right, folks. So that's where we're at in all of this.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna get to some more
His
super
kids
chats. And we'll
don't
go through
even
here
want
and
to have
start taking some
anything to do
questions.
with him.
Additional questions in the live chat. Of course, I actually scrolled up here and jacked this up. Okay.
I'm going to put him on mute while he's doing that. And then I'm going to go ahead and go through some of the supers I have over here. Shout out to Per Blood for the new membership. Thank you so much. I hope I'm saying that right, honey. Forgive me if I'm not. Correct me if I'm mispronouncing it. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. Pat Brooks with the 1999 super. Thank you so much for your generosity. Pat Brooks always, blesses us here in the LLC with supers. I truly appreciate it. Thank you for the 1999 super. Hey, Lady Luck, this guy seems to be a compulsive liar, not to mention the abuse to women and children. Exactly. And now his son is verifying that. 2 other children have verified that. To which it's nothing for them to just get in front of a camera and say, Mitchell Snow, Harry Myers, whatever he's calling himself week by week is a liar. He's a liar. Like, this is insane. Absolute liar. And court documents debunking him. What lawsuit does he have against the government again? Because the one we just saw, the only one that comes up was dismissed due to failure to prosecute. And that's in the federal circuit. You can't make this up. Shout out to Scar for the $4.99 super. Thank you so much for your generosity. Stolen Valor agreed. Thank you, Miss Lady Luck. I'm glad I found your channel. Thank you for the support. And I'm glad you found us here in the LLC as well. Man, y'all. Oh, good Lord. He did a heck of a job. There's no denying this. He did a heck of a job. This is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So, man, it just sounds like his story is so broken up and he's not really producing a whole lot of evidence. I haven't seen the DD-214. Paramount Tactical does have his DD-214 for Mitchell Snow. Well, Harry Myers, I guess. Whatever his name was in the military. But see, here's the thing. When you change your names and all these identities, you got up these documents that are blurred and redacted that won't even show a name. It lacks consistency. All of his evidence, his documentation should be consistent and continuous, meaning why would you redact the names on your ID cards for the military? Why would you do that? But not post up a DD-214? And whether he was in the military or not, moot point. Because what the hell does he have to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination? Unless he was involved in it and he pulled the trigger. Because we have the right to make that assumption, given all the factors here. We can ask that question. Is Mitchell Snow involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination, along with Candace Owens? Of all people on earth, Why have this clown on your show? Why not vet this person before you bring him on? Of all people on earth. That's so crazy about this. I'm not saying it. I just said he has his DD-214. I just said, what does this have to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination? What Candace Owens said she would look into? She said she was going to post up court documents about this guy filing a lawsuit against the government. Isn't that the purpose of raising the money? To provide some sort of legal cushion to help him pay for legal expenses? What is the purpose of that? If we can't even get the court documents to show he's suing the government somehow for something, records, treatment, whatever he's suing them for. What's his statement of claim? You can't make this stuff up. Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk. All the evidence is there. The issue is Candace Owens said she would also be posting up or getting to the bottom of this because she doesn't believe it's Tyler Robinson. So my question is always, Candace Owens, who pulled the trigger on the gun? It's been almost 4 months. Shouldn't she be able to tell us, who did it? All these impersonators and wannabe mommy sleuths out here helping her crack the case. She's still asking the same dumb question. Who shot Charlie Kirk? That's what she's supposed to be answering. This is how I hold her feet to the fire. Make her produce the evidence on all these stupid allegations and conspiracy theories she's throwing out. Make her post evidence for it. I don't believe a damn thing that Candace Owens says. I want her to prove what she's saying, though, with evidence if she's going to make these affirmative allegations as a matter of fact. So she needs to support it with evidence. Period. And if she can't do that, then she's lying. Because she's making these purported statements as facts. That should be left in her mindset with one of her personalities. We got 3 different personalities in a week. And we're not supposed to ask if Candace Owens had something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. A hit dog will holler every single time. And Candace is hollering mighty loudly. Very wrongly, but mighty loudly. I don't care if Mitchell Snow, Harry Myers, whatever name he wants to go by week, was on the military base. Why lie and say that someone else was on the military base without the video camera footage from the surveillance cameras? Why lie about that? Why even bring him on to make this allegation when cameras are all over the military base? It's not something you need someone else to come in and say. Just post up the actual military surveillance camera footage and be done with it. Get the body camera footage from the police and be done with it. He's coming on her show saying some nonsense about, why not just ask, did you pull out your phone and take a picture? Did you record this? Because, he got a selfie, right? She posted up a selfie photo of himself where you see nothing in the background but a tree and a shrub and a bush, because that bush is something else. But not in front of Erica Kirk on the military base. He could pull out his phone and take a photo of that, though. These are just based on logic. If I see somebody that I just feel like, this is weird, I wouldn't expect to see Erica Kirk on a military base at all. Doesn't matter what day. And you can recognize her. Wouldn't you take a picture? When you walk up to her and have some record that you actually talk to her? Like, hey, I recognize you. Aren't you Charlie Kirk's wife? Don't you have some affiliation with TPUSA? And yet he claimed he recognized no one at TPUSA except Charlie Kirk. but he pinpointed specifically Erica Kirk and Brian Harple and some representative from Nevada. No video footage, no evidence. Forget that. No, we don't do that. Oh, Jesus Christ. So, yeah, the question shouldn't be directed towards me and my people. No, ask Candace when she's going to post up the court documents. The cult members refuse to do that. The bots, they're bots. They're just as dumb as they're programmed to be. But if you have questions about evidence or anything going on with her show, why not go after her to say, you're going to have to post up this evidence? We demand to see this evidence. We demand to see the court documents here. Because what we are finding and seeing is reflecting that the matter was dismissed for failure to prosecute. So what is he pursuing in the courts against the government? What is that lawsuit at? I'm just saying. Yeah, I ask some of the dumbest questions. It's because I have him on mute. Idiot. Why did she post the court docs?
You have
He's
Candace
going over his supers.
brain rot.
Yeah, he's going over supers. I'm going over my supers.
The meeting or be there for the meeting. Like,
didn't he have another interview with somebody? I don't know. I thought I would be able to see a little bit of this. He said Candace brain rot. I want to hear that. He's gone over his supers. I'm going over mine. Yeah, some of the dumbest questions. All right, you saying you have questions that aren't biased and unemotional. You saying what if she's proven right? What if she has evidence to prove her right? Your questions still lean towards her being right. Why don't you ask her? Here's the thing. Why don't you ask Candace Owens on Twitter X or on her YouTube videos to post up the court documents she said she will post up? Because that way you don't have to worry about either side saying anything. She can just post up documentation and then you can read it for yourself and then take from that what you want. Why not do that? That's easier to me. Why not just do that? I'm curious, Michigan Power. Why not ask Candace Owens to post that 18-minute video or the court documents? Why not get her to do that? If you're gonna hound it in with her posting this stuff up. Get her to post up that FBI text message as well. She said she had. Ask her why didn't she file a formal FBI complaint that somebody's trying to assassinate her from a whole nother country. Just tell her to post the evidence up. No need to even present one side or the other. Where's the evidence? That's what I want to know. I didn't ask if she was. Tell her to do it because we don't see it. Tell her to do it. Y'all can demand more of her. If you're going to go over there and support her, you're a subscriber, you're going to be a member and all these things. Listen, this is what we demand here. At least give us evidence. If you say you're going to post up court documents, post it. She said she was going to do this last week, but she's been all over Twitter X. Why make excuses for her? You know, you're supposed to be unemotional and undetached and neutral. So why make excuses for her? Just tell her to do it. If she's got time to post up a response or post on Twitter X, why can't she get one of her so-called, team members, her staff, her team, to post up the court documents? It can just be a link to a PDF file. It's going on a website. Upload the 18-minute video. I don't care about what if. Just tell her to do it. Just tell her to do it. Period. Just say do it. That's all I'm saying. Just say do it. Candace, post the stuff up. That's all we want. Candace takes the fence. So Okay, I thought he did another interview.
Insane. And that's the thing too.
Let's
Is
pull
like I
something up.
literally have
Was that
a
it?
Army Achievement Medal write up for that of
Hold on.
cocaine. And it was just me talking
What?
off the top of my head. But he'd probably want to go on a road trip and say, hey, you know what? Let's go down to Fort Huachuca. Pictures of my friends' kids on my phone playing with my kids. It's
Okay, let me go back a little bit.
super chats here. Let's hit those.
All right.
Yeah, Tammy McDonald. We love you,
Jail.
Tammy. I see you always here. I always see you on X. Love the support that you give the channel. Thank you very much, and us. I can't believe that people are still defending Candace Owens.
Ain't no reply.
Debbie Brzezinski, thank you once again for shedding light on all the BS. Do you know these new claims
Yeah,
she's spewing
how
about
many
Erica
years
texting
ago? I
Andrew
just want her
for an
evidence.
alibi for the meeting of 9/9? Yeah, it comes from my show that I was doing last night. Again, we were talking about it. Either during or right before. I don't remember. I texted him. I knew we were going to talk about this. Like, hey, is there any evidence of where Erica was? And he sent it to me. It was no secret that I was getting it from Andrew Colbeck. Okay, I'm like, he didn't direct it. I requested it. And then I accidentally said, hey, on September 9th. But here's the thing about this, folks. All right. And this is where the allegations get stupid and stop making sense. You can take that proof or not. I don't really care of where Erica was. Erica was never at Fort Huachuca. That in itself is just stupid. But here, what we're saying and what Candace's crowd is saying is that, okay, Erica Kirk was involved with this meeting. We saw her. Mitchell Snow claims that he saw her on the night or the evening of the 8th. But we have a text message that shows that she was actually back at home, specifically at TPUSA headquarters, I believe. And you gotta understand, it's not like she took this picture. She had to go back in her Rolodex of pictures on her phone and find one from about that time. All right. And I don't think that's her kid at all. All right. She just took a picture of probably some kids, friends, or whatever else going on. This is what Candace always does. She takes the benign and turns it into this big grand conspiracy. Like, oh my God, this is not even her kid. Well, okay. It's probably someone else's kid. I got pictures of my friends' kids on my phone playing with my kids. It's something that normal people do. So again, I asked Andrew this. He freaking asked Erica, hey, do you have any pictures that you can show that shows where you're at on the 9th? Because me, in the middle of everything, I asked for the 9th instead of the 8th. But here's the problem. Going back to this. She's there on the 8th. The meeting's the morning of the 9th. But what we need is an alibi for that. Like, why would she not be going to that meeting? Why would she be there and not actually attend the meeting or be there for the meeting? Like, you people don't even make sense. It's an incoherent nonsense. That's just, so there's that. And that's where that came from. Candace O should ditch George and marry Mitch. It's a much better match.
Oh, Lord. Yeah.
She could be his
sugar
mama.
Okay.
He likes sugar mamas. That's very clear.
Yep.
It's bad when your mom wants nothing to do with you. I agree. Thanks, Cameron, for speaking out, and thank you for your service. It's brave of you. You're probably putting the target on your back with this stuff. All these people are, and you guys can already see it in the chat. I'm right now I'm just on the super chats, but when you hear all these people that are Candace Owens sycophants and they're part of a cult that are victim blaming, that are calling these people out like, oh, this has nothing to do with it. It has everything to do with it, except for when you don't have a brain. When you have Candace brain rot, and you can't think and you don't understand that, hey, his testimony is based on his credibility. All right, we got no evidence. All we have is credibility, and this is like the least credible person on the face of the planet. Probably one of the least credible people ever. That's what we're dealing with. Yeah.
That's a good question. No reply.
Cameron oozes true patriot. As a veteran, it's disturbing to see Mitch, a vet, behave in this way. What a disgrace. Thank a veteran today and shake their hand if you can. Happy New Year, Scouts out. Happy New Year to you, buddy. Happy New Year to everybody out there. I hope everybody out there has the best year they've ever had. Why was he at Fort Huachuca? Doesn't he live in Washington? Long trip. I know I drive for a living, a little close to the border if the cartel is after you. We've never gotten that. He claims that he went down there to get military records. I doubt that's true. Look, and he's with another woman that I guarantee you is funding his life. Her name's Amy Snow. And I'm sure he fed her a story. And this is speculation. All right. It's just me talking off the top of my head. But, he'd probably want to go on a road trip and say, hey, you know what? Let's go down Fort Huachuca.
Where is George? That's a good question. Where is Boys Club in all this? He's still, y'all notice Boys Club doesn't stop his wife from obsessing over another man and the death of another man. It is so weird and creepy at this point. Like, it's just disturbing for Candace to be obsessive over this. And she doesn't even talk about Boys Club. The last time she mentioned George's name was when she was talking about him telling her no to going out to Phoenix. You know, because she's got all the power in the world, but Georgia said no. He said, I can't go, y'all. Somehow she doesn't challenge that. But if he were to tell her to stop, she wouldn't stop. Where the hell is the boys club at?
And get some military records. Like,
I would be surprised he was hiding in the
you can get
ground.
those electronically. You don't need to go down there to get. Now, his story is that there's these classified records of a drug bust that was public. There's videotapes of it. He wasn't even involved. And we know he wasn't involved because I have his AAM write-up that talks about when he was supporting down there. And that's the thing that we see time and time again, is that he went down to support the border operations back in 1990. And then probably.
Unless he pulled the trigger on the gun. Candace knows that she's distracting from that. It's like her inner thoughts are being manifested and then vomited all over social media. So unless he has something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination, Candace is only bringing all this fluff out to distract from that. Because she doesn't want to face the truth of it. And now you have innocent people being threatened, bullied, harassed, defamed, because she can't face the truth of what happened to Charlie Kirk, knowing that they weren't really even close when he died. She won't even post any evidence, a photo, a text, a legitimate, authentic, real text that has date and time stamps in it. I don't care if she forges and fakes text messages and posts that. If they're not even real and authentic, it doesn't matter. But she won't even post anything to show that they were close within the last 12 months leading up to his death. That's what's so crazy. And I think Paramount Tactical says the same thing. You can't even show proof that you two were close friends 12 months before he passed. So unless Mitchell Snow is an accomplice or the one that pulled the trigger in Candace's world on the gun, and we're going to keep asking if Candace Owens is involved because she's doing everything but facing the truth, reading an indictment, looking at the evidence, video camera footage, information that's out here. She's ignoring all of that. She doesn't want to believe he pulled the trigger. Okay, so you got to show evidence of someone else doing it. So far, we can ask about Mitchell Snow being that person. Who's stopping us from asking those questions? So we're going to ask them. Yeah, is Mitchell Snow involved? Because why else is he even brought up into this conversation?
Before or after or whatever else. Look, here's one of the things that he told me when I asked him about the story. And this is where I'm talking about where you hear
George is hiding out.
And then we go off into crazy town.
Yeah,
he was conveying the story to me. Like, yeah, we got literally tons and tons. This is what he told me. Tons and tons of cocaine. And it was all in the back of the truck. And they were like, hey, you're like one of the lowest ranking guys out here. You got to go burn all that stuff. He said, he was made responsible for burning literally tons of drugs in piles and destroying piles of rifles and other weapons. That's not how we do this. We don't just take cocaine or whatever drugs it was, heroin, cocaine, I don't know even what it was. And we just put it there and we put Private Snuffy in charge of freaking burning this while he just sits there. It's the DEA would handle that. The DEA would seize those drugs and take them off. You're not giving it to Private Snuffy and just like, put it in a bonfire. Like, this is the stuff that I'm talking about. He probably did go down there. He probably did place some sensors and support border operations for a TDY deployment down there. And then at some point, either that drug bust occurred before or occurred after, and then he inserted himself into it, came up with this cartel, witness protection. His commanders gave all of his information. Insane. And, that's the thing, too, is like I literally have a Army Achievement Medal write-up for that after he got back from it. There's no mention in there about assisting with a drug bust. That would be in there because that's something that you would put in there to support him getting the award. Nothing's mentioned there. It's just, hey, you did support operations down at the border. So
same reason why the military police report should not be somehow missing basic information about the offender. Like his height, weight, hair color, eye color, based on the actual document itself. It forces you to fill that information out. What he was wearing, describe the clothing, the color of it. I mean, he looked like he was wearing the same black polo shirt in this selfie he took than he was wearing when he came up on her show with his clown ass. You can't make this up.
There's that. I'm with you 100%. Theo is ridiculous and spins it all. At least you own your mistakes. Erica owes no one anything. I couldn't agree more. Erica is the victim in this, and what Candace Owens has done to TPUSA out of spite, envy, malice, whatever
Jealousy,
is motivating her. I don't
hating,
know.
mad,
It's disgusting.
big man.
I guess the only silver lining is that Mitch didn't beat the blonde he saw.
Candace, big man.
5 more minutes. She might have been in danger. I think we have great proof that we can trust Erica and Brian H. Seems like a freaking
I
staff
thought I'm
officer.
going to get to that.
There is a zero chance that would ever happen. Those staff officers are like, I'm not doing this. This is illegal. What are you talking about? We're going to go to jail for the rest of our lives. We're going to completely ruin our careers and go to jail. Like, it's illegal. It won't be done. Especially at Joint Task Force Southern Border. It's retarded. Oh, man.
How much money y'all willing to bet Candace Owens has never stepped foot on a military base? I'm just curious. How much money are you guys willing to bet that Candace Owens has never stepped foot on this military base? She will not go to this military base. She won't even go to UVU. Candace Owens has never stepped foot on Fort Huachuca. She's never been there. Me either. But I'm not the one that's, inviting this fort, this military base into my dumb conspiracy theories. Candace has never stepped foot on that base. But why won't she go to UVU campus again? Candace, why don't you just go to the campus so you can see what happened on the day Charlie Kirk was shot? Why is that so difficult? Paramount Tactical went to UVU, traced the footsteps of Tyler Robertson, the shooter. Why won't Candace just do that? Like, it's insane. Just go to UVU, girl. Yeah, this is something else.
In just a world, the McCrone lawsuit would bankrupt her and her husband, Alex Jones, level lawsuit. I agree. All right. Why are you friends with Andrew K? Obviously, you are for TP Israel. Not all are. Candace fans, many of us see through the lies of TPUSA. First of all, I'm not friends with Andrew Colvett. He invited me on the show. I didn't talk to him for the first time other than like a week and a half ago. Whenever I was on the show, it was the first time I talked to him was 2 days before I went on the show. Never talked to the guy personally ever. Never talked to anybody from TPUSA.
Yeah, because these people don't understand the definitions of the words friends, jealous, envy, hate, mad, angry. Truth, evidence, facts, feelings, brain, think. Like basic terms, they don't compute. Basic terms. They can't define and compute. They don't understand the concept of it. That's why I laugh when people say you're hating on her. Hate is a very strong word. I care less about what Candace thinks or actually feels. Facts don't care about her feelings either. Doesn't she say that too? I'm sorry. Maybe it has to come out of her mouth for people like this to sit here and, believe it. Because, if you're repeating her talking points, then how else are people to perceive you? Of course, people are going to perceive you to be a Candy-ass cult member if all you're doing is just repeating her talking points. And every question you ask is more geared towards leaning towards her proving something to which she does not do, because she won't even post evidence to do that. And the Candy-ass cult members don't demand that either. They demand nothing. They just take whatever she says and goes with it. Because Candace says so. But then they get offended when you say, why are you treating Candace Owens like she's your Lord and Savior? They get mad about that. I don't know why. Just own up to it.
He asked me if I wanted to come on the show and talk about a couple different issues. So I'm happy to. All right. Because I had his contact information from that, I said, what the hell? I'll take a chance. Send him a text. Hey, Andrew, do we have any proof of where Erica was on the 9th? I messed that up. Should have been the 8th. All right. Don't hit thing. We all do it. And he gave me that proof. All right. And then at the bottom there, he said, don't share the picture. That's what he was talking about. All right. I was going to tell you, I think I did. I was like, hey, I just got this text from Andrew Colvett. Regardless, the point is like, I wasn't supposed to share the picture. I messed up. I'm sitting there doing all these things. That's the honest to God truth. You guys try to turn this into some weird conspiracy. I'm directed by Andrew Colvett,
Oh yeah,
all
they
these
just
other
said I
things.
get paid for. Wow,
I asked
I'm
him
waiting on this $7,000
because I had his phone number. All right. And I put him in a bad position. And now he's being accused of all this crazy stuff because of my mistake. It was my mistake. I own it. My bad. I feel terrible because now all this stuff is going around where she's giving her more fuel for the fire of making these crazy allegations. You are obviously for TP Israel. Not all are. I am for TP USA. All right. I was absolutely, for the first 2 months or so, I'd say about a month, I was completely open to the idea that maybe TP USA or other people.
So is her cult member confirming that TP USA was pro-Israel? Wouldn't that still confirm that Charlie Kirk is pro-Israel? I thought the cult members were supposed to believe what Candace told them to believe. I thought she commanded you all to believe that Charlie Kirk has stopped being pro-Israel because he would be a reflection of his own company. So how do you have a whole company left that's still pro-Israel, but not the actual CEO of that company? Because that doesn't make any good logical sense at all. So they confirm things, even though Candace will say the opposite when they ask dumb questions like this, because it's a stupid question. I'm flat out saying this is a stupid question. Just like when they come in my chat and say, Candace has a lot of money. She has all these subs. So she's doing it for views, likes, money, and subs. You're confirming that. Thank you. Because they don't compute common sense and logic. So when you ask questions like this, you're confirming that Charlie Kirk and TP USA are pro-Israel. You're confirming it. So how is it a lie? They never stopped being pro-Israel. If anything, Candace Owens lied about Charlie Kirk and TP USA not being pro-Israel, or Charlie Kirk in particular. He didn't change his stance. And his company is a reflection of him. You cannot separate him from TP USA. That is his company he built. Whether you like it or not, Charlie Kirk and TP USA go hand in hand. But you get those same cult members that walk around saying, well, since Charlie Kirk died, TP USA will never be the same. You're pointing out the obvious. But who's expecting it to be? Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk are two totally different people. So, of course, there are going to be some things that are going to be a lot different. But one thing remains the same. They're pro-Israel. So asking these dumb questions confirms what we're saying, and it actually debunks your cult leader, Candace Owens. Because funny how words matter.
Involved until we saw the evidence come out with Tyler Robinson. I was open to all of these options. I went to UVU. I did an investigation. I talked to multiple eyewitnesses. All of the eyewitnesses have said the exact same thing. The shot came from the Lossy Center building.
I'm going to answer this. I was fair with Candace in the beginning. When Charlie Kirk got shot, I actually left a comment on her video to my friend Charlie Kirk, where I said it's okay to cry, and something along the lines of, waiting for your response on this. I think the last video she did before he was shot, I said, are you going to speak to this? I also left a comment on that video. It's still there. I was fair because I wanted her to be able to prove whatever she put out and show evidence to support it. So I think many people try to give her the benefit of the doubt. You have a lot of content creators, other independent journalists that gave Candace Owens the benefit of the doubt. Period. Just because if she's going to say, make these statements and allegations, even though I didn't like what she was saying about the Macrons, because I'm like, just prove it. You need scientific evidence. Go get it. And she knows she would never be able to get DNA from them. Judge is not going to order them to a DNA test either. They would have to either bring it and have that authenticated, or it is what it is. And we all know she doesn't accept anything because it doesn't fit her moot point. She can't be wrong about anything. Her pride would be her downfall. And that is the problem here. When you start purporting things that should be left as your opinion and converging that into a fact, That's problematic. So with Charlie Kirk, I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt. She wants to research into this, look into this. Let's see what evidence she produces. And the day that she tried to accuse the United States military of being involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, I was done. I said, hell no, you will not do that. You will not do that. Every active duty and every veteran of the military should be offended. And I was absolutely disgusted at her willingness to try to insinuate the U.S. military, because at that point, she had not even said which branch. And I said that repeatedly in many videos. Which branch, Candace? Which branch of military are you talking about here? There's 5, 6 branches of military. And she never even said which branch in particular. Never showed any evidence or anything. To go after the men and women that are protecting us in our borders, and then to insinuate the entire U.S. military in this, what would the purpose be for the entire United States military to be involved in the assassination of one civilian? The whole U.S. military. You're giving Charlie Kirk a whole lot of leverage here by saying that he was this high up on the pedestal to where the entire U.S. military would want to be involved in his assassination of one civilian. He's just one civilian. And she did this with no evidence and slept peacefully. It was absolutely asinine. It was disgusting. That was the moment I said, hell no, we're not doing this. Never do, not at all. The entire, she said that in her earlier videos. Every video, she said the U.S. military, U.S. military, U.S. military. When you're not being specific and you're not pointing out the specific branch, even with people asking her, she never specified it. I don't have a reason to assume she meant just Army or Marines or Navy because she never said it. So the U.S. military, the entire U.S. military. And she brings in this clown who just so happened to be in the Army to narrow it down with no proof or evidence. She said they told on themselves. They sent her emails. People in the military sent her emails, but never posted the emails with the email address where you have the military tag inside of the email address. You know, like .army.mil or .marine or .navy. Like, that's part of the email addresses. Never even showed any valid evidence. This guy claims to have seen someone on a military base. No video camera footage. He didn't take a photo. No evidence. No one else spotted her. Just him. Did she go invisible? How he spots her and no one else spots her is a wonder to me. No evidence at all. And then to continue to make these allegations. No, you can't keep giving someone like that the benefit of the doubt that's willing to just flat out lie and purport things to be a fact with no evidence at all. It's no longer her opinion. She's purporting it to be a fact. And when you have a fact based on the definition of the term, you have documentation. You have evidence to support it. These are terms that even the bots should be scanning in dictionary.com. Who programmed these dumb bots? These bots are as dumb as it gets. It's ridiculous. She said that. Candace Owens said it. She said the U.S. military is involved. She said that. And every time she said it, I asked which branch of military. And she never specified it. It's like she just kind of wiggled her way down to this. Candace said it. Can't make this up. And yet the bots don't scan her videos. I thought you guys scanned her her transcription. Put on the closed caption and watch her videos. Yeah, I thought they obsessed over her stuff. Aren't they supposed to be watching all her stuff? She said this stuff. And we every single time I ask which branch of military, Candace? Which branch of military? Even no reply. Remember the episode No Reply, the live we did, where you challenged the cult members and the bots to tell you just the number of the episode for us to go back. It was to pull in because I do screenshots. That's how I know I can say this. I do screenshots as well of what she's saying. I have the closed captions up. And they couldn't even tell us the number of episodes so that we could go back and check an episode of her posting up the email from the military. No reply. You remember that? We waited for them to confirm to us the actual episode where she posted up an email from a military personnel. And no reply said, tell us the number of the episode where she posted up the evidence, the actual email, and I will go back and check it out. No reply. Was waiting. We waited for like 45 minutes for them, and it's like all the bots went away. All the bots, all the cult members, they left the chat. Ironically, at once. They couldn't even tell us. Asking questions that lead to an answer is perfectly fine, but continuously asking questions with no intention to achieve an answer is not okay. That's called edging. Exactly. Asking questions that you've been asking since September 10th, where your cult leader, Candace Owens, is supposed to be answering that, to me, is futile. It's moot. It's irrelevant. Candace is supposed to be telling us who the shooter is. She's not getting anywhere near that. And she blamed the entire military. And we asked for the email to prove it when she said it in one of her episodes. No reply, and I waited for them to tell us the episode number where she posted an email. One of her candy-ass cult member bots who came up in here and said, oh, she posted the email on it. We said, okay, which episode? Y'all remember that? We said, which episode? And they couldn't tell us. They couldn't even tell us. So once again, they claimed that she posted up an email because we never saw it. There was no email evidence from a military personnel confirming anything about the military being involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination or a specific branch of the military. We're still waiting on that episode number. Give us the episode number. I'll go back and look at it right now. We were waiting for that. When she did that, I was done. I said, no, you're not going to blame the military on this. And then they're trying to justify it by saying, oh, there's email evidence in it. Okay, which episode did she post up that email evidence? Yep. We could literally type in anything and it would say my little... Have every episode of Candace's transcripts and pull up the timestamp. Exactly. No reply said, tell us the episode number. They never did. We're still waiting. No reply. Y'all remember that episode? we were sitting here waiting. All the catty ass cult members and the bots, they got the hell on. They got quiet real quick. Boy, they got quiet. Some of them left and came back under a different profile name. We were waiting. Post the evidence. We always say that. I don't watch Candace Owens' show without the captions on because sometimes, when you just hear it, you're like, what the hell? And then you put on the captions and you're able to read it. You're like, I know damn well this girl didn't just say this. How many times have we done it? And I snip in real time. I'm waiting on this damn episode number. Well, Candace Owens posted up an email from someone in the military because, the bots, they pushing out her narrative. They just copy and paste. But they don't provide any evidence on this stuff. It's so crazy. So if anybody know the episode number, drop it in the chat. so we can go back and look at it. Because apparently there's an email she posted up where she said the U.S. military is involved and never said which branch of military until this fool came on her show. Yep. That's where we at right now. You can't make this up. All right, let's get back to it.
Like, we look at the evidence we have going on there. And by the way, the reason I started doing this was because I was a huge fan. I loved Charlie Kirk before this started. Huge fan. Huge fan. Definitely supported TPUSA. I see no reason not to support TPUSA now, because all we've gotten is a bunch of smears from Candace and her ilk saying that, they're guilty of this or guilty of this because people acted weird. No tangible evidence whatsoever. No real evidence. It's just vibes, feels, thoughts from a person that is already prejudiced against them to begin with. So yeah, I do support TPUSA. And I'm not afraid to say that. I am indifferent to Israel. I really couldn't care less about Israel. I never have. Don't really care. What I care about is the conservative politics and politics that support and defend our way of life here in the United States, traditional way of life, and support and defend the Constitution. That's what I believe. That's what I've always pushed on this channel.
Shouldn't we be
other than the fact that we're a gun channel? I've always talked politics, always talked about conservative politics / libertarian. I want the smallest government possible. That's what I've always been about, and that's what I am about. And it hasn't changed. And the fact is, most people that are going after Charlie Kirk now hated Charlie Kirk when he was alive, hated TPUS when he was alive, and now that he's dead, they're trying to do what they couldn't do while he was alive, and that is finish off TPUSA. TPUSA and Charlie Kirk are 100% responsible for us reelecting Donald Trump, and he is why we beat Kamala Harris. And I want to win the midterms, and I want to win 2028, and that's the only way that we're going to do it. There are people that are politically opposed. We also have foreign adversaries that are taking advantage of this and are definitely exploiting Candace Owens herself, pushing all this stuff because it's damaging to our country, it's damaging to the conservative movement, and we are going to lose the midterms if we're on this trajectory. And because of this, we're also going to lose 2028 if we stay on this trajectory. Those are all facts. So you can sit there and say, oh, you like TPUSA. Yeah, I do. They're one of the most positive and powerful political forces on my side of the aisle that we've ever seen. And I want them to continue doing the great work that they do. I don't care if you don't like them or not. In a world, we covered that one. To the candies, what happened to Delaware and the Red Crane? That all led to.
Hey, we don't care if anybody likes TPUSA or Israel. Like, you don't have to like. Nobody's mandating that you like them. I don't understand how that whole concept gets squished down to something, just some simpleton nonsense. It's who cares if you like them or not? No, I've never said you must like Erica Kirk or TPUSA. Never said that once here. And yet somehow that becomes a point. That's a moot point. I don't care if you like them or not. I care less. Just like I don't give a crap what a bot thinks.
Her attorney's office. What happened to the assassination plot of Candace? Is that over with? Is that gone? Did we nip that in the bud? Did Cash Patel take care of that? What happened to that? What happened to the idea that it was the French Foreign Legion, Israel, and U.S. military? She originally said National Guard, which is also crazy. And I don't know, some people in maroon shirts that were actually responsible for assassinating Charlie Kirk to begin with. What happened to that whole narrative? Now that we have this Fort Huachuca narrative, is that gone? Like, I don't even know what's going on here. None of it's coherent. Prime and the Red Crane. Just all over the place. It's fun, but it's actually serious stuff, and people should take it seriously. It's pretty weird that Candace Owens had a live stream on September 9th and September 11th, but not on September 10th. Where the F was Candace when Charlie was killed? I mean, it's a great question. It's a great question. She should come on my podcast. She wants to prove her innocence. Come on my podcast and answer some hard questions.
Child, no.
We got some more super chats.
Hey, Gary, you would be probably one of few that would be able to tolerate her. Because Candace, you can't come over here, heifer. No, ma'am. I would never ever be disingenuous to my platform and my supporters. No. You lie too bad, girl. You lie like hell. It's hot. You can't come over here. All that lying. Child, please. This is enough to deal with your cult members and your bots. Hell no. Not Candace herself lying on my platform. Nope. No thanks. Go to Gary.
Let's address those.
She did get fired from her last 3 jobs. That's absolutely right. Good job.
Charlie got rid of Candace Owens for a reason. It's obvious why he did it. She's a cancer to Teep USA. It's discussing what she's doing. Hurts my heart. It is pretty terrible. Candace is involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk. This is all deflection. I'm 100% convinced. That's what she would say. Think she boxed me. Think she boxed me. It'll be the Tennessee Redneck event of 2026. Candace want a box. We can have ring guys. Mr. Gary, thanks for your service and all that you do.
He never said exactly.
Charlie asked questions, but they were backed up with facts, not emotional accusations that stem from personal trauma. That's true. You are an absolute tool to sit there and nuke Mitch's character while sucking up Donald Trump. It's hilarious.
Hold on. She's too good. She went on Piers Morgan again. Wouldn't she see that as something beneath her? I'm curious. She went on Piers Morgan. She did an interview with CNN. I thought she hated CNN. She did an interview with CNN and she didn't tell any of you all. And when I say you all, I mean the Candace cult members in the box. She didn't put anything out there saying, I will be doing an interview with this girl named Elle from CNN. But she's too good to go on. She can't come here because we're too good and we don't deserve that. But she went an interview with CNN was 16 days after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And then she went back on Piers Morgan again. And all she does is yell and scream at Piers Morgan and overtalks him because she doesn't understand the art of debate. She can't answer a question to save her life. And she's too good for something? Explain that to me. But she actually did an interview with CNN. Isn't that the nemesis of I'll say the conservative movement because I'm neutral. That's the power that I can wield being neutral. I can say what I want about either side. But isn't CNN like the arch enemy of conservatives in the right? I don't know anybody. I don't have cable, so I don't listen to any of them at all. None of them. But anyone that's conservative, listen to CNN because she's too good for a lot of podcasts and stuff. But she got an interview in with CNN. Make this make sense? Help me out. Is it Daisy? Is it Daisy? Daisy, help me out. Why did she do an interview with CNN? It's the arch nemesis, right? CNN is supposed to be like kryptonite to Superman. I don't get it. Exactly. Caleb said, never thought I'd be rooting for CNN until Candace. I thought CNN was a hardcore enemy. They were a member of the mainstream media. No one trusts them, blah, 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 right? She's too good to go on Paramount Tactical, but she'll go and interview with CNN, the arch enemy of conservatives, right? Candace claims now she's not a conservative. I'm just trying to make sense of things. CNN is the nemesis to all alternative media. Gotcha. I'm just trying to figure out. She went on CNN and gave them an interview. Y'all, you can't make this up. CNN pushes nonstop propaganda and still busted her out for her lies. I'm just trying to make this make sense. She went on Piers Morgan again, and she was yelling over him. Poor guy couldn't even. He kept saying, Candace, 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 Candace. It's like 5 minutes of him trying to get her attention. Just so she could shut up. Because Candace doesn't believe in debating. She just overtalks and gets louder and louder and louder and louder and louder. And then she has these run-on sentences with, and then she starts repeating herself. But she's too good to go on a podcast and show. Oh, man. I'm just trying to make sense of it all. Somebody tell me. I thought CNN was arch nemesis. Oh, okay. Shout out to CNN.
Be ashamed of yourself. Sell out. All right. See, this is what I'm talking about. Most of her supporters are never Trumpers to begin with. That's the crazy thing about this. Like, there is no better option than Donald Trump. A lot of things to criticize about Donald Trump. I'm with you on a lot of them. There's a lot of things that we still have questions about when it comes to the Charlie Kirk assassination. I still want to know if he was influenced, radicalized, or weaponized by somebody outside period. Whether that was via internet, whether that was by the Salt Lake City Queers with
with
Guns
Candace
groups,
Owens,
you
like
know,
she's
there's
the
a lot
liberal.
of things going on that haven't been investigated.
I
I
could be
don't
wrong.
think that Tyler Robinson acted alone. I don't. I think there are other people involved. At a minimum, Lance Twigg knew about this. I think all those text messages were set up to exonerate Lance Twiggs. I think that's why, one of the reasons why they look so odd and sound so odd. I think they were engineered by, at a minimum, Tyler Robinson to exonerate Lance Twiggs. So there's that. I support Donald Trump. MAGA. MAGA. This is MAGA country. So F off. So we should all just ignore the millions of dollars that disappeared at TPUSA and canceled Doge. We haven't seen any evidence of this. Okay, according to the IRS and everybody, look, where these allegations come from are people that are doing.
Yeah, the wolves in finance who failed to look up the definition and concept of an endowment. Still dead ass wrong. He's still doing videos saying, oh, this person is wrong, that person is wrong. Based on what evidence? Based on what facts? Because wolves in finance won't even look up the definition of endowment and the various types of endowments that will actually allow you to invest in the stock market. You can't make this up. I have to do a debunking video on basic fundamental information about an endowment. Because Candace plays other people's videos based on what they're saying that she agrees to, not because it's factually based. He's the only one who's putting it out here that they're stealing money and committing fraud somehow. And then she parrots that nonsense, and then they produce no documentation or evidence. And then the tax statements do not even line up to that because they prematurely said, oh, they didn't meet their deadline and blah, blah, blah. And they didn't even look up IRS tax deadlines. They've been so far off base, it's not even funny, with basic evidence that people can read and look up. They were given an extension because the IRS said it's okay.
That are outside of the organization that are claiming to do any sort of forensic accounting from outside the organization. They're looking at all these different tax filings and things like that. The problem with some of those things, and I know this because I've seen it done even with our own businesses, is the fact that these tax filings, they don't actually hit public record in a timely manner. Like they could be behind on certain things. So when you look these things up, it can look fishy from the outside in. We have no evidence of any money being missing. And even if we did, there is zero chance that TPUSA would get rid of their cash cow that is Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was TPUSA. He is the golden goose. So if there's a couple $1 million missing somewhere, number one, we don't have any evidence of that. Again, it's baseless allegations that we hear time and time again. So that's my opinion on that. You guys got to quit. Just demand some evidence. It's not that hard.
Exactly.
Funny how all the peeps Candace Owens accuses she has access to grind with him. Yeah, it is strange.
Reading
USA, Israel, the French. It's so convenient that it just all came together. That's what we got going on. And she doesn't understand the military. She has some sort of animus towards the military, just the way that she talks about the military. I pick up on that immediately.
He walked it back. That's something else.
Why did she only address you instead of Valhalla, who did the video and who actually supports her? I think the last part of that says it all. I don't know. So I don't even know what she says. I don't care what she says. It's not going to change what I'm doing. All right. We're in this for the long haul. So keep the arrows coming, buddy. I'm going max. All right. That just tells me I'm over the target. I don't know. Who cares? Trump is in the Epstein files, and somehow that.
Hold on. I'm trying to see. Did he pull in someone else?
Is up against the law firm that won the big.
Okay. He just read all his supers here. I want to check out. There are two videos that I was sent. As entertaining Paramount is, it's two videos I was sent from Kaizen, Asiedu, and AT2 about the sham marriage with Candace in the boys club. Oh, I want to watch that. George Webb said something. I thought this was interesting. You guys send me these links to these, a lot of these content creators that I've never heard of. First time hearing from. So we're going to go down the list here. It started with this here.
I've always suspected.
I don't know who AT2 is. AT2. He's got a decent support base. He's got 91,000 subscribers. This video got 40,000 views a month ago. And y'all know we went over that dry ass, boring ass interview between Candace and Boys Club. because half the time he probably was thinking about Boys Club. So we get this interesting take on Candace and George. You know, the man that refuses to tell Candace to stop. While he stands behind the camera and just let her keep going. You can't make this up. So we gotta check these videos out, y'all. It's a watch party. And of course, I'm gonna play the people that I put in the header. So y'all let me know when you're ready to check this out. Put a one in the chat where you can see it here. Let's talk about Candace and George. Let's get to it.
Well, let me just put it out there. I think Candace Owens is married to a gay man. It's just something about their whole marriage, how they got together within 2 weeks, and all of a sudden they were madly in love, got married, had kids. This seemed like some kind of arranged marriage, or as they call it, a lavender marriage, when someone in the relationship is homosexual, and then, you know, it's basically like a cover-up relationship. Let's go ahead and get into this tweet right here. But first, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and let's dive into this, you guys.
Y'all, get this popcorn and Kool-Aid ready, because this is about to get real. If you don't like it, if you know you love Candace, you might want to go on.
You know, with all the controversies, and especially now that Candace is claiming that her life is in danger, and the Prime Minister of France is trying to have her, the Macrons are trying to have her assassinated, and it's kind of like, where is her husband, George? Like, where is he? Well, he seems like he doesn't really care about whatever is going on in Candace's life. Like, they live two separate lives. Well, you know, according to this tweet, George Farmer like the boys. That's why you don't really care about her. He too focused on men. All right, let's get into it, y'all. Here we go. All right, so it's from this account called Colonel Kurtz. Now, they had put this. They said, yes, Candace's husband was accused of sexual assault by Breitbart editor and major conservative figure, Raheem Kassam. Now, I haven't really heard about him too much. Like, I know he's in the conservative realm, but I don't really watch him, or I'm not too familiar with him, right? So these are some old tweets from 2022. So the first one says, I know more about this world than I care to. Mercer tried to get me to tell Bannon to shut up about populist nationalism. I was the guy who hired Milo, and Milo's one of those, we'll talk about him later. Farmer was sexually assaulted me. Candace blocked me for calling her sham marriage out. I told y'all it was a sham, y'all. Allegedly a sham. I know this from all angles. Okay.
Oh, goodness.
Then he says she's trying to deflect from her husband's public homosexual assaults on people, but also she's being vague intentionally. Personal feelings equals personal animosity. And then he says, I'm not sure she wants to be raising the spectrum of homosexuality given her husband's conduct in public. Nevertheless, I'm not even sure she really is. She talks about personal feelings. I think she's actually referring to personal animosity, but being vague on purpose. And this was in response to this person that said, I'm talking about Ye, and she didn't say in love. She said personal issues, which is true. I've talked about it many times. I take trying to have me fired in 2016 personally, indeed. Also, addict is harsh. I'm a recreational weed smoker like her husband, talking about George Farmer, and side piece.
George, you smoke weed? Oh, man. Candace, is Boys Club still smoking weed in the house? I don't think that's healthy for the kids to be breathing that in. I'm just asking questions here. You can't make this stuff up. And listen, his best friend is Andrew Tate. That should just tell you a whole lot right there. His best friend is Andrew Tate, who sues people for reporting on criminal charges he's had facing him from a court of law. This is something else.
Oh, not the side piece. Who's the side piece, y'all?
Oh, Lord.
And then Raheem, he says, don't get me wrong. I think it's cringe, and so is that fraud, Candace Owens, who blocked me for telling the truth about her sham marriage. But on balance, it's funnier to watch these big men reduced to tears over a t-shirt. Laugh my ass off. How are you all just hearing about this? I called her out on her hubby trying to grope me and kiss me multiple times. She blocked me for it. Y'all, this is my first. I was today years old when I heard about this. I've never heard about this before. Let me know in the comment section if you guys heard about this. And then a commenter said, are you gay, Raheem? Serious question. Thought you were straight, but hey. And he said, no, he is gay. I am straight. Hence the complaint. Try and keep up. So somebody was basically trying to allude to Raheem was gay. And then it said, why would Candace marry someone who is pretending? Doesn't seem like her. However, I trust you more than her after she bashed President Trump and stabbed him in the back. Then Raheem said, yes, I wonder why the perennial grifter, Candace Owens, would want to marry into a family of a wealthy British lord. Very difficult to figure out. So, I mean, man, it's right there. It's right there. I mean, he's right. Of course, she would want to marry into the Lord's family. Like, why wouldn't she? She wants to be rich. Who wants to be broke? You know, what person wants to be broke? She wants to be rich. And Candace seems like she'll do anything for an opportunity. I mean, all these years she sold black people under the bus for fame. She don't care about being righteous. She don't care about none of that. Then somebody was making fun of his looks and stuff like that. But then here's Raheem as of 4 hours ago. He says, I've spoken about it at length for years. Look it up. So again, and then there's a tweet in here from Milo. And Milo, who we're just talking about, AKA the white nationalist, even though he's married to a gay black man. Yeah, that guy is weird. All these people used to work with Kanye, or Ye, as you want to call him. So I believe they're all freaks. You know, Ye, he came out and said that he sucked off his cousin when they were, listen, all of them are in this. Let me just say that. But anyway, it said Candace is a wealthy woman who could have done anything and had anything. Her marriage made almost anything possible for her. But she has a fatal flaw that resurfaces anytime she's operating without strong male oversight. She doesn't know she's stupid. Damn. He continues, at the Daily Wire, this must have been around the time she got fired. At the Daily Wire, Candace was waxed, tweezed, plucked, and together on course to maybe one day be a...
Yeah, oh my God. This is the same Milo. She was defending that said Charlie Kirk was gay. He said this on Tim Pool's podcast. And then George, oh Lord, all these Georges. What's the other George? The one that got pardoned? He was on the podcast and he was like, why would you say that? You know, the man is dead. Like, why would you say something like that? And I believe that guy is gay. I don't want to say, is it George? It can't be. It's not George Soros. What's the other George name? No. It was another George that was in the Tim Pool podcast when that Milo kid said he thought Charlie Kirk was gay. I did a snippet of it. I did a screenshot of that. I couldn't believe it. I said, why would he say this? That Milo dude, his good Lord, his last name starts with a Y. He said, and I think he was gay, and I think he was gay. He said this about Charlie Kirk. So this is the same Milo person that just called Candace stupid. George Santos. There you go. Thank you. George Santos was also on the podcast. This was like, what, two weeks ago? And he said, this Milo person said he thinks that Charlie Kirk was gay. And somehow it's implausible for George Farmer, the son of a lord, with over $244 million. Yeah, it's impossible for him to be gay. You can't make this up. And he's sitting here in post calling Candace stupid. Why is she defending this clown? Why did she go back and defend him again? He said this back on August 19th, 24. Anywhere in the world, I'm gonna sit here and take your side, and you done caught me stupid and all this other stuff. And for what? Candace married George Farmer for money. You know, she gets the benefit of that money, rather. If they were to get divorced, she probably would ask for half. She's not going to be one of those ones where she says, no, I don't want anything from him. I want him to take care of the kids and pay child support. That's it. No, Candace is going to want property, houses, cars, money, millions of dollars of it. She's going to ask for all of that if they get divorced. And she carries on like she doesn't care what the hell he does. She just gave him 4 babies. Let's take some photos. Cheese. Yay. And that's it. You know, not study anything else. He may love his kids, but Boys Club could care less about what Candace does. He could care less. He sees that she's bringing in all this money, saying all this crap, and he has no character or integrity or dignity. And of all people, the same one out the bunch was George Santos, who also went to jail. You can't make this up. What is
Big
George
ass
doing?
a newcaster, a network anchor. I'm sorry, in
Good
her
Lord.
own way, despite her obvious mental and emotional shortcomings. Plus, obviously, the logo for Cocoa Puffs ice bitch vibe from having a gay husband.
Oh,
Let me tell you something. Candace Owens' husband is getting plunged. Woo!
Woo, child.
Y'all,
Wow.
this is crazy.
From
You know,
Milo that she defended.
This is wild right here. And like I said, out of all the stuff that Candace has gone so hard for Charlie Kirk, I feel like Charlie Kirk was the one that quote unquote got away. Like that's how Candace treats this situation with Charlie Kirk. Yeah, is it suspicious the way that the whole assassination went down? You know, we're not going to pretend like it wasn't suspicious, but she's going harder for Charlie Kirk than Erica Kirk, his wife. Erica Kirk went back to business and making sure that the brand is good. Candace Owens is the one out there trying to be Inspector Gadget and figure out what's really happening and what's really going on. So, I mean, listen, if I was her husband, I'd be like, okay, can you focus on me? Why are you focusing so much on him? But I mean, shit.
Thank you. George has yet to say, George Farmer, George, are you there? He's yet to say, Candace, why are you obsessing over this guy? You obsess over him. George Farmer was one of the chairman for TP UK, for Turning Point UK division. And I'm sure he was upset when he heard that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. But I highly doubt his response was equal to Candace Owens' response. Especially with her putting up all these photos of these two before either of them got married. Where if you knew nothing about Charlie Kirk and his wife and kids, or Candace and Boys Club and their 4 kids, and you were to just see her video she did to my friend Charlie Kirk, you would assume that they were dating, they were in a relationship. You would not, I don't get brother-sister vibes from those photos. Nope, not at all. The way he talked about her, you know, especially with him saying he drives, he treated her like she was the lady of the house. You don't get, this is just a brother-sister thing. No sane person in their right frame of mind, having seen the videos, seen interviews they did together, get this vibe and energy like they were just brother and sister. No. Nope. I literally kept saying to myself, I got to remember these two they were not married. They were not dating. I got to remember that. I had to keep reminding myself, these two never dated. Most people are asking, is Candace in love with Charlie Kirk? Because that's what you pick up and discern from that. Chabu. And George has said nothing. Once again, he said nothing about all of this unnatural obsession. It's not healthy. He's just letting this stuff happen. I guess because, you know, she's making so much money off of this crap.
She's busy looking at her other man, and he's busy looking at his men. So, you know, they ain't got time to really be caring. But I wanted to show you guys a quick clip of like their quote unquote love story. If you guys care, let's go ahead and check it out. And like I said, just the way they got together and the way they talk about it, it was always just weird to me. And this kind of confirms my suspicions. And I want to say something too. There's nothing wrong with being gay or anything like that. The thing is if you're assaulting people, that's the crime. Yeah. That's the actual issue. And you need to be held accountable for that. Here we go. Yep. Let's check this out.
Amazing love story. I have such an interesting How I Met My Husband story. It was totally a God thing. It really was. I was working for an organization called Turning Point at the time. And I bizarrely kept saying to Charlie, who's the founder of Turning Point, like, we should go to the UK. Long story short, I take his credit card and I book us to the UK. And we had an event that was set up for us to just kind of speak in front of a room full of reporters and people that were interested sort of in this conservative movement that was happening in America. And my husband now was in attendance. And I promise you, while I was on stage, we had locked eyes and I was just like, wow, that guy's really cute. Like, you know, what's funny now is that at our engagement dinner, his best friend, who was the best man at our wedding, read the text messages that George sent to him while I was on stage. And he was like, that's my wife.
Stop.
Yeah.
You need to like frame
We
that.
both instantly knew he was heading to South Africa for New Year's. And it was just literally 18 days after we met. And he's like, do you have a moment?
Yeah, if it's arranged, then you'll know who your wife and your husband is if it's already prior arranged. Candace, you and Boys Club are giving arranged marriage. I just don't understand why of all women he could have picked, why he picked you. What did Candace have to do to get the son of a lord in the UK attention? Because he had to know, well, she's got a mouth on her. He had to know this. This is crazy. It's the irony of it all. Of all women on earth, even if, you know, George Farmer likes black women. Of all black women on earth, he got Candace Owens. After 18 days, with no romance, no date, no nothing. Yeah, okay.
Went to FaceTime. I said, yep. He was getting onto the plane. And he said, I have something to ask you. I love you. Do you want to spend the rest of yeah. And we never said anything. Like nothing.
So he proposed to you over FaceTime.
Over FaceTime. And I said yes.
This is
And
crazy.
she did this. We did this event. They did an event at the Royal Automobile Club in London in 2018.
So how you just don't, y'all
No
ain't really even
romance,
had a conversation. It was just all like, you were just infatuated with this man. It was all like, yes, I'll marry you.
He's balling.
But again, I get why Candace would be down for it. You're married into the Lord family. You know, and listen, I'm American, so I don't really understand the whole Lord and everything like that. But it's high stature. It's like marrying like a Hilton or something like that. That's how they perceive like the Lords and stuff like that. And it's even more like, you know, up there with the upper
Old
echelon.
money.
So yeah.
They got old money.
Which was for about 300, I would say 300 to 400 people. And I was in the audience, and I just, something about her demeanor just kind of instantly struck me. I mean, it was very unusual. I remember
So
messaging
weird.
a friend of mine, you know, a couple of days afterwards, just being like, there's something different about
Legs crossing.
this girl. There's something different about.
Had you met her yet, or just seen her from stage?
We'd shaken hands, and that was it. And then the next night, I organized this dinner for a whole group of people. So it was her and Charlie as well, and they actually turned up 3 hours late because they were doing a podcast in the countryside. And so when they came back into town, it was kind of like 3 hours late, but we sort of got to know each other a little bit better. And then the next week, I flew over to the States to see her speaking at a conference in Florida. And nothing had been said. Like there'd be no romantic overture at all at any of these.
Yeah, because how boring of these two, you know, to have any romance.
Any of this point, it had all just been very kind of above board and talking about politics and engaging in kind of philosophical conversations. And then at the end of December, we started.
Oh, so boring.
I called her a couple of times just to kind of chat, and again, you know, just had these long, like prolonged conversations, which were mainly about politics and trying to understand what she wanted to do in life. And at the end of December,
which is nothing.
I was actually flying to South Africa.
George, what does she want to do in life? We're all curious trying to find that out. I have a feeling that Boys Club has no idea what his wife wants to do in life because he's still trying to figure that out. Trying to figure that out.
At the time for New Year's, and I called her and I just said, listen, I know this is completely crazy and we've just met, but
yeah,
how do you feel about getting married to me?
Just real quick. I missed the bit where there was any sort of.
There was literally nothing romantic had been said up to this point.
Okay.
I mean, literally
So
nothing.
I missed nothing.
We hadn't gone on a date. We had not talked about marriage or the future or anything like that.
All right.
And and she said yes.
No.
Yeah.
Come on.
She did.
That didn't happen.
Yeah.
You're making it up.
It's all fiction. Fake news. No, it was.
This guy's not even Candace Owens' husband. I thought it was weird that he would refuse to go to Paris. Who is he?
The shit is weird, y'all. Can we just
so
admit
weird
that right
so
now? Like
weird.
it's a little weird. Like what? And you know I'm anti-love, so maybe I just don't get it. But reading that tweet and just knowing how he's not really involved in the day-to-day what's going on with Candace, I can't even say like behind the scenes because like when you have, and I hate to agree with Milo, but she needs a strong male figure. And she doesn't have that. Obviously, this is why she's going off the cuffs and talking about somebody trying to assassinate her. Mind you, she wants to get help from the White House, the same White House that she said, or that she alluded to, had something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. She's just all over the place, y'all, and she ain't that smart and that bright. And listen, if Candace like it, I love it. If she wants to be in a lavender relationship, make your money. That's all I gotta say, Candace. Make your money. You married into the Lord family, who is very wealthy. You getting your reparations.
And gave them 4 babies. 4 babies, y'all. That's guaranteed child support. And it came back to back to back to back. I don't think she's given her womb a rest in the last 5 years.
One way or another. I love you, Candace. Let me get the hell up out of here, y'all. But let me know what you think about all this in the comment section. Please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. We out, y'all.
Y'all, this is something else. Hold on.
The stakes of how we talk.
Okay, so that was AT2. That was funny. This is Kaizen Asiedu. Asiedu. Oh God, I'm not gonna butcher his name. I'm so sorry. If you all want to tell me how to pronounce it in the chat, please do. But this was sent to me. I've never checked out any of his previous videos. He's got 39,000 supporters. I'm sorry. And this video was posted up a couple weeks ago. So we're here for this. Wait, am I watching this out of order? Part 2. I want to make sure I'm not, because I got 2 videos here that were sent to me, like to check out. So this one is, I spent 20 hours checking Candace Owens on Charlie Kirk. And then there's a second video that's a lot shorter about the bullet explanation. So we're going to check these out. I was told that he deals with facts. And so make sure you guys go support him. If I can get one of the mods to drop his YouTube channel link along with AT2 in the chat, that would be fantastic. Let's get to it, because I want to see what he has to say.
The stakes of how we talk about Charlie Kirk's assassination are literally life and death. Politics has become a deadly game. And when people are even suspected of something, it puts a target on their back. So I've been watching Candace Owens' coverage of Charlie Kirk's assassination, and I've noticed some significant issues with her methodology, and I want to walk you through them. But before I do, let me say this clearly. This is not an attack on Candace Owens. Candace is courageous. She's brilliant. She's one of the most gifted orators in the world. She does tons of research.
I disagree to all of that.
Respect her. It's also important to acknowledge that while the world lost a leader when Charlie was killed, Candace lost a friend. I can't imagine the grief and anger that she's feeling right now. The same grief and anger that so many of you who love Charlie are feeling. And here's something important to understand. There's a reason the FBI doesn't live stream investigations. And there's a reason they don't have someone who's personally grieving lead those investigations. Grief and investigation interfere with one another. The desire for justice gets tangled up with the desire for vengeance. And live streaming investigations mixes information with entertainment. So before I go further, let me be transparent about something. Candace has put...
Yes, we have laws, federal laws regarding the release of evidence for an open investigation. And each state have their own set of laws regarding the same for a criminal investigation. Laws and court rules that are based upon laws. You can't make this stuff up. It is supposed to be fair and impartial. So if we don't do it for one, we're not doing it for anyone else. You don't want a jury pool to be tainted. You don't want the evidence to end up being sullied and biased. You don't want people to have preconceived notions about it. There's a reason why the evidence should be preserved for the trial, for the jury to review, because they're the ones deliberating. They're the ones that's going to render a ruling. It is the prosecutor's job to meet their burden beyond a reasonable doubt. So if they present evidence that is sufficient for that, you want to make it very difficult for the defendant to come back and say, oh, we want an appeal, because the evidence was so tainted, because you had all these people thinking that they're, entitled to something they're not, especially when they don't pay Erica Kirk's bills or anything. You're not entitled to it. Make it harder for the defense to clap back saying, oh, well, we deserve an appeal now because all this stuff was put out here and we never got due process in a fair hearing. There were so many procedural errors. You don't want to give them an appeal. And the state is seeking the death penalty. So let them meet that burden. If it's not met, they're not going to render a ruling for him to be found guilty. But let that happen the right way. So you don't have to go back and try to clean it up through an appeal process because a bunch of morons thought they were entitled to something. You're not. If you're not paying Erica Kirk's mortgage, I don't think why, I just don't understand why you believe you're entitled to anything in the first place.
About over 35 episodes on Charlie Kirk's death. Hours of content. Tips from viewers that sometimes contradict each other. New theories every week. Questions about Israel and Tyler Robinson and bullets and exit wounds. I'm not going to address all of them in this video.
This is my first time hearing this guy.
Honestly, I'm not even sure if I ever will in future videos. And I want to explain why. Brandolini's principle states that it takes 10 times more energy to refute a claim than to produce one. Addressing these questions is like whack-a-mole. By the time that you finish analyzing one suspicion, 10 more have been raised. The goalposts keep moving on what you need to address before people will be satisfied. And that's the problem with live streaming an investigation. It's not like she did 3 months of research and then came back with one comprehensive thesis. She's been breadcrumbing her audience, constant teasers, updates, tips from viewers, and now much of her audience is invested in conclusions before the evidence is complete. And the way that Candace is presenting information, steel manning her skeptical explanations while straw manning the official ones, is giving people an imbalanced view. So I'm going to address some specific suspicions she's raised in specific episodes. And she's done a great job of presenting the skeptic's argument, so I'm going to present the other side. Not because I know what's true. I don't. None of us do. But to bring some balance. And you deserve to see the strongest versions of both arguments. And more importantly, you deserve frame.
I got this the links emailed to me for this content creator. Who emailed me this again? I can't remember who sent me these links. One of you guys sent this to me. I can't remember. Anybody heard from Laura? Is she okay?
Works to evaluate these questions for yourself. So that's the goal. Not to tell you what to think, but to show you how to think through it yourself. So Candace always brings the receipts, but is she reading them correctly?
No, she doesn't.
On episode 245 of her show, Candace mentions that...
No, she does not bring receipts. Dude, you don't have to lie to sound balanced. Let's just be clear on that. We will never lie and cap to sound balanced. Facts and evidence brings balance. If I just need to pull up some court documents for facts and evidence, that's it. I don't have to sit here and dote on someone to be balanced. That is farcical.
According to tips, Charlie was not brought to the closest or best hospital. She lists this as one of too many things that just don't add up.
Received a lot of tips that the hospital that Charlie was taken to is not the closest hospital. And it also would not have been the number one choice hospital for someone that was suffering from that sort of a wound. Like it was a trauma 3 center. He was taken to a smaller regional hospital that was a little farther away and was also less equipped for the trauma that he suffered, that he was taken to Timpanogos Regional Hospital.
But it does add up. If you do the math, Candace is right. Charlie was not brought to the closest hospital because that one, Orem Community Hospital, can't handle gunshot wounds. It's not listed as a trauma center by Utah's Bureau of Emergency Medical Services. Candace is also right that Charlie was not brought to the number one choice of hospital because that one, Utah Valley Hospital, is almost 4 miles away according to Google Maps. So what's the closest hospital that could actually treat him while he was bleeding out? The one that he was brought to, Timpanogos Regional, a level 3 trauma center, only about 2 miles away. Candace cited tips, said that the official story didn't add up. But did she do the math? But there's more. In episode 253, she pivots. Now,
this isn't about math. It's just simple evidence. She was wrong. Dead ass wrong. That's it. Once again, you don't have to dote on someone to sound balanced. You just don't. Just tell the truth.
Now she raises a new suspicion that Charlie was treated at Utah Valley Hospital in secret, based on a leaked medical file.
But then we received an email from somebody in the medical staff at UVU saying,
yeah, who should have been fired for violating HIPAA privacy laws. And Candace should be sued for disseminating that information sent to her in violation of HIPAA privacy laws. Yep, that's how that should go.
I'm certain that he was here And I have a medical file
Make this up.
that we, and the text that we received at 2:08 p.m. saying that we're not allowed to touch the medical file. And here is the entry in the UVU system for Charlie Kirk. It had his right birthday, it had his age,
Somebody
it
said,
had an MRN number. And then this individual shared the internal message that went out telling them that they're not allowed to touch the file. Here it is. Hi all, there was a media event that took place today that led to a trauma patient. Due to the nature of the situation, the only individuals who will be allowed in the chart will be Deborah and myself. No one else is allowed to hover or open the chart. Jacob, blank, Deb and I will be doing the log tomorrow. Thanks, and let me know if you have any questions.
Yeah, the emails like this is this information that's inside of the internal system for the hospital staff. This is also standard. I've worked in hospitals since college. When you have a high profile celebrity or high profile public figure, someone come in, or elected official, whoever it is, oftentimes you have a certain number of staff assigned, or they assign specific nurses and nursing techs to that particular patient. It limits all these random people coming into the room, talking with the family, being around the family when conversations are being had with the doctors and all these things. It limits and restricts. So that way, you know, if something goes wrong, who to go to. That's standard. She's reading this like it's a problem when it's not. This is standard protocol. When Jay-Z, Beyonce, it's a bad example, but you know, best example for the scenario. When she had her baby, her first daughter, they locked down the entire hospital wing in New York. Locked it whole down because of who they are. It was inconvenience, but they locked it down. They locked down parts of the hospital, of the maternity ward, because Beyonce gave birth. We've had celebrities come through hospitals all the time that I worked in. You're not supposed to know. They deserve the right to privacy. What good would it do for all these people, these random people, to come down to the hospital where Charlie Kirk was on the day he was shot? None of them are doctors and nurses. They can't do anything. You don't even need all of the hospital staff assigned to him. You just need the specific ones to where, if anything happens, okay, well, nurse so-and-so and nurse so-and-so was assigned to him. So let's get these two in here, and then we can ask them questions. Especially when, in a situation like this, you're talking about a gunshot wound that was done on national television, and they had not caught the killer yet. They had not caught the shooter. They were on a manhunt looking for Tyler Robinson for like an hour or so. So in the midst of while they were looking for him, they have to also put security measures in place to make sure that he and whoever else may be involved don't come to the hospital and finish the job. So that also helps with security measures. Now we know who's assigned to the room. So we don't just have nurses going in and out saying, I'm the nurse, and we already got one assigned to him. There's a reason for all of this, but Candace never even researched that information and looked it the hell up, because she doesn't read and she doesn't research. Just like she refused to look up the definition and concept of an endowment or IRS tax deadlines for a nonprofit organization. Things like this, she doesn't research or read. That's why I vehemently disagree with him saying that. It's garbage.
So first, the tips were saying that Charlie wasn't brought to the correct hospital, when in fact he was. Then the tips imply that Charlie was brought in secret to a different hospital. So which one is it? Is the issue that he was brought to the wrong hospital or brought to the right one in secret? The goalposts were moved. She also shows a screenshot of a medical chart from Utah Valley Hospital and a message to staff that they should not view the chart. But look closer at that first message. It says the only individuals who will be allowed in the chart will be Deborah and myself. Think about that for a second. If Charlie Kirk was actually there with a bullet in his neck, surrounded by a trauma team trying to save his life, why would the chart be locked to only 2 people?
Security measures. That's how it goes. The standard process standard protocol for a hospital when you're dealing with high-profile celebrities, public figures, and elected officials. It's just how it is. It's not that they're discriminating against anyone, but they don't want people like his information to get out. And look what the hell happened either way. So this guy doesn't know anything about how HIPAA privacy laws work, because he would know Candace Owens getting that information illegally and then disseminating that is still a violation that can hold her liable in court, because it's an invasion of his medical privacy. She was supposed to get Erica Kirk's consent, to which she will never do that, because she acts like she's Erica Kirk herself. Candace, Charlie Kirk did not pick you. He didn't marry you. You're going to have to get the hell over it. Go somewhere, sit down, girl. You were not his wife. You don't take it upon yourself to disseminate medical information without consent. She's the next of kin because she's the spouse. He married her. Whether you like it or not is irrelevant. No one cares. But she failed to do that. And she disseminated that information. I have no reason to sit here and share private medical information from an EMR with anybody. Why? This is insane. Something we did not need to know. We did not need to see that email or see any confirmation that he went to a hospital. That would have made it to the public either way, as far as what hospital he went to. That would not have been secret information. It would not have. Candace just is not patient. Just like when it comes to the evidence related to an investigation, she already said she doesn't care about. Candace Owens has already said she does not care about the investigation going on with the state of Utah. She does not care about that murder investigation. So why does she want to see evidence for an investigation she doesn't give a damn about? You know, it's the hypocrisy for me. What is he talking about?
A trauma response requires a whole team: surgeons, nurses, anesthesiologists, and they all need immediate chart access.
They
to
would
save a
have
life.
access to
So
it.
consider this theory. Those received
Did he not read this email? They would have access. They just limited the nurses. That's not to say that those are the only two people that were going to be providing care.
the only individuals who will be allowed in the chart will be Deborah and myself.
For nursing
Think
staff.
about that for a second. If Charlie Kirk
You can't
was
make this
actually
up.
individuals,
Correct.
tips were saying that Charlie wasn't brought to the correct hospital, when in fact he was. Then the tips implied that Charlie was brought in secret to a different hospital. So which one is it? Is the issue that he was brought to the wrong hospital or brought to the right one in secret? The goalposts were moved. She also shows a screenshot of a medical chart from Utah Valley Hospital
no one needed
and a
to see.
message to staff that they should not view the chart. But look closer at that first message. It says the only individuals who will be allowed in the chart will be Deborah and myself. Think about that for a second. If Charlie Kirk was actually
He didn't even read the whole thing. You cannot make this up. Why didn't he read the whole message? Hey y'all, there let's see. There was a I can't even see the whole thing. Trauma patient due to the nature of the situation. That's for the nursing staff. The doctors would have access to it. Are you kidding me? You can't make this up.
look closer at that first message. It says the
They-
only individuals who will be allowed in the chart will be
Oh,
Deborah
God.
and myself. Think about that for a second. If Charlie Kirk was actually there with a bullet in his
Had
neck,
access.
surrounded by a trauma team trying to save his life, why would the chart be locked to only 2 people?
It wouldn't.
A trauma response requires a whole team: surgeons, nurses, anesthesiologists, and they all need immediate chart access to save a life. So consider this theory. Those receipts aren't evidence of a secret treatment. They're
Oh,
evidence of a HIPAA lockout. Here's how that would work. Step 1. When a high-level trauma occurs, EMS often radios the regional level 2 trauma center, in this case, Utah Valley Hospital, to put them on standby. Step 2. A clerk creates a pre-arrival medical record to be ready. Step 3. The medics realize that Charlie is in critical condition and divert him to a closer hospital, Timpanogos, because every
Oh my
second counts.
God.
Step 4, the pre-arrival record still exists at Utah Valley. But since the patient never arrived there, the privacy officer locks the file to stop curious employees from snooping on a celebrity name. Let's call that hypothesis A. It only requires one thing, that they followed standard hospital protocol for celebrity patients. B says the official narrative is wrong and everyone was fooled. But that requires believing that the crowds at Timpanogos were fooled, Brian Harpole, Charlie's head of security, who was with him when he died, is lying, the news crews were fooled or lying, the motorcade was a
Candace said all of this either way. So what's his point? Does he not know that Candace still went back and blamed Brian Harpole and said that he was a part of this conspiracy and this cover up? Brought on this fool on her show that lied and said he pinpointed Brian Harpole on a military base. He saw Brian Harpole and Erica Kirk on a military base. Where is he stand with this now? Is he saying the same thing now?
decoyed, the police are lying, the senior staff at Utah Valley Hospital are lying. Everyone was fooled or lying except the
said she's
person
smart
who
and she
broke
researched
federal law to leak a private medical file to a podcaster. Which hypothesis requires fewer assumptions? Now let's talk about the ambulance. Candace finds it suspicious that the
Which one has more evidence to support it in a court of law? It's not even this difficult. You can't go to court theorizing why you violated federal laws. The judge will not care. Neither will the jury. It's a matter of law and evidence. Good grief.
there was no ambulance on standby at the event.
Typically, the states dictate the protocol,
All right, I give 'em
and
time.
you're required to, after you have a certain number of attendees at an event, you are required to have an ambulance on standby. And I don't know Utah state law, but I also found that weird,
course she
that
doesn't.
there wouldn't have been an ambulance on standby. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but seemed atypical to me.
She's
Let
right
me
to
go back again. Let me go
That weird.
or lying, except the person who broke federal law to leak a private medical file to a podcaster? Which hypothesis requires fewer assumptions? Now let's talk about the ambulance. Candace finds it suspicious that there was no ambulance on standby at the event.
Typically, the states dictate the protocol, and you're required to, after you have a certain number of attendees at an event, you are required to have an ambulance on standby. And I don't know Utah state law, but I also found that weird.
So she doesn't know Utah state law, which means she has no idea what the requirement or the mandate is as far as having ambulance on standby. What the number, the size of the crowd needs to be, none of that. Because he was not forthcoming when he said that she researches, because she doesn't. Because that's a Google search. Utah state law, yeah, you can just research that. And she didn't know it. So she goes out and does a video where she has just said, I don't know Utah state law. That she could have researched. Because he said she researches. All right, I'd give her some time.
There wouldn't have been an ambulance on standby. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but seemed
You're
atypical
wrong.
to me.
She's right to raise this because that is a genuine
No,
failure.
she's not. She didn't
And
read the
Turning
law.
Point bears significant responsibility for it. But that could just be incompetence, not malevolence. Here's another way to look at it. The Turning Point student chapter at UVU, the campus club that organized the event, filled out the planning forms. They initially estimated 200 attendees. That low estimate didn't trigger UVU's Major Events Assessment Committee, the body that would have required enhanced security and medical coverage for large gatherings. Now, they eventually revised the form to estimate that 600 students would come. And they did that based on a neighboring school's Turning Point event the previous year that did draw about 600. Later, Turning Point Corporate got involved and told the students to revise expectations to 1,500 to 2,000 people. And it was still wrong, because over 3,000 people showed up. The result was that only 2 EMTs were on site, and there was no dedicated ambulance for a crowd 5 times larger than anyone planned for. So was that negligent?
Right. But they didn't plan for it, because how did they plan for it when they don't have, a ticketing process? They have no way to do an advanced head count. That's a matter of them putting a policy or procedure in place to start doing something like that. But it's not a matter of right or wrong. They just underestimated the number of people that would be there because they don't have a way to do something in advance to give a more accurate number. I mean, that's what we're coming down to here. All right, y'all said give him a chance. Okay.
Arguably, yes. Turning Point Corporate should have ensured that proper protocols were followed. UVU systems should have caught this. The student organizers were in over their heads. But here's the question we have to ask. Does inadequate planning indicate a conspiracy, or does it indicate incompetence? There's a principle in philosophy called Hanlon's razor. It essentially says that incompetence is more likely than malevolence. And if you've ever organized large-scale events, you know why students might lowball these forms. Bigger estimates of crowd size means more restrictions, more mandatory costs, more scrutiny. And saying yes to controversial topics might even get your event flagged or denied. So this might look like malevolence, and it could just be incompetence. This is students trying to get their event approved without jumping through hoops that they don't have the budget or the experience to handle. Corporate didn't ensure proper oversight. The university's review process never got triggered. A cascading series of failures. And that's tragic. And it might even be legally actionable. But security failures don't require a plot. They require understaffing, underestimation, and insufficient protocols, which is exactly what happened here. And here's the hard truth. Charlie was doing something genuinely dangerous. Open-air events with polarizing political figures, minimal security, crowds of thousands. The security didn't match the risk. And that's a failure worth examining without the need to invoke conspiracy. Now let's talk about claim 3. Candace.
You're asking about a bullet and not thinking about the grain of the bullet. I thought we tackled this already. I don't know if you're new. We've tackled the various grains of bullets that have varying sizes and then determine the firepower and the damage that's done, because it does involve science and human anatomy. So grains of the bullets dictate also the damage done to the human tissue. And if you understand and respect, science and biology and human anatomy, you wouldn't underestimate the strength of your bones and the spinal cord. So if the bullet has a smaller grain in a smaller bullet, meaning it's easily fragmented, it wouldn't take much for that bullet to break up and fragment, which would slow down the bullet itself, and then of course keep it from exiting in one piece, because that's science. So you look up the grain of that bullet, and then you can ask your question again. That way it can make more sense, because when you're only asking questions based on half the information that you have, it comes off like it's selected to be choppy. Look at the grain of the bullet. It's a 30-06, but they come in various grains. So let's say it's the smallest grain possible. How much damage that you think the lowest grain on that bullet is going to do? Because what you don't see is a bunch of videos of people firing a 30-06 with the lowest level grain possible to see what the damage of that bullet would be. We don't care about the high end. We care about the various grains. So why not just pick some samples, right? Yeah, we did talk about that before. I just want to make sure. All right.
This has pointed out that the FBI Salt Lake City field office had a leadership change right before the shooting.
Is also interesting to know
it's irrelevant because they're not leading the
Utah
actual investigation.
FBI also got a new set of employees. The state FBI.
If FBI change leadership all the time. The FBI is not spearheading the investigation. It's the state of Utah, the attorney general. They're the prosecutor. They're in that office. They're spearheading this. The state investigators are. The state medical examiner is going to come in and testify to the autopsy and all these things. Not just FBI. They're supporting them.
Kash Patel went ahead and fired not only the chief of the Utah borough, but also some other people. You can see this in the Daily Mail article. They recount this after Charlie's death. Kash Patel questions grow as it's revealed he gutted the Utah FBI leadership before Charlie Kirk's assassination. That is true. He fired the chief, among other people, and replaced her with Robert Bowles in August. I think Robert Bowles, actually, it was his first week when Charlie got shot. And he's somebody who has been in D.C. for decades. So it seems to me to be an unusual placement to then want to re-up your entire life, assuming you have a wife and kids, and move to Utah. But whatever. Again, everything just feels a little too brand new to me.
This sounds suspicious
Oh,
until you
God.
consider the following. This wasn't unique to Utah. It was part of a nationwide purge. According to reporting from August 2025, at least 18 of 53 special agents in charge, that's the people who run FBI field offices across the country, were pushed out under the new administration. That's more than a third of all field office leaders. The Salt Lake City change wasn't a targeted operation to remove someone before an assassination. It was one data point in a massive, well-documented nationwide leadership purge that was happening everywhere. So when you zoom out and you see the pattern, suspicious timing in Utah looks a lot less suspicious. It looks like a coincidence because sometimes things that happen near each other in time aren't actually connected. Candace also noted that Timpanogos Regional Hospital had a CEO change shortly before the shooting.
And also something new is that that hospital had just announced that they had a brand new CEO and head surgeon named Andrew Zenger. A lot of new stuff happening.
Another suspicious coincidence?
Control, girl.
Let's zoom out again. According to Challenger, Gray, and Christmas, a firm that
So
tracks
what?
executive turnover, hospitals reported 104 CEO exits from January through October 2025. That's roughly 10 to 15 hospital CEO changes per month nationwide. Healthcare CEO turnover is actually up 15% compared to last year. It's one of the most volatile sectors for executive leadership. And Andrew Zenger wasn't some outside plant. He was an internal promotion. He had been COO at a sister facility. He started his career at Timpanogos as an intern back in 2014. So we have a routine leadership transition, an internal promotion of someone who had been in the system for over a decade, happening during a period of historically high hospital CEO turnover. Does that require a coordinated explanation? Or does it just look like normal healthcare administration? Now let's talk about Turning Point scheduling. Candace asked why Charlie was scheduled to do UVU on September 10th and Utah State on September.
Candace is bringing up stuff to invoke all this doubt, and it has no basis to anything. She has people asking just random questions about things that still do not lead you directly to the bottom line, which is who's the shooter? What was the weapon? What was the damage? And does the evidence support all of this? So she made it complicated for no reason. Who cares about the hospital turnover? She has no idea what hospital staff, like the turnover rate, all these factors she can't control. No one can control. She's never worked in healthcare. She's never worked in a hospital. So of course she would not know about these things. He said that she does research. I just, who child? I mean, and as opposed to him just saying, you know what, this is absolutely false and unnecessary. He's trying to tap dance around it, because I guess he's afraid of the candy ass cult members or something. They're not as scary as you think, bro. They're really not. The bots, the cult members, they just ask the same questions and say the same thing over and over again. It is what it is. But when you start towing the line and you start trying to sugarcoat and try to remain neutral, and you're saying things, embellish her and all these things, this is what happens when you say something, one thing they don't like, they're going to come in and hone in on you. They're going to jump on your neck either way. That's why I don't care about candy ass cult members' temper tantrums. I don't care about that. I don't care about Candace's temper tantrums. Don't bother me. Because I'd rather be honest and direct and straightforward. And they know exactly my stance up front than to sit here and coddle and cater to a bunch of bots and cult members who choose to be brainwashed and not read and research for themselves. Throwing temper tantrums in the chat. Who cares? It's simple things. They only look at the information she tells them to. So when you try to do this is what happens. For those who are content creators, you speak your mind and give your commentary. Don't let anybody dictate it. Now, I said I would give him a try. But boy, it's becoming harder and harder to do. Because None of the stuff he said in the beginning about her, which is a flat out lie, because she literally, there are examples where I can give where she did not research at all, and she should have. And he literally pointed it out in this video that were completely false and off base. He didn't need to say any of that to do this video. He could have just said, well, that's not correct. Here it is. Here's the evidence. Here's the information. Here's what a Google search can do for you. Reading Utah laws. Why it's imperative to do it. But if you don't understand how hospital processes and protocols work when it comes to high profile patients, here's how they work. None of the stuff he needed to embellish about her at all was irrelevant. It never needs to be done. And it's not an attack. You're just pointing out the facts. So it muddies the waters with what he's saying, and it's hard to kind of, focus in on what the point he's proving, because he's trying to sugarcoat things and beat around the bush. It's not necessary. Don't ever do this. If you're neutral, stay neutral. If you lean one way or the other, take a stand on it and stand your ground. Stuff like this, it's so hard to tune in as an independent journalist, because it's like, dude, you're trying too hard to not be, oh, I'm not attacking her. I'm just trying to give another perspective. Just give your perspective. They're going to think what they want to think.
November 30th, 20 days apart instead of back to back.
Something else that is really bothering me, just because I have done these campus tours,
hit the like button,
is the question of why Charlie was set to do
I got a video for that.
two events in Utah a mere 20 days apart. Okay. He was supposed to do UVU, and then today was scheduled to do just 20 days later, USU. Now, those two campuses are just under 2 hours apart if you're driving. Why on earth would he schedule these events apart? It's not how Turning Point USA normally decides on their events. If you're going to do 2 stops in one state, they make it happen back to back because it doesn't make sense.
But it just because it didn't make sense to her is irrelevant. You see, bringing up irrelevant things that mean nothing. It could be their new process and their way of doing things. It's based on what he wanted to do. That's what it comes down to. She doesn't, get to inflict on free will or infringe upon that. She doesn't get to influence that. He did what he wanted to do. That was his company. So if that was his decision, that was his decision. This is what they're calling doubt here. Her reasonable doubt. It's not even reasonable. It's her trying to dictate a situation because she doesn't think it should be going that way. Look, we don't care about that. That's not even reasonable to expect that. They get to do it the way they want to do it. That's not her company.
From a fuel perspective, from a traveling perspective, for you to go in and out of one state. Plus, they only have a limited number of events, right? Yeah. So they want to make sure they can go all over the United States and see as many students as possible during every tour. This is how it works. I know how it works because I came from Turning Point USA, okay? I have toured with them every year, with the exception of this year, since I started working for Charlie. So that just struck me as very odd.
She says this isn't how Turning Point normally operates. When you're going to a state, you cluster events to save on travel and logistics. And she's right. Clustering is their preference when it's possible, but exceptions have happened before. In fall of 2023, the TPUSA tour went to California on October 2nd, then Florida, then Georgia, then Texas, then New York, and then all the way back to California on November 9th. That's crisscrossing the entire country over 38 days, including returning to the same state they started in. Campus event scheduling depends on venue availability, student chapter readiness, academic calendars, and university approval processes. Each school operates on its own timeline. The student clubs at UVU and Utah State had to independently organize, get approvals, and coordinate with their administrations. Sometimes you can't get the dates that you want. Sometimes venues aren't available back to back. Sometimes the student chapters aren't ready at the same time. 20 days apart isn't...
Yeah, he's proving, but you see how unreasonable it is for Candace to say the nonsense she says? It's just unreasonable. There are a lot of factors that would dictate why they had to plan the way they did. She didn't work there when she made that video. And she wasn't working there in 2019. She did one appearance and Charlie Kirk wasn't even there. So she's going based on how she assumed they should have operated still from 2019. And what she did last year on this so-called whatever appearance that was, Charlie Kirk wasn't even there. This was July of 2024. June or July. It's this persona, as if it's this mindset, as if they should not have changed any way they operate at all. It should be the same since I was last there. No, you were only there for 19 months. You're about, Felicia.
Ideal, but it's also not unprecedented. It happens when logistics don't align. Now for the next claim. Candace has also raised questions about Charlie's bulletproof vest situation, that his supplier contract was canceled, that he wanted an army vest, and something was off.
One person who emailed me said, hey, I've been supplying bulletproof vests to Charlie for all of these campus tours. And suddenly last spring, the last campus tour, they canceled my contract with them. They did not want to renew. When I asked them why, they told me that Charlie wanted to go a different direction by getting an army vest instead, like a metal army vest, I believe is what he says. And he said,
she doesn't know how army vest works.
This made no sense to me. I didn't understand it. Okay. So Charlie decided to use a new
Why wouldn't it
company,
make sense?
even though I don't think he was actually wearing a bullet vest on that day. So what happened there? I'm not sure.
But hold on. An army vest is actually better than a normal bulletproof vest. It actually would be more likely to stop a rifle round like the one that Charlie was hit with. Candace also admits she doesn't know if Charlie wore vests regularly. She confirms he wasn't wearing one that day. And the change was Charlie's decision. So what's the actual suspicion here?
None.
Security consultants had warned Charlie he could be killed. His own team noted he didn't regularly wear protection despite the threats. Erica Kirk confirmed he wasn't wearing a vest that day. Candace's identification of this just creates atmosphere, a sense that something is wrong without making it falsified.
Yeah, no, because she didn't dictate his actions. Candace, you weren't his wife. I'm sure his own wife told him, I think you should be wearing a vest. Probably two. Including helmet gear. I mean, wear everything. And he was like, no. What can you force him to do? I mean, that's where we're coming from with this. Her willingness and her desire to be in control. Maybe that's one of the reasons why they told her kick rocks, because she got to the point where she's just overly demanding and controlling. Candace, you don't dictate and control anything except what you can control. That's your household. And you're not even doing that, because what the hell doing that?
Claim. Was there a conspiracy to remove Charlie's vest? Or did Charlie, like many high-profile people, make calculated risks about his own security that, in hindsight, were tragic? We know Charlie was brave. We know he put himself in confrontational situations. We also know that he had been warned. And sometimes the explanation isn't a conspiracy. Sometimes it's a man who knew the risks and accepted them for the sake of his mission. So I've walked you through several of Candace's suspicions and offered alternative explanations. Maybe you're thinking, sure, each one has an individual explanation, but isn't it suspicious that there are so many coincidences? New FBI leadership, new hospital CEO, no ambulance, scheduling anomalies, vest changes. Doesn't it add up? And I understand that instinct. When you stack them up, it feels like something must be going on. But let me off.
Yeah, but when you read and research evidence, facts, and information, Utah state laws, I mean, and it's simply his decision not to do certain things or to do certain things a certain way. There's no competition against that. It's not a matter of anyone else finding him to choose to do two different areas in 20 days, right or wrong. It's what he chose to damn do. And you don't dictate anything beyond that. Because Candace Owens does not pay Charlie Kirk's house mortgage. So she dictates nothing.
For you, another way to think about it. And to be clear, when I say conspiracy, I'm being descriptive, not dismissive. A conspiracy just means multiple parties working together. I'm not using it as a slur. I'm just using it as a definition. The conspiracy theory requires some combination of hospital systems conspiring to fake records, UVU students conspiring against a man they invited, the FBI timing a nationwide purge around one event, hospital boards coordinating CEO changes, TPUSA sabotaging their own founder. All of these separate institutions with different incentives, different people, different oversight, all coordinating without a single leak, a single whistleblower, a single piece of direct evidence. Contrast that with the lone actor explanation, which requires one disturbed 22-year-old with a rifle exploiting security failures that were well documented before the shooting at an event that was understaffed due to bureaucratic incompetence, which requires fewer assumptions. Occam's razor tells us the explanation requiring fewer assumptions is more likely. One explanation requires coordinated action across multiple unconnected entities. The other requires a lone gunman exploiting predictable security failures. And I'll say something else. Here's the hard truth. Part of why conspiracy theories are appealing is emotional. It's hard to imagine that a titan like Charlie Kirk could be taken down by some random 22-year-old with a rifle. We want the explanation to be proportional to the man. A grand conspiracy feels appropriate, worthy of him. A lone gunman feels insufficient, unsatisfying. But sometimes the unsatisfying explanation is the true one. Charlie was doing something courageous and dangerous. He knew the risks. Security experts told him the risks. He kept going anyway because he believed in the mission. And one day, those risks materialized. That's the tragic cost of courage in a country where political violence is escalating. Everything I've covered so far has been about specific claims. But there's a bigger conversation I want to have in part 2 about methodology. Because even if you disagree with my interpretation of any particular claim,
it's not a matter of interpretation. Some of it's just supported by facts, evidence, and the law. You know, that Utah state law, Candace did not understand or read about. Everything's not a theory. There are certain things, it's just a simple matter of fact. Speaking of which, the definition of the word conspiracy, because we got to do this. The act of conspiring together, an agreement among conspirators, a group of conspirators. Synonyms: mafia, network, game, syndicate. A plot. Intrigue. Conspiracy, cabal. These are words that are synonymous. That implies something that's not positive, it's harmful. There are more definitions. We can look it up. Let me go back to the screen. A secret plan by a group to do something unlawful or harmful. As a noun, this is conspiracy, this definition. So this is what the fact that people want to believe in conspiracies means that you want to assume that the worst or the negative, something unlawful or harmful, as opposed to researching. Candace didn't do that. She created all these dumb conspiracy theories that are unlawful or harmful and leads to more unlawful and harmful things being done to others as a consequence, such as cyber crimes. You know, people being doxxed and bullied and harassed. Claims of stalking by whole countries with planes. False information being put out. Misinformation. Dumb bots that just refuse to scan the internet and keep copying and pasting everything. That's what it's leading to here. There's a reason why getting knowledge and getting information of things, getting evidence of things is the best way to go. You don't need a conspiracy theory. You can just sometimes Google and read. That's what I say here. No reply. I got a video sent to me about this 30-6. Let's check this out. All right. This was sent to me. Shout out to No Reply from Hopeful Ballistics. Prescribes 30-6 for coyotes. Oh, okay. This is something else. Let's look at this. Because I tried to give the young man, give him some time in his video. But it gets to a point where you become too conspiratorial, and then you don't give room for evidence. You don't give room for factual information that can be researched by all to take place. When it's too many damn conspiracies, the conspiracies start to add up, and then it gets lost in the wind. That's the problem. And when people don't believe in the same conspiracy you believe in, now all of a sudden it's an attack. No. You just failed to read Utah state laws, Candace.
Hey, Doc Springfield, I know it's real late, but can I please come in?
Get in here, boy.
What is this?
Hi. I don't have all day.
All right. I keep losing livestock. Something is killing them and just leaving them lay there. I need a prescription from you to deal with this issue. You need medicine. Big medicine. Yes, but what kind do you think?
Y'all look at the grains of the bullets.
Let me ask you this, boy. What kind of predator fancies your livestock? Is it a pack of wolves? No. Is it a pride of pumas? What?
What?
Is it a she-bear? No, I believe it's a coyote. That's too big of a pill for you. But this will do nicely. Yes. Yes, it will. What is it? 125 grain SST bullet. Blazing fast. Frangible like a grenade. It'll dump its...
Oh, there you go. Right here. Hey, it was a question about the bullets. So when we look and research at bullets, because I'm not an expert at it, but shout out to my supporters and the Luxes here that are. There are various grains of that bullet. And as you can see, it dictates the size. So, of course, depending on what you're trying to target here, can also dictate the amount of damage done. Safe to say, the bigger the bullet, the more damage it'll do. But, let me check with my chat here. I could be wrong. No reply says, those are all 30-06 round, different rounds. Grain weights. Yes, varied grains. There you go. So these various grains for the same type of bullet can determine the amount of damage that's done. So it's not a one-size-fit-all for this bullet. And as, the real men say, size matters. But this is what you all should see here. This is information that can be researched about various grains on bullets, for bullets. Factual information that can be researched in Google. No one has to create a conspiracy on it or theorize it. That is information that can be researched. This is something Candace is not going to ever tell you. And she doesn't show videos of people using various size bullets, these various grains of bullets, when they're doing their so-called testing in the field. They don't do that. They use the biggest one possible, but they don't use the smaller one to see what that does. How that could tear up some meat and flesh and bone. So you only get one view, one perspective of it when you're watching these videos that Candace is pulling in her channel, in her show. Because she wants that theory to fit her moot point. But she doesn't give you background information on the various bullets, the various sizes of this same bullet, based on the grains. She doesn't do that. This is research information that can be researched. Facts and evidence.
Well, what is it? 125 grain SST bullet. Blazing fast. Frangible like a grenade. It'll dump its energy into that beast. Like a shockwave? Indeed, a hydrostatic one. What kind of instrument should I use to administer this medicine to that beast? 30-06.
I'm sorry, President. You see
Isn't that a little much? Maybe?
Yeah, let me go back. Because I got the captions on in case you need to see it. 30-06. You said something else. I didn't see that. 0.270. You said 0.270. Where do you see that at? He just said 30-06. Let's play that again.
What kind of instrument should I use to administer this medicine to that beast? 30-06. Isn't that a little much? Maybe? Perhaps? Boy, you don't come to Dr. Springfield for anything but strong medicine. Now take your prescription and leave. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Boy. Yes? If something a little meaner, a little stouter comes at your livestock again, I've got medicine for them too.
So is it that you need to Google a 30-06 various grains of that bullet? We know what we just saw here. 30-06, right? 125 grain.
Blazing fast, frangible like a grenade. It'll dump its energy into that beast. Like a shockwave? Indeed, a hydrostatic one. What kind of instrument should I use to administer this medicine to that beast? 30-06.
30-06.
Isn't that a little?
He just said 30-06. And then then it goes to this bullet. What are we missing? No reply. Help him out. 30-06. What are we missing? Take my banner off. There's a huge difference, and the video explains it in the best possible way. He just said 30-06. That's a 30-06 round in 125 grain. He's pointing to this bullet here. I don't need to go back in the other ones, because if this is a possible bullet, it could have been used from Tyler Robinson's gun. Why would you be dead set on the bigger one? If there could be a 30-06, that's a smaller grain. That's a 125 grain. He said, this guy better not enter my dreams. You mean the guy in the video? This makes some sense. The little bullet is the same diameter as a big bullet, just a smaller weight or grain. This is, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what is he confused about. I don't see anything 0.27. I don't see that. I see 30-06. I'm not the expert here. No reply is the expert here, and for this video. He sent me the video link. He's the expert. You might want to ask him about these various grains of bullets. Unlike many other, especially Candace. I let the Luxters who are experts in this, add value to the conversation here, because there's nothing wrong with that. They teach me. I'm not the bullet expert, but I'll let the bullet experts help explain something to you. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure, because I'm like, what is he talking about? If he misheard something, he can say that. He just said what the type of bullet this is. It's a 125 grain, right? So he pointed to 3 different bullets here. Let's go back.
I believe it's a coyote. That's too big of a pill for you. But this will do nicely. Yes.
Pointed to the little one.
Yes, it will. What is it? 125 grain SST bullet. Blazing fast, frangible like a grenade. It'll dump its energy into that beast. Like a shockwave? Indeed, a hydrostatic one. What kind of instrument should I use to administer this medicine to that beast? 30-06. Isn't that a little much? Maybe, perhaps. Boy, you don't come to Dr. Springfield for anything but strong medicine. Now take your prescription and leave. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Boy. Yes? If something a little meaner.
Okay, because I think he was just trying to show him that this video is just proof that there is various grains of that same bullet, of the 30-06, right? I think that's what we were supposed to be getting out of this. So let's get to George Webb, because this is something else. I was told this guy was a huge Candace fan, and then he has I guess he went and talked to someone, got some documents on something. I had to, pull this in. So he went and got both sides of the story, even though Paramount Tactical did too. If we're talking about the fool that was on Candace's show. So I want to check this out. This will be the last one we do for the evening for our marathon. And then I'll be back at it tomorrow. And we'll also be tuning in with my brother in Christ, Jay Witt podcast. He's going to be doing a huge marathon as well. So we'll be hopping in over there for a little while, and then we'll do a live tomorrow. I got to get in Umar because I got a couple more videos with Umar, because he's like the twin brother to Candace Owens at this point. So let's get in this George Webb so you guys can check this out, and then that'll be the conclusion. What is this?
Well, hello everyone, you beautiful people all over the world. It's been the devil's day. It's been the devil's day. We've had the devil's day.
Try to be neutral.
Started at 2 a.m. this morning, 9 o'clock here on the West Coast. We've had the devil's day as Grant, I think it was Sherman at the end of the first day of Shiloh. He went into the tent, huge losses. I think it was the biggest day of losses in the Union up until that time for sure in the Civil War. And Sherman said, well, we've had the devil's day. And Grant said, well, we'll lick him tomorrow. So midnight Eastern time. I didn't mean to get everybody up on the East Coast with the notification, but we had the devil's day. There's no question about it. Today was a disaster. I was here at the courthouse because all of the information, I knew what was in the courthouse. I knew it was going to come out. I knew it was going to be bad for Candace, and I thought there was maybe a chance of disavowing before all this information came out. And if you're just a brief recap of the information that did come out,
Oh my God.
there were 7 civil protection orders from former wives and girlfriends. There was 5 restraining orders. There was several domestic violence testimonies. There was several falsifications of what his wives did, like an acid attack that didn't happen, and heinous stories that he attributed to his wife that were not true. So it was threatened a federal judge with murder right where I'm.
So George Webb is supposed to be a journalist that he seems to, do a lot more content that is more favorable towards Candace. Like he just said, he was trying to see if, I guess there's some way to try to defend her, but it's like, that fool she brought on her show just, oh man. I don't know why he expected him to be credible. Candace doesn't even research definitions of terms.
Sitting in this county, threatened 2 of his wives with murder.
My first video on him.
Massive fraud throughout his 30-year career. Some of the things he said were true. He was a Green Beret for a year, but he didn't fall during, it wasn't an injury during service like he said it was. Constantly threatening and yelling and screaming and abusing his ex-wives and then blaming it on them, then getting law enforcement on them. So just a horrible expose tonight that Valhalla did. Valhalla VFT, Gary Melton also kind of played that. Not a good night for the witness.
Oh,
and remember, if you're making these kind of accusations, you have to have some kind of proof, right? And I'll turn the notifications down. Sorry about that. Those are federal informants getting their credentials at those are federal informants getting their credentials at Fort Huachuca that you're hearing in the background. I don't see how you can have a good stream. They say,
what did you say? Yeah. What? Federal informants getting their credentials? Is he joking?
Informants getting their credentials at those are federal informants getting their credentials at Fort Huachuca that you're hearing in the background. I don't see how you can have a good stream. They say Barron had a good stream. I don't know how you could on a day like today. You have to have, with Danny Rothschild, for instance, we have him, placed with informants with their IP addresses at Fort Huachuca. We have their IP addresses in Columbus at the Defense Department, Defense Information Center. We have their IP addresses at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. We have their IP addresses in Kunming. We have the IP addresses at Atlantic Council. So it's incontrovertible facts, right? They're just facts, which is so beautiful about our investigation. And it's not a good day. It was not a good day. I still think there's recovery here that's possible. But I will say one thing, and I just want to say one thing. Let the word go forth. Let the record show that.
So he thinks there's recovery here. I don't know what recovery who is he talking about? Because it's definitely not for that fool. And Candace never really had any credibility. I mean, she doesn't believe in facts either way. So whatever.
Say one thing. Let the word go forth. Let the record show.
Hold on.
Placed with informants with their IP addresses at Fort Huachuca. We have their IP addresses in Columbus at the Defense Department, Defense Information Center. We have their IP addresses at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. We have their IP addresses in Kunming. We have the IP addresses at Atlantic Council. So it's incontrovertible facts, right? They're just facts, which is so beautiful about our investigation. And it's not a good day. It was not a good day. I still think there's recovery here that's possible. But I will say one thing, and I just want to say one thing. Let the word go forth. Let the record show that journalism is about getting both sides of the story, not just telling one side of the story. And there was one and only one journalist that came here to Franklin County in the whole world of journalists. Only one came to get Mitch's side of the story. As bad as it looked for Mitch, I still came here.
We're not going to discredit what we just heard from Paramount Tactical today. We're not going to do that. He had an ex-wife and one of his former best friends or something like that, or ex-girlfriend, sorry. And one of the best friends that did all the serving of his documents on his show, plus one of his sons. We're not going to discredit Paramount Tactical. So whether you went there or you had credible sources come on your show, and he has the DD-214, we're waiting on Candace to post up these court documents. Why should anyone have to go to the courthouse for her to do any of that? Unless he's doing this to get paid from her or something. Where are the court docs? Did he get it? Because if he did, then somebody need to post that stuff up.
To get his side of the story if he wanted to tell it. And I'm still here tomorrow if he wants to tell it. And that's true journalism, is getting both sides of the story. And only one man, right? Only one man and only one organization stood for both sides. Only one man and one organization stood for both sides to tell both sides of the story, which is journalism, right? And that's the fact, Jack. There's only one. The same with Suchair Balaji. The same with Butler for 30 days. The same with the Charlie Kirk shooting for about 30 days before anyone else bothered to come. And that is our hallmark as we go. I'm not on.
Tactical did as well.
I don't have good. I'm off. The Wi-Fi here is horrible. It is what it is. So I'm not going to go very long. I've got very poor Wi-Fi. I'm just going to say, let the record show that one guy and only one journalist organization, only one group of researchers sent one out of the whole world of everybody talking about this and everybody tweeting out about this. One bothered to actually come here and get Mitch's side of the story. Now he hasn't given it. He hasn't given his side of the story, but we're going to be here again tomorrow. Mitch, if you want to tell your side of the story, it's not looking good for you, brother. If you want to tell your side of the story, I'm here. I'm here.
He's already talked to Paramount Tactical. Does George Webb not listen to anyone else but himself and Candace Owens?
I'm going to leave it right there tonight. It's been an extremely long day. I had to drive forever to get here to get Mitch's side of the story, and I'm quite frankly exhausted. I've had my pictures of my family put up, death threats, all kinds of things today. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people attacking me for just doing journalism. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. So yeah.
No one's attacking you, but when you sit here and you go out your way to try to prove Candace right, this is what happens. And when she's dead wrong, you're talking about, I still think there's hope. Listen, stop being scared of her little bots and her damn cult members. You better, you're a grown man.
We need a new year. We need a new year. That's for sure. And thank you very much, everybody, for all your support. I appreciate that. I appreciate all the great support, and I appreciate all the good wishes. And I just want to say, eat, sleep, and be well. I just want to say that You have a bad day. You have a bad day like this, a disastrous day. It's like Sherman going in and talking to Grant at Shiloh. It's not the end of the war. You know, it's a disastrous day, but it's not the end of the war, right? We fight again another day. And I said this to Candace, let this guy go, right? Until he can come up with some proof, like a picture of Erica Kirk. And I still think it's the rodeo queen with Amadei. I think he saw Amadei with the rodeo queen. Amadei was there, so it's going to be his assistant.
No, he needs photos and all this stuff, or video images from the security camera footages that's all over that military base. I don't know who else he's talking about, Amadei and all
But
this.
it's not the end of the world.
Who
Today
that?
isn't the end of the world. But if he doesn't come up with some kind of proof, then we kind of need to move on. We're putting all of our eggs in this basket of this person who's not a very good person, right? Why aren't we focusing on what Charlie Kirk wanted? Charlie Kirk's a much better person than this guy. Charlie Kirk was a great dad, a great father, really spent time with the
Candace doesn't care about Charlie Kirk. Did he not figure that out? George Webb. Candace Owens does not care about Charlie Kirk. She wants to literally dismantle Turning Point USA. How is that being missed? I don't know how he's, supposed to be factually driven, and he missed that simple fact. She wants TPUSA to be dismantled. And that's if she can't be put on the payroll, to help them with their PR. You can't make this stuff up.
his kids when he could. Worked very hard for the values he believed in, was a man of God, really took his faith seriously.
not
That's
care.
the people we should be focusing on. We should be focusing on the last will and testament of Charlie Kirk, which is Doge. We should be focusing on the last person who gave him the mafia ultimatum, which is DuPont. Right? These are the key things.
Mafia, man, you can't make this stuff up.
I can't prove he's a Fed. People are saying, is he the Fed? Did I get lynched? No, nobody lynched me, but the electronic lynching did happen of Candace Owens, as I predicted, unfortunately. And, I was.
The way he said this, the electronic lynch of Candace Owens did happen. What? That type of language. Language?
Is he the Fed? Did I get lynched? No, nobody lynched me, but the electronic lynching of
Why is he using that
the electronic
word?
lynching did happen of Candace Owens, as I predicted, unfortunately. And there wasn't enough of me at the courthouse steps at the jail to stop it. Unfortunately, the electronic lynching of Candace Owens did happen tonight. That's the unfortunate piece. I did.
Stop it. Why are you trying to stop it? Let the girl do her own research. Tell her to read. Why is he using this terminology? Y'all see this? Why lynching? Why lynching the word of the day here? Why are they even using this terminology?
Did I get lynched? No, nobody lynched me, but the electronic lynching did happen of Candace Owens, as I predicted, unfortunately.
Electronically
And there wasn't enough of me at the courthouse steps at the jail to stop it. Unfortunately, the electronic lynching of Candace Owens did happen tonight. That's the unfortunate piece. I did 1,000% of everything I could to stop it. But
This is what happens when you allow her to lie. You can't make this up. Why are they using terms like electronic lynching? Webb is a scumbag. Y'all check out the 2017 port of Charleston shutdown. This was because of what? He's lost his mind. Why are they using terms like that? The electronic lynching of what? Do you mean? What? I would call Candace Owens a liar all day, every day when she lies. I just don't understand, why do we have to resort to such terminology like that? It's so extreme. You can't make this up. Okay, cool. Thank you, no reply. I'm gonna check this out tomorrow, because this guy's weird. What is he talking about? He trying to stop what? This is crazy. Lori says, some people are trying to say if you fact check Mitch, you're being racist to Candace. I'm like, what the? I know. WTF, Candace literally called black people chimpanzees, so they need to hush. Exactly. What he talking about? Electronic lynching? Oh my dear Lord. All because she lied? Candace lied. He's just not figuring that out, that she made this up. She dug this hole for herself. No, big girl falls in and she's got to pull herself up out of it. Candace, You heifer. You dug this hole for yourself. Good luck to coming up out of it. Why is some grown man named George Webb trying to say, why is it always somebody named George? We got George Farmer, George Webb, George Santos, all these Georges. You can't make this up. Then there's a Milo in this. George Webb cannot rescue you out of this. George Farmer probably doesn't even care that you fell in that hole you dug for yourself, Candace. And George Farmer agreed to marry you and gave you 4 babies. Y'all procreated 4 times. So what the hell is George Webb supposed to do that George Farmer is not even bothering to do? There you go. George Farmer doesn't give a damn enough to care about the woman he married falling out his hole. Somehow a George Webb feels like he needs to rescue Candace Owens Farmer when George Farmer could give 2 craps. You can't make this up. Insane. This is strange for your number. What do you guys? Is she willing to speak? Is she willing to speak? I would love it if she wants to talk. I'll do an interview with her. His estranged current wife. Yeah, if she wants to speak with me, absolutely. If she's okay, if she approves, yeah. You don't have to put in the chat, but you can email it to me if she would love to. I would love to talk with her. This is crazy. She playing the racist card. I know, right? This is playing the racist card. We're technically talking about all that stuff before Gary and BFT said any of it. And this guy is just going to the courthouse to read the court documents, essentially, just to find out the same thing we saw on Trellis Law earlier, virtually. I didn't have to fly anywhere to see these cases about these protection orders and the abuse of any of that. It was on that Trellis Law website. You can't make this up. Now he's talking about she's being electronically lynched. What? What? Yeah, she's willing to speak. I'll send it to you, LLC. Thank you. I would love to interview her. Absolutely. He's using the word lynching with Candace because of her skin color, and she will cause a bigger shock reaction from his audience. Portray Candace as a bigger victim. It's so sad. It's like, why? Candace is not a victim, y'all. She's not a victim. Candace lied. She lied. She dug this hole for herself. And George Farmer is like, oh, well, I guess you're down that hole, dear. You know what, kids? Come on, let's get ice cream. Mommy fell down that hole. He's leaving her hanging out to dry. Binary 0 and 1 row. You can't make this up. Playing the right card. And then this dude talking about, oh, I tried to save her. I tried to save her. For what? What are you talking about? Candace been lying. What happened to the lie about those Egyptian planes that she just gave up out of nowhere? Or the assassination attempt on her life with no proof that she filed a complaint to the FBI? You know, she wouldn't even ask for the transactions coming from Clark DeSant. But he's sitting here trying to say, yeah, we got this info, we got these IP addresses and stuff. Oh, information you shouldn't have. You can't make this up.
It did happen. I feel like sometimes the Chinese guy in front of the tank, or 1,000 tanks just rolling over me tonight at the jail.
Hey, everybody, how's it going?
Oh, hold on 1 second, y'all. Not sure if y'all can hear. Hold on.
It's not the end of the war. You know, it's a.
Sorry. Somebody said you are definitely a true journalist. Stay armored up, George. Armored up. You can't make this stuff up. Okay, the sound wasn't connecting. Can y'all still hear me? Let me know if you can still hear me. Y'all, this
disastrous day, but it's not the end of the war, right? We fight again another day. And I said this to Candace, let this guy go, right? Until he can come up with some proof, like a picture of Erica Kirk. And I still think it's the
Yeah, and video footage, because military bases have cameras everywhere. You would think for someone who's saying, "Oh, I've got IP addresses," he would know. Yeah, military bases are riddled with cameras. So I I don't know how she thought this was going to go well. This is proof Candace doesn't vet anything before she puts it on her platform. She didn't even Google this fool's name. What about those ID cards that were heavily redacted? Is he going to show us the unredacted version? Since he has IP addresses and he knows that, informants are getting credentials on the military base. Oh man, I think that was a joke. I can't take that seriously what he was saying about that.
rodeo queen with Amadei. I think he saw Amadei with the rodeo queen. Amadei was there, so it's going to be his assistant. But it's not the end of the world. Today isn't the end of the world. But if he doesn't come up with some kind of proof, then we kind of need to move on. We're putting all of our eggs in this basket of this person who's not a very good person, right? Why aren't we focusing on what Charlie Kirk wanted? Charlie Kirk's a much better person than this guy. Charlie Kirk was a great dad, a great father, really spent time with his kids when he could, worked very hard for the values he believed in, was a man of God, really took his faith seriously. That's the people we should be focusing on. We should be focusing on the last will and testament of Charlie Kirk, which is Doge. We should be focusing on the last person who gave him the mafia ultimatum, which is DuPont.
We who? Who is we? Because Candace does what she wants to do, George Webb. She didn't care about none of that stuff you talking about because that doesn't get her views. If she just focuses on, Charlie Kirk and Doge, there's only so much she can talk about with that. Because what she can't do is force them to do an audit. And it needs to be a justifiable reason. She's got to prove that money is being misappropriated. Her ass didn't even look up the definition of endowment. What are we saying here? If he wants the audit, let's say they do the audit, and then what? But then she runs out of content, and what she's going to talk about for the remaining hour or 45 minutes of her show. Then what? Stop feeding her information and tell her, look, you're going to have to start doing some research. You're going to have to learn the art of researching and actually being a true journalist. This guy is not a true journalist if he's sitting here trying to spare one side over the other, because journalism is not supposed to be biased. See, Candace, you lie because you have no factual information to support anything you say. And then when factual information is presented, it debunks you. And then you say it over and over again, which shows intent. You intentionally lie. This guy is trying to bail her out. For what? This is Candace's MO. Let me just put dumb things out there and then figure it out. If it turns out to be some nothing burger, oh well. He's literally traveling, trying to kiss Candace Owens' ass. And for what? George Farmer doesn't even do this.
Right. These are the key things. The last person who gave him the mafia ultimatum, which is DuPont. Right. These are the key things. I can't prove he's a Fed. People are saying, is he the Fed? Did I get lynched? No, nobody lynched me, but the electronic lynching did happen of Candace Owens, as I predicted, unfortunately. And there wasn't enough of me at the courthouse steps at the jail to stop it. Unfortunately, the electronic lynching of Candace Owens did happen tonight. That's the unfortunate piece. I did 1,000% of everything I could to stop it, but it did happen.
How do you stop this? How do you stop something she started? What do you expect it to do? This guy's serious.
I feel like sometimes the Chinese guy in front of the tank, or 1,000 tanks just rolling over me tonight at the jail, pulling Candace and dragging her around into the street and then lynching her right across the street.
You can't make this up. Why is he using these analogies? For goodness sake, why is he using these analogies? Candace started this dumb nonsense. Get on her if you're a true journalist and tell her you're going to have to stop lying, vet your tips, and research information before you put it out to the public. Don't disseminate something you don't have any evidence to back up. Because this whole Mitch thing would not have been an issue had you not concocted this stupid ass story up 2 weeks ago, last week. With this letter you said he wrote to you because you went and prayed about something. And somehow Satan answered. Now you're talking about it was the day of the devil. He's literally admitting it was the devil's day. Yeah, because when you lie like hell, this is what happens. You give the devil domain and power. Does he not realize what he's saying? The words coming out of his mouth are just, you're a grown man and this is how you're talking. And you're trying to give Candace a bailout and paint her as the victim while saying this is a devil's day, while she herself talks about, all things evil now. What are you talking about?
Street. I think it was an electronic lynching tonight, but she didn't have to have that happen. She could have let Mitch go here at the courthouse steps.
It's so weird.
So it is what it is. And we'll go on and fight another day. We had the devil's day, but we'll lick them tomorrow. We'll lick them tomorrow, as Grant said.
What, you're going to lick the devil or what? Who are you licking? What is it saying? Why is that the analogy? It said he was drug out.
And
oh my God.
There wasn't enough of me at the courthouse steps at the jail.
This is crazy.
To stop it. Unfortunately, the electronic lynching of Candace Owens did happen tonight.
Absolutely.
That's the unfortunate piece. I did 1,000% of everything I could to stop it, but it did happen. I feel like sometimes I feel like the Chinese guy in front of the tank, or 1,000 tanks just rolling over me tonight at the jail, pulling Candace and dragging her out into the street and then lynching her right across the street. I think it was an electronic lynching tonight, but she didn't have to have that happen. She could have let Mitch go here at the courthouse steps.
She could have never brought him up. Maybe you should start with looking at her stuff before she talks about it. Think you gonna tell her what to do? I would love to hear her cuss you out on national television. Because one thing Candace is not gonna do is let somebody tell her what to do. It's mighty funny how he think he can sit here and tell her to change topics. She don't even listen to George Farmer.
Perhaps she didn't. So it is what it is. And we'll go on and fight another day. We had the devil's day, but we'll lick them tomorrow.
So
we'll lick them tomorrow, as Grant said. Okay. Have a great night, everybody.
I don't care.
Merry Christmas. Enjoy the time with your family. Be present. That's the best presents that you can give your family. Love your kids. Don't worry about your situation with your ex-wife. Focus on your children. Focus on your children. Pay your child support so that you.
He's not going to do that because he's a con artist and a scammer. His son is old enough to have gone to the military himself, and even said how he was there over 6 or 7 years. Who is George Webb talking to? You can't, this guy. He literally is talking about it's the devil's day. We're gonna lick it tomorrow. I don't think certain things should ever be repeated, especially if you're talking about some historical context where your example is something from the Civil War. Don't use those idioms that were stated during the Civil War from either side. Pick one. One of the bloodiest wars we ever had in U.S. history. And he's talking about the devil's day, and you're going to lick it tomorrow. What? Child. Yeah, love your kids and don't abuse or neglect them like Mitch did with all of his. Exactly. This is so creepy. Webb knows Mitch, and they are scamming Candace together, and Candace is in on it. Oh, I do believe. Candace, you concocted this whole BS scheme with that fool on your show. And now this fool named George Webb is sitting here talking about he tried to save you from some electronic lynching of something with dealing with Chinese, blasters or what. You can't make this stuff up. Why is he talking about the devil's day and licking boots? These are the people that are sitting here supporting Candace. If you had to look in her inner circle, look who's in her inner circle. Candace has to feel like she's the smartest person in the room. So you can imagine if she believes that she's the smartest person in the room, everyone else around her has to be dumber than she is. God help us all. It's George Webb. Here's where we are. George Webb, Candace is a narcissist. She's not going to sit here and listen to you. In her world, in her reality, she is the smartest person in the room. And if you're trying to be on her best side, you, like Mitch Snow, have to be dumber than she is. That is just how that works when you're dealing with a narcissist. So if we all know Candace's level of intellect, imagine where his is. He has to be dumber than her. You can't make this up. Candace, this is crazy. This dude try to 140,000 is nothing compared to what she is making off this Mitch stuff alone. Exactly. She's trying to help Mitchell Snow, raise $250,000 tax free, even though he should be reporting that money. These are all donations and contributions from a website. If he hits $250,000, it would be donations and contributions. Unless people start specifying this money is to go towards legal fees, and we want to see accountability with expense reports or a receipt that this is going towards legal fees, he gets to do whatever he wants to do with it. This is unbelievable. Anybody here a tax expert? Will Mitchell Snow be required to report the $250,000 donated money from that website on his taxes as revenue? Because it's certainly not wages. The Civil War was literally family members fighting family members in some cases. Exactly. It just depends on where they live. It's so crazy. Love y'all, mean it. Love you too, Cheryl. Honey, go kiss on that baby. We love the babies. These three people did it all together. I can believe that. He's on his way to getting $250,000. You can't make this up. This is what we are. There's no saving her from what someone else did that's documented in court records. That's called factual evidence. What are you going to do with that documentation? How is that supposed to save her? She failed to read this stuff herself before she put him on her show. So let's say the estranged wife decides to come onto the Lady Luck Club. I'm going to look up everything. I'm going to look up to see if she has, a record or anything, if she's been arrested herself, if she's been sued, anything that could be available to the public for other people to look up. That way I'll be able to ask her about that and then she can speak to it. But at least the information will be out there. You can't make this up. She put this clown on her show and someone else named George is trying to clean this up. Why? She's grown. Weirdos and freaks of nature. Who's ready to watch fragile people get offended by opinions? I know I am. Get some popcorn, comfy, and enjoy the show. Now, George Webb is definitely, feeling electronically lynched. His words, not mine. He's trying to spare Candace from being electronically lynched. Who would be lynching her, I presume? If she dug this hole for herself. Yeah, she's got to learn. She's a grown-ass woman that's procreated 4 times. Where's George Farmer? That's interesting. That's an interesting dynamic. George Farmer is where now? That money is tax-free. It's all considered small gifts. There you go. Because I want to make sure if I when I say this, I'm correct in saying this, factually speaking. Mitchell Harrison Snow will not have to report that $250,000 if they hit the target as revenue on his taxes. It'll be tax-free because they're all donations and contributions. It's not going to even considered wages. But it was supposed to be for legal fees, right? Legal fees. For what legal matter? Because this one no longer exists. This is going back to May 11th of 2023. Yeah. Failure to prosecute in accordance with the rules, so it was dismissed. Yeah. Because this isn't based on a theory. This is facts. You can't make this up. But okay, cool. Thank you, Cher. I'll check it out. $140,000 plus dollars tax free. Tax free. Candace is a clown. I've said several times she's dumb. I don't know where you been. Yeah, Candace is an idiot. She does not research. She does not read. She herself says she's an alien. She doesn't vet. So if Candace has to be the smartest person in the room, and people like George Webb is in her inner circle, what do you think their level of intellect is? He just admitted he has IP addresses he shouldn't even have. That's invasion of privacy. Why does he have other people's IP addresses? For what? And he's proven that he goes and gets into people's information, their personal details, to get something like that. Why would he need it? I hope he's ready for it, because boy, them candy ass cult members, they want you to give blind adoration and worship to Candace Owens. You can't question anything. You can't say Candace is dumb. No. Don't do that. Yeah, she's dumb. Because something like this, why she couldn't look this up? Mitchell Snow versus Department of the Interior respondent. But she said she was going to post up court documents. Candace, you're welcome. I gave you one. A Google search. So what court fees or legal fees is she paying for? The money he's raising is supposed to be for legal fees. Based on what? This case is dismissed. This is the only one I saw that he had filed against the government. Where are the other court documents? Where are the other court documents? So I might be mistaken, but I think George Webb went to Orem to investigate the DQ that photographed Tyler Robinson, only to find it was out of business. Only it was the wrong DQ. He's not even looking before he travels. He's just going. The impulsivity of this is so half-baked. This guy said it's the devil's day. Are you kidding me? Why are you saying that and you claim to be a Christian? That's some heavily worded language there. Electronically lynched. Why are we using terms like this? Like, good grief. Candace said it, Jewish people had black people slaved, and oh man. The stuff that's coming out of her mouth, I can just imagine what comes out of her inner circle. If she is the cult leader and the smartest person in the room, everyone else has to be dumber than her. And we're hearing that and witnessing it for ourselves with George Webb. Where's George Farmer? The one she had 4 kids with. He's not saying anything. So you can give $16K to everyone each year without reporting it is a way people clean money. Wow. He does not have to report the $140,000 he's raised. This is crazy. He doesn't even have to. He didn't have to report it. Oh no, because reading is fundamental. Yeah, God bless your heart, Jamie Burlington. God bless your heart. Yeah, and this is the Stapleton here. Copy paste the same old thing over and over again. I've seen the same comment 16 times today. But yet, you guys still won't ask Candace to post up simple evidence. Let's start with the video camera footage from the military base. Because that would be the simpleton thing to do. It's simple. If you want to talk about someone being bright, and she said she would post up court documents. Why didn't she read them first? It's not very bright to have someone on your show who's a deadbeat, who said that he did all these things and he's been hiding and camping out from cartels and stuff. Why you post up photos of him and his child? That's not very bright. It's not very bright to just copy and paste either. Also not very bright for a bot to not scan and make sure, just basic terminology, basic understanding of information that she's putting out is being understood and computed. Is bright the only word that you people know how to use? Or not smart? They say you're either not smart, you're not too bright. But then they don't offer any evidence to support any of this crap she's saying. Or challenge her, the cult leader, in actually presenting the evidence herself. They won't ask her that, because cowardly. You can't make this up. It's copy paste. I've seen it 16 times already. His poor children should get it for what he's done to them and their mothers. Exactly. The $140,000 plus dollars. You can't make this up. Oh my God. We got court documents up here. Really? Is that it? This limited terminology is almost just, it's so boring. Can you be creative just a little bit? Oh God. Then the bots come back for the banter. Why they still copy and paste? Really? Yeah, no. Get your cult leader to post the evidence up. Really? Do that. Ask her. Show us spine. Show us how brave you are. Can't make this up. You have to pay taxes on that and report it. Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm asking. I want to make sure, for $140,000. I'm gonna look that up. It is in the same tax as gambling winnings. Question is, why George Webb at the museum, 10 minutes away from Mitch's house, on the day of the fundraiser money is able to be withdrawn, while everyone else was communicating online? Webb is there. He is. So is the fundraising still up? That's something else. So is the website still up, or is it withdrawn? Did it go down? Is there a limit? He can literally just withdraw 140,000. I'm not familiar with that website. Go Give, Save, Go, whatever that's called. Hopefully he does have to pay taxes on it. The IRS better flag it. That way they can say, oh, okay, you got some back pay to do. It's child support. You can either pay it back or you can go to jail. Why is he not in jail? He owes money on child support. You should be in jail. Then again, he's not working. Can't make this stuff up. You can watch the replay. Oh, yeah, y'all check out the replay. This is going to be fun. There's no saving Candace from herself at this point. Exactly. Anything over 10,000 IRS. Gotcha. Barone donates 500 an episode. This is why she retweets his stuff. Yuck Baron? Yuck Baron? Is it Baron? I don't know who he is. Is he another content creator? Mitch Snow isn't snowing, right? I live to piss people off with reality. Their emotions are their problem. Exactly. Y'all the bots, the cult members and the bots are hilarious. They say the same old thing over and over again. It's like, man, y'all get creative. Seriously. Tell your cult leader, just post the court docs. Don't stop said, I'm still thinking about Charlie. Didn't know TPUSA bought out Blexit. Yeah. Oh, we got to go over that last consulting firm that was connected to Blexit, getting paid over that $554,000 a year that Candace refuses to talk about. Like, you don't think she could talk about with the money that was spent through Blexit, through those LLCs? Nah, she ain't gonna talk about that. But this nonsense here, she's just gonna keep digging deeper. Y'all, we're so close to something. And the cult and the bots won't say, what are we close to? So we know what to copy and paste back in Lady Luck Close videos. What exactly are we close to again? Ridiculous. Candace and her craziness has created a whole economy of people making money off social media conspiracy ecosystem. Exactly. Webb wants the money It sounds like it. I mean, electronic lynching. Good Lord, you can't make this stuff up. Medicaid will attach to your home for certain situations. Yeah. Lynching equals asking her to provide proof for her accusations. Exactly. Or they say you're not too bright for asking, I guess, because they won't ask, because, cowards and all. They won't even ask her. You can't make this up. The fact that TPUSA does not have a business registered in Delaware, and Candace Owens does, is all you need to know. There you go. We should call Candace Lisa Douglas Green Acres. Allegedly at LLC. Okay, allegedly, I got it. But he is behind in child support, so is that legal to go after? If he's got income, like any type of money come in, once again, I don't know why he's not in jail. He's not working because the court would have ordered him to get a job. You got to show proof you're working. And that whatever money he gets, naturally would be expected if he can get $140,000. Maybe that should be reported to the court. Someone just report that to family court to say this guy's got a whole thing here, raising $140,000 plus, and he's behind on child support payments. Y'all might want to look into that, or not necessarily the courts, maybe the Department of Children's Services, whatever the equivalent is in the state of Washington. Y'all might want to look into that, recover that money, because he's got a whole thing here with $140,000. He can just withdraw out. This is so crazy. I don't know anybody that would be able to get away with not paying child support, and then they get over $100,000 raised, and that's not the first thing that the Department of Child Services or Family Services or whatever it's called there in Washington. It's not the first thing they're going to say. Okay, yeah, we'll just make sure, as soon as you withdraw, we'll make sure we go ahead and do a garnishment, something. I don't know. Something need to happen. They need to go after him. All right, yeah, of course she's stupid. I know, right? Oh, Candace, you're an idiot. That's said with love. You can't make this out. Candace is painfully and dangerously low IQ. Nerve on top. What are you doing? Candace is the final boss of dumb, and that's still flattering her. They can't believe I'm saying she's dumb. No, Candace is dumb. Kidding me? Yes, you can't help but to let George Webb, y'all. All right, y'all. I thank you all so much for tuning in. As you all can see, this is the court document here. I'm still waiting on her to post court docs up. Who knows what? And she said he gave her court docs. So tomorrow we'll go live. I'll finish up the Blexit court documents with the Optimization Consultant LLC, which is another social media fundraising website. Ironically, something Candace is using to help Mitchell Snow raise $140,000. Social media fundraising. And she paid out this LLC over $550,000 for one tax year. I believe tax year 2022. So we'll finish going over that because I said I was going to finish that up, and I want to finish that up because it goes to show how she spent money when she was the boss of something. And she wants TPUSA to put her on their payroll for PR. Hell no, girl. They not put you on their payroll. You couldn't even barely handle Blexit. You can't make this stuff up. No, they not. No, they said no, thank you. No thanks. She knows he has issues. I don't know why she's listening to these clowns. Like listening to somebody talking about an electronic lynching. What? Jesus Christ. Today was the devil's day. Now you and the devil can have your day and leave the rest of us out of it. That's insane. All right, y'all. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate all of you all. If you're just now tuning in, hit the like button and make sure you go back to the replay. As you all can see, we're concluding on this order here because Candace, this is how it's done when it comes to court documents. So why don't you post the other court documents you claim that you were given? This is issued as a mandate May 11, 2023. So what the hell is legal fees are we paying for here? are people paying for with this donation to this website? What legal fees are they taking care of? This was dismissed 2 years ago. What are the other court docs? We're waiting, Candace. Your move. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you all so much for your support. And I will see you all next in live tomorrow. I'll also be hopping over to Jay Wood Podcast, so make sure you tune in for that. Let me get in. Make sure I got all the. Oh, we got some more supers. Hold on a second. Jacqueline, how you doing? 199 super. What would a vest have done in this situation? Nothing. For where he was shot, it wouldn't have done any good. But Candace makes an issue about things that are not issues because she's not able to put two and two together. Yeah, he was shot in the neck. Unless the vests are created to where they cover the neck area, it wouldn't have done anything. So maybe they have vests that, bulletproof vests that do have, neck coverage, perhaps, but I haven't seen them. So in this scenario, it unfortunately wouldn't have done anything. But thank you so much for the 199 super. Thank you for your generosity. I appreciate it. And Carolyn gave the $2 super. See you tomorrow, Love LLC. Thank you so much for your generosity and contribution. I appreciate that. Thank you, all of you all, for the support. I appreciate all of you. And I'm going to go through my emails tomorrow, and we'll get in some more videos and the rest of the Blexit tax documents and go from there. All right. So I'll see you all in the next one. Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.